He was once a little beggar wandering the streets. By a twist of fate, he awakened the unparalleled sacred body. Overnight, he became the most talented person in the lower realm. In a few hundred years, he cultivated his sacred body to its peak. He founded the Qingxian sect, which became the leading sect in the lower realm. Yi Zhangshuan, with his own strength, suppressed the prodigies of the myriad realms, leaving them unable to rise. He was revered as the first body-refining ancestor of the Ninshin continent. After more than 3,000 years, he fought and defeated the prodigies of the myriad realms, becoming invincible in the world. His position at the top of the Tongtian list was unshakable. Yet, his warlike nature left him unsatisfied. He set his sights on the heavenly Tao, which reigns above the myriad realms. He sought to destroy the heavenly Tao to redefine the rules of heaven and earth, thereby achieving true immortality. The news of body-refining ancestor Yi Zhangshuan facing the immortality tribulation spread widely. Renowned experts from the Tongtian list came to witness it. Several bolts of heavenly thunder descended, enveloping Yi Zhangshuan. But such a level of thunder tribulation couldn't even breach his physical defenses. To him, it was no different from a tickle. Until a giant sword, carrying the might of thunder, descended from the heavens. Only then did Yi Zhangshuan open his eyes and take it seriously. This was the first test of the heavenly tribulation, the divine weapon Zhu sword. Legend has it that only those whose combat strength is recognized by the heavenly Tao can trigger such a manifested tribulation. Yet, facing the Zhu sword, capable of annihilating even gods, Yi Zhangshuan merely extended 2 fingers slowly and blocked the strike that countless experts feared. Facing Yi Zhangshuan's provocative words, the thunder clouds suddenly churned and split open. 3 divine spirits emerged and spoke immediately. To the words of the divine spirits, Yi Zhangshuan impatiently scratched his ear. He picked up a pebble and flicked it forcefully. With a boom, the majestic divine spirit was instantly shattered. Having dealt with these minor nuisances, Yi Zhangshuan looked at the sky and said with a chuckle, "It's about time you showed yourself, isn't it?" Faced with such an arrogant mortal from the lower realm, the heavenly Tao revealed itself. Countless bolts of heavenly thunder then covered the entire sky. The heavenly Tao unleashed its most terrifying tribulation, the 100,000 heavenly tribulation. Facing the near-certain death of the 100,000 heavenly tribulation, Yi Zhangshuan's fighting spirit sword, he instantly unleashed all the energy within his body and struck with countless palm imprints across the sky. Time passed, how long is unknown. When the dust finally settled, a massive crater appeared where Yi Zhangshuan had stood, just 1 step short. Ancestor Yi. Old fellows, from now on, I will no longer guard Jujin. Those demons and heretics, I leave them to you. He lost. He really lost. Yi Zhangshuan's unparalleled sacred body, under the 100,000 heavenly tribulation, couldn't escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. A generation's legend has fallen. He died under the 100,000 heavenly tribulation. Thus, the top of the Tongtian list, and the myriad realms are stirred once more. Countless demons once suppressed by Yi Zhangshuan emerged. Meanwhile, in a drum tower amidst the sea of clouds in the sacred domain, a woman with a graceful figure, whose beauty could topple nations, gazed at the distant sea of clouds and murmured to herself, "Zhangshuan, if you're gone, the 9 realms will surely fall into chaos. But I know, you wouldn't die so easily. No matter where you are now, even at the ends of the earth, I will wait for your return." As demons rose in the 9 realms, and the heavenly realm fell into chaos, a grand event arrived in Sangzhou city of the lower realm. The once leading sect, Qingxian sect, began its entrance examination, recruiting talented martial artists from all over the world. At this moment, from the back of the crowd walked a man in tattered clothes, wearing a straw hat, looking at the bustling crowd eager to register. The man couldn't help but murmur with emotion, "It's truly nostalgic. 3,000 years of change, seas turned to mulberry fields. I never thought I, Yi Zhangshuan, would return to Qingxian sect." This man was none other than the body-refining ancestor Yi Zhangshuan, who fell in the heavenly realm. The contingency he left in the lower realm had worked. Yi Zhangshuan had not completely perished. However, something went wrong along the way. His peak combat strength is now barely a fraction of what it was. He never expected, after all his twists and turns, he would return to the sect he had founded. At its peak, Qingxian sect had millions of disciples, revered as the top sect of the Ninshin continent. Who knows who is leading Qingxian sect now, after 3,000 years? As he was lost in thought and murmuring to himself, just as he was murmuring to himself, lost in emotion, someone suddenly tugged on the corner of his robe. "Beggar brother, are you sick? Why are you talking to yourself?" A small, skinny little beggar looked puzzled, gazing at Yi Zhangshuan, who was just as raggedly dressed. Yi Zhangshuan snapped out of it and looked at the little beggar. With just one glance, he froze in shock. This little girl actually possesses the twin Tao body of ultimate yin and yang. Such a superior physique still exists in the Joshuan continent. He just happened to stumble upon such a prodigy. As Yi Zhangshuan was pondering what cultivation technique to teach her, the little beggar named Sierra suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Big brother, look, there's a huge black python in the sky." Yi Zhangshuan didn't have time to respond. before the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Little beggar, what nonsense are you saying? How could there be a snake in the sky? That's hilarious. Ignoring the mocking crowd, Yi Zhangshuan looked up and immediately understood. As expected of the twin Dao body, she hasn't even stepped onto the immortal path, yet her mortal senses are already this sharp. It seems a great disaster will befall Sangzhou City today. Just as he spoke, panic erupted among the crowd. A massive Yin Jiao suddenly appeared in the sky, its body radiating an icy, eerie aura. Looking down at the hundreds of dancers below, the Yin Jiao spoke. With these dancers, I will surely complete my tribulation today. So this Yin Jiao was undergoing a tribulation. It had come here to gather the blood of thousands of dancers, to overcome the trial and transform into a dragon. Just then, a group of women in red arrived in time. Leading them was Han Zhenglin, a disciple of Qingxian sect's Vermilion Bird Hall. Seeing that the Yin Jiao was in the midst of a tribulation, Han Zhenglin wasted no time. He rallied the Qingxian sect disciples behind him and charged forward. This beast is threatening the people of Sangzhou City. No mercy, strike with everything you've got. But they had underestimated the power of a tribulation stage beast. The Yin Jiao opened its giant mouth, releasing a cloud of toxic miasma that surrounded the group, blocking their advance. Realizing they were no match, Han Zhenglin urgently ordered a nearby female disciple. Quick! Request reinforcements from our Qingxian sect seniors. Hearing the command, the female disciple fired a distress signal into the sky. Seeing this, the Yin Jiao, wary of Qingxian sect's strength, dared not linger. It unleashed streaks of lightning, trapping the women in place. Then it swiftly launched an attack on the martial artists in the city, intending to destroy Sangzhou City quickly and absorb the warriors' bloodstones. But what it never expected was that there was someone in the city fierce enough to defy the very heavens. As the massive body came crashing down like Mount Tai, Yi Zhangshuan simply extended one finger and effortlessly lifted the giant tail the Yin Jiao had swung. A mere filthy pest. How dare you be so arrogant? The next moment, bang! The Yin Jiao's massive body was sent flying. Its fangs shattered, its body broken, and it died on the spot. The rescued women stared at the sudden turn of events, shocked and completely puzzled. They couldn't understand how this terrifying Yin Jiao, which moments ago was unbeatable, had ended up so bloody and defeated. Yi Zhangshuan reached into its corpse and retrieved its beast core and waste pill. The aura from the tribulation stage beast core was surprisingly dense, leading him to suspect that it may have been raised by a martial artist. It seemed someone was plotting against Qingxian sect and had deliberately lured this beast here. While Yi Zhangshuan was still considering the mastermind behind this, Sierra looked gleefully at the glow. Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan handed the pill to her without hesitation. It was useless to him anyway. Might as well use it to earn favor with his future disciple. Just then, another group of Qingxian sect disciples. Leading them was Shun Yunfei, grandson of one of the sect's inner. Han Zhenglin quickly bowed in respect, but Shun Yunfei, full of arrogance, ignored him completely. At that moment, a disciple stepped forward to report. Senior brother Shun has confirmed it. The Yin Jiao is dead, but the cause remains unknown. Strangely, both its beast core and waste pill are missing. Upon hearing this, Shin Yunfei's gaze turned cold. Someone dared to beat him to the punch on his own turf. Taking the rare materials he had his eye on, he immediately began questioning the female disciples of Vermilion Bird Hall, but none knew the whereabouts of the core or pill. He then ordered a nearby attendant to activate the manifestation mirror. He wanted to see just who had such a death wish. Under the mirror's beam, a ray of light shot out and focused entirely on the little beggar Sierra. Seeing this, Sierra was filled with panic and froze in fear. Yi Zhangshuan gently comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The next moment, a talisman flew out. The manifestation mirror in the disciple's hand shattered instantly. Witnessing this, interesting. Seize them. With a wave of his hand, his followers surged forward. Two filthy beggars dared to lay hands on Qingxian sect's treasures. You're simply asking to die. However, at that moment, a figure appeared like a phantom, suddenly emerging behind the attendants. With a single slap, the attendants were sent sprawling. Yi Zhangshuan said with a grim expression, bunch of bullying trash, truly unworthy of being disciples of the Qingxian sect. The Qingxian doctrine passed down for thousands of years has truly declined with each generation. Seeing his attendants were no match, Shin Yunfei landed on the ground. He drew his sword and planted it in front of Yi Zhangshuan, saying calmly, cut off your own legs, and I might spare your life. Don't you know whose territory this is? In an instant, numerous Qingxian sect disciples surrounded Yi Zhangshuan. Just as Yi Zhangshuan was about to act, dealing with these insignificant pests, a figure appeared, blocking his path. Han Zhenglin stepped forward, pleading, Brother Shun, these two are commoners from Sangzhou City. Please show mercy and let them go. Hearing this, Shin Yunfei was visibly displeased. Two filthy beggars dare to touch the Qingxian sect's property, crippling their legs. Is already me being merciful? Seeing no intention to de-escalate, Han Zhenglin hurriedly mentioned the Qingxian sect's saintess, saying he would report the matter to her for judgment. But Shin Yunfei, accustomed to arrogance, upon hearing this, his eyes turned vicious. Who do you think you are, daring to use the Qingxian saintess to pressure me? He unleashed the unique mysterious soul aura of the mysterious soul realm, its terrifying pressure rendering Han Zhonglin immobile. A 6th-grade mysterious soul ice sect master was far beyond what he could resist. The mysterious soul rapidly charged toward him. If this strike hit, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. At the critical moment, Yi Tsangxuan pushed him aside. It seems the Qingxian sect isn't entirely hopeless. There are still disciples who uphold the Qingxian doctrine. Seeing his mysterious soul attack fail, Shen Yunfei glared at Yi Tsangxuan with Fine, let this filthy beggar witness the gap between the extraordinary and the mortal. Hearing this, Yi Tsangxuan removed his bamboo hat and said calmly, Is that so? Then show me quickly. As he spoke, a terrifying mysterious soul appeared behind him. Even Shen Yunfei, grandson of an inner hall elder, who had seen countless mysterious souls, had never encountered one so terrifying. Yi Tsangxuan waved his hand, and a giant hand conjured by the mysterious soul struck at Shen Yunfei, sending him and his mysterious soul flying. Then, he stepped on Shen Yunfei's leg and said forcefully, Thousands of years of doctrine have produced scum like you. It truly pains me. He then slammed Shen Yunfei's face into the ground. After a fierce beating, Shen Yunfei, tears streaming, began to beg for mercy. At that moment, a voice transmission echoed in the hall. Please, sir, show mercy and spare him. On behalf of the Qingxian sect, I apologize. Hearing the voice transmitted through the mysterious image, Yi Tsangxuan paused. He flicked a finger at Shen Yunfei's forehead, using an inner technique to erase all memories of the incident. He wasn't ready to reveal his identity yet. Everything that had just happened occurred in the mysterious image world of the two, unknown to outsiders. They only saw the once arrogant Shen Yunfei suddenly collapse, screaming in agony. Then, a graceful woman appeared before the crowd. It was Yi Lingyan, the saintess of the Qingxian sect. She was the one who had transmitted the plea to Yi Tsangxuan. Faced with stubborn disciples like Shen Yunfei, Yi Lingyan wished she could discipline them harshly, but due to the inner hall elder's influence, she could only reprimand them. She ordered the others to take Shen Yunfei to the enforcement hall for punishment, then hurried to Yi Tsangxuan to apologize. Though the man before her seemed to have only basic body refining cultivation, she had witnessed everything in the mysterious image world, and would not underestimate him despite his ragged appearance. After observing Yi Lingyan, Yi Tsangxuan noticed that this girl possessed a rare supreme sword body, top-tier talent. Moreover, she shared the surname Yi and was the Qingxian sect's saintess, possibly a descendant of his great disciple, Yi Qing. Hearing Shi'er nearby exclaim, while looking at Yi Lingyan, Big brother, this lady is so pretty, he deliberately said in a strange tone. What's the use of being pretty? Her sword practice has left her with chronic ailments. Wondering how he knew about her cultivation issues. As she pondered, Yi Tsangxuan led Shi'er away. As they walked, he said, the 10 sword chi techniques are not easy to master. If you want to resolve your troubles, hurry and prepare a fine room for me and Shi'er. And tonight, at the hour of Su, you must come to my room alone. As the saintess of the most powerful sect in the 9 mysterious continent, she had to bow to a beggar. The key was that when the beggar asked the saintess to visit his room alone at night, Saintess Yi Lingyan respectfully agreed. This absurd scene shattered the onlooker's worldview. Only Yi Lingyan knew, in her heart, how powerful this ragged beggar was. With one glance, he saw the flaw in her cultivation technique. The 10 sword chi techniques were created by ancestor Yi Qing, with its secrets never shared outside the sect. Yet this man discerned it instantly. If she knew he was the master of ancestor Yi Qing, the entire Qingxian sect, even the 9 mysterious continent, would be in an up. Yi Lingyan arranged a luxurious room for the two. After Shi'er ate and drank her fill, she fell asleep at the table. At the hour of Su, Saintess Yi Lingyan arrived as promised. Looking at her, Yi Tsangxuan said gravely, You're just in time. If you were any later, the pure yang fire ape in your body would erupt, and even the great Luo, immortal, couldn't save you. Yi Lingyan knew the agony of the pure yang fire ape's eruption, a burning pain that consumed her entire body. But whenever it happened, the sect leader would suppress it for her, though this man was profound. His words seemed to... Seeing Yi Lingyan's disbelief, Yi Tsangxuan wasted no words. He extended his right hand, launching an attack toward Yi Lingyan. Yi Lingyan, no slouch with her sword, drew her blade to meet it. But to her surprise, the pure yang fire source from her sword strike rebounded. She spat out a mouthful of blood. As the pure yang fire ape in her body suddenly erupted, Yi Lingyan looked utterly confused. Yi Tsangxuan approached slowly and said calmly, Didn't your useless sect leader tell you that the 10 sword chi techniques left by Ancestor Yi are incomplete? If you continue practicing like this, you'll only end up possessed, with your sword piercing your heart. Hearing this, Yi Lingyan emotionally retorted, How could the sect leader possibly deceive me? Yi Tsangxuan waved his hand, and a powerful surge of pure yang, sword, chi materialized. He then asked with a chuckle, So, how does my pure yang sword chi compare to your sect leaders? Seeing the pure yang sword chi in Yi Tsangxuan's hand, Yi Lingyan was shocked. With only body refining cultivation, how could he conjure such ferocious mysterious fire? finally intimidating the naive girl. Yi Zhongshuan pressed his advantage, saying, "The Qingxian sect leader can't save you, but this body-refining beggar can. But you're not my wife. So why should I help you? Unless your highness the saintess is willing to be my personal maid, handling my food, clothing, and daily needs." Seeing the man's flippant attitude, Yi Lingyan couldn't help but curse. "You're just a shameless opportunist, arrogant and conceited. I won't comply." Before she could finish, Yi Zhongshuan's eyes turned sharp. "If I, Yi Zhongshuan, didn't value the Qingxian sect, do you think you'd be worthy of being my maid? Even so, I'll only keep you for 6 months. After that, whether you can continue, depends on my mood." His words left Yi Lingyan stunned, with the pure yang fire ape causing unbearable pain. Yi Lingyan reluctantly agreed to his terms. Seeing this, Yi Zhongshuan acted decisively, sending a vortex of energy into her body, instantly suppressing the raging pure yang fire ape. He then began repairing Yi Lingyan's damaged meridians. Before channeling his energy, he warned her, "No matter how much it hurts, endure it." But her continuous groans shattered the night's silence. Han Zhenglin, eavesdropping outside, blushed deeply, his mind racing with thoughts of what the two were doing inside, imagining the saintess with a beggar. Han Zhenglin could no longer stay calm, his face full of shock. What they were doing inside the room. Thinking of the saintess with a beggar at this moment, Han Zhenglin could no longer stay calm, revealing a shocked expression. Late at night, after resolving Yi Lingyan's issue, Yi Zhongshuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Any later, and that girl's life wouldn't have been saved. A supreme divine body's fate is indeed extraordinary, especially since she encountered me at the critical moment. That foolish disciple, Yi Qing, really lucked out. The next day, on the way to Qingxian sect's outer gate, the disciples noticed the now glowing Yi Lingyan, and recalled the faint cries they heard last night. Han Zhenglin couldn't hold it in and blocked Yi Zhongshuan's path. "You damn beggar, what exactly did you do to senior sister last night?" Hearing this, Yi Zhongshuan grinned mischievously and replied, "A man and a woman alone at night. What do you think? Just a little indescribable pleasure and knowledge, that's all. If you don't get it, I can give you a live demonstration." Han Zhenglin was left speechless by the remark, until Saintess Yi Lingyan walked over and said, "The outer gate assessment is about to begin. Stop blocking the way." Only then did Han Zhenglin flee in embarrassment. At that moment, in the square at Qingxian sect's outer gate, a massive formation had just been activated. Only those who passed the trial of the array could become outer sect disciples of Qingxian sect. Loud booms echoed from the array. One after another, failed participants were blasted out. Seeing how poor these dancers' aptitude was, unable to withstand even the lowest grade formation, the presiding elder looked visibly disappointed. Some didn't even have the courage to step into the array. From afar, Yi Zhongshuan looked on and said speechlessly, "Your generation of disciples is just pathetic. So timid at the first sign of hardship? Truly disgraceful." Seeing Yi Zhongshuan being served wine by the saintess at his side, the disciples of Qingxian sect were instantly dumbfounded. "This stinking beggar dares to have my goddess fanning him? You bastard. I'll kill you." Even the elder proctor looked utterly shocked. Just who was that beggar? Could he be the saintess's father? As for the agitated crowd around him, Yi Zhongshuan scoffed. "No need to get so worked up. That girl's 3,000 years younger than me. Why can't she serve an old man like me? And besides, it's just a basic formation. Even a mortal could easily pass through. And you have the nerve to make a fuss?" His words instantly ignited the anger of the spectators. The top 3 scorers of the trial immediately voiced their displeasure. "You damn beggar. All you do is brag. If you've got guts, show us yourself. Let us poor weaklings learn something. Don't tell me you're all talk and no guts." Yi Zhongshuan chuckled and replied, "Even mortals can break that formation. Why should I do it myself?" With that, he stood up and called Shi'er, who was playing with stones nearby. He whispered softly to her, "When you enter the array, do exactly as I told you." After memorizing Yi Zhongshuan's instructions, Shi'er waved her hand and walked toward the array. Everyone watching was dumbstruck. That terrifying array, he's sending a powerless child into it. Has that beggar lost his mind? Even Yi Lingyan at his side looked full of concern. She asked Yi Zhongshuan if this was too reckless. Yi Zhongshuan simply chuckled and said, "If Shi'er weren't immortal, how would they shut up? Relax. Just watch." The innocent Shi'er, like a blank sheet of paper, had no idea what the formation even was. She only remembered the instructions Big Brother just gave her. As she stepped into the array, a massive blaze ignited instantly. The ancient Qingxian Luotian array was now being challenged by a little beggar girl, and one without even a trace of cultivation. As she took a step into the Luotian array, a powerful blaze surged once again. Faced with the perilous array, little Shi'er seemed completely unaware. She silently recited the steps Yi Zhongshuan taught her. Walk forward 3 steps, then 4 steps to the left. Magically, the surrounding flames seemed to intentionally avoid her, leaving her unharmed. As Shi'er continued forward, a terrifying figure materialized. The first force of the Luotian array's 4 symbols, Xuanwu. Xuanwu opened its giant mouth, hurling chunks of corpses directly at Shi'er's tiny body. Shi'er remained unfazed and didn't stop. She kept chanting, "4 steps left, then close your eyes. Crouch and count to 3. 1, 2, 3, then stand up. Walk 5 steps to the left. Stop. Close your eyes, and count to 4. Her movements perfectly dodged all of Xuanwu's attacks. This bizarre scene instantly left the onlookers dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that the Qingxian Luotian formation, which they had struggled so hard to barely pass, was now being navigated so effortlessly by a mere mortal girl in front of them. It was as if it were a leisurely stroll. At this moment, Shi, inside the formation, had already reached the illusion of Xuanwu. Following the steps taught by Yi Tsangxuan, she directly entered the core of the formation imbued with Xuanwu's power. There, she saw a small turtle quietly lying in front of her, unaware that this was the true form of the Xuanwu beast box. Shi joyfully picked up the turtle, planning to take it home. She intended to keep it as her pet. Using the same method, Shi took the time of 1 incense stick to break through the vermilion bird formation of the Luotian formation. After 2 incense sticks, she broke the white tiger formation of the 4 symbols. After 3 incense sticks, she broke the azure dragon formation of the 4 symbols. The only thing that puzzled her was that the small snake in her hands looked odd, as it even had horns. As Shi consecutively broke the cores of the 4 symbols formations, waves of energy scattered across the plaza. The Qingxian Luotian formation, which had stood for 1,000 years, completely vanished. Carrying her 4 little animals, Shi walked out with a heart full of joy. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, their faces turning the color of liver. Coming to Yi Tsangxuan, Shi eagerly asked, "Big brother, can I keep these little animals?" Yi Tsangxuan casually replied, "Keep them if you want. This Qingxian Luotian formation should have been phased out 1,000 years ago. A formation set up with 5th grade beast boxes has too many flaws. It's utterly meaningless for testing." Hearing this, the nearby Saintess Yiling Yan's eyes lit up. "Young master is so impressive. Why not set up a more advanced formation?" "For you, isn't that a piece of cake?" As the Saintess of the Qingxian sect, seizing such an opportunity, she naturally wanted to secure benefits for the sect right away. How could Yi Tsangxuan not see through her intentions? The Qingxian sect was, after all, founded by him 3,000 years ago. As for setting up a new formation, he would do it even without her prompting. But he teased with a playful tone. "No need to use such provocative tactics. Serve me well. Make me comfortable, and maybe I'll casually set up a powerful formation for you." Hearing this, Yiling Yan inwardly grumbled, but her face broke into a smile as she clapped and cheered. Little did she know what kind of existence stood before her. Yi Tsangxuan hadn't expected that, 1,000 years later, the Qingxian sect would still be using such an outdated formation and treating it as a treasure. After all, this Qingxian Luotian formation was merely a simple array he had casually created back then out of boredom to catch birds. Looking at this new batch of disciples for the recruitment test, none of them caught his eye. Feeling disinterested, Yi Tsangxuan stood up, instructing Yiling Yan to take care of Shi as he left alone. "It's been a while since I've been back. Let's see what the Qingxian sect has become." Seeing this, Yiling Yan hurriedly warned, "There are many forbidden areas in the Qingxian sect that are very dangerous. Young master, please don't wander recklessly." Yi Tsangxuan chuckled and said, "I know this place better than you do." He then arrived at the edge of a cliff. Without pausing, he stepped forward, and an aerial formation appeared out of thin air beyond the cliff. An invisible energy carried him toward a higher peak. Moments later, Yi Tsangxuan arrived at an old pavilion. What caught his eye was a pile of spiritual wine in the courtyard. Being a lover of fine wine himself, Yi Tsangxuan didn't hesitate. He picked up a jar of spiritual wine, ready to drink heartily. Just then, a figure appeared swiftly, grabbing Yi Tsangxuan's arm. "Youngster, who do you belong to? How dare you steal my spiritual wine?" But soon, the old man was stunned. No matter how hard he tried, the young man before him stood unmoved, like an unshakable mountain. Shocked, he thought to himself, "Who is this kid's master? How does he have such strength?" At this moment, Yi Tsangxuan shook off the old man's hand and said with a grin, "Who cares who I belong to? I've taken a liking to this place. From now on, I'm staying here." With that, he picked up the wine jar, ignoring the old man's darkened expression, and began drinking heartily. The old man treasured his wine dearly, and was known in the Qingxian sect for his fiery temper. He had never seen such an arrogant junior. "Who the hell is your master? To raise such a brazen kid like you? How dare you act so insolent? Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." With that, he struck out with a powerful palm strike. A fierce roar charged toward Yi Tsangxuan. Yi Tsangxuan chuckled and dodged with ease. In the next moment, he vanished from the old man's sight. "Old man, it's just some cheap, over-the-counter spirit brew. No need to get so worked up." Those words instantly enraged the elder. "Over-the-counter trash? You dare call my spirit brew over-the-counter trash?" True essence surged around the old man, his fury erupting completely. With bloodshot eyes, he lunged at Yi Tsangxuan. In response, Yi Tsangxuan tossed out his wine jar and calmly said, "You're quite hot-tempered. But you're a fellow lover of wine, just like me. So I'll make you my old wine barrel, here in this Swordwind Hall." The furious elder never imagined he'd be sent flying by a wine jar one day. Kneeling on the ground, coughing up blood, Yi Tsangxuan now realized the elder wasn't weak, but his many injuries were limiting his strength. Just as he considered whether to heal the elder, a fragrant aroma of wine drifted from the main hall. Yi Tsangxuan smelled it, and immediately understood. There must be even finer spirit brew inside. Without hesitation, he followed the scent into the hall. The elder panicked and quickly shouted, "Young hero, please wait. There's nothing inside." Yi Zhangshuan turned his head and smiled. "Old man, without my permission, you may not enter. If I see you, I'll beat you every time." He then turned to a large cauldron in the hall. "Good heavens, premium spirit brew. Looks like I can satisfy my cravings today. This is the finest among wines. Even in the upper realm, few can craft such a brew." But when he eagerly leapt onto the cauldron and opened the lid, he was completely stunned. Inside was a little girl with chicken-like horns, lying in the spirit brew with a blissful expression. "Isn't this the demoness I sealed in the demon suppression hall years ago? This premium brew could even intoxicate immortals." Yet here was a gentle-looking little girl, soaked entirely in the cauldron of spirit brew. Seeing her blissful expression, Yi Zhangshuan was speechless. Wasn't this the same girl he had sealed in the demon suppression hall 2,000 years ago? Sensing the lid open, the demoness slowly woke up, mumbling drowsily, "Who is it? Can't a girl get some proper sleep?" But when she realized she had been discovered, her drunkenness vanished instantly. She transformed into a phantom and bolted out of the hall. Yi Zhangshuan didn't try to stop her. He just laughed to himself. That little girl sure ran fast. But what a waste of fine brew. The immortal essence had been mostly absorbed by her soul. Without it, the taste had diminished by at least 90%. Ruining such divine nectar deserves punishment. Meanwhile, the elder outside was pounding the ground in tears. He had spent 49 years carefully crafting that brew, and now it was completely ruined. At that moment, Yi Zhangshuan approached and comforted him. "Relax, the brew is still—" "Now I need to ask you something." Upon hearing that his brew still existed, the elder breathed a sigh of relief, then snapped and shouted at Yi Zhangshuan, "Brat, who exactly are you? You expect me to answer just like that? Do I look like I have no dignity?" But Yi Zhangshuan didn't bother arguing this time. He released a terrifying aura instantly. The elder was so startled, he caved and confessed everything. From their exchange, Yi Zhangshuan learned that no one else lived in Swordwind Hall but the elder, and that the place had been abandoned for 2,000 years. Yi Zhangshuan then asked if the elder knew of any restricted areas within Swordwind Hall. The elder firmly shook his head. He had lived here for hundreds of years. Aside from the large space, there was nothing unusual. There was no such thing as a restricted area. With the information he needed, Yi Zhangshuan turned and left, leaving the elder bewildered and confused. Soon after, Yi Zhangshuan arrived at the summit's Jinwu Hall. As he pushed open the door, a musty, ancient scent greeted him. He looked at his statue, now covered in cracks. Clearly, no one had maintained it for over 2,000 years. The formation in the demon suppression hall must have run dry long ago. He then walked to a corner of the main hall, stomped hard, and cracked the floor open, revealing a secret path leading underground. Below was the entrance to the demon suppression hall. As Yi Zhangshuan entered, the very demonic beings he once sealed himself, at this moment, they had all turned into piles of white bones. Before his death, a demon scratched words on the floor. "Qingxian sect has no— They locked me here for a full 2,000 years, without even a bite to eat. I'm starving to death. It's too painful." Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan felt a surge of anger. He never imagined that the demon sect's great general, who killed without mercy 2,000 years ago, would die from being starved alive. Besides him, other demons met the same fate. As Yi Zhangshuan recalled the past, a young girl's voice came from the depths. "It's been 2,600 years, and you never came back after leaving. Have you really forgotten even me? You always use sweet words to deceive me. Locking me here is one thing, but couldn't you at least come check on me? If this goes on, I'll starve to death sooner or later." The speaker was none other than Tang Yuyu, the saintess of the demon sect. Tang Yuyu continued to rant. "Dead man, stinking man, even if you left, why did you have to seal this place? At least let someone bring some food." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the distance. Tang Yuyu immediately perked up. It seems Qingxian sect has finally discovered this place. She instantly unleashed a wave of seductive charm, hoping to control the newcomer and secure her release. Feeling the ripple of her seductive power, Yi Zhangshuan broke into a sweat. This little lass is still trying to bewitch people. It seems sealing this place before I ascended to the upper realm was the right choice. If this lass had escaped, I'm afraid all of Zhangzhou would be in chaos. As Yi Zhangshuan slowly approached her, Tang Yuyu grew visibly excited. She poured all her remaining mystic energy into her spell, instantly enveloping herself in a bewitching aura. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a stunning beauty with a graceful figure. She then spoke to Yi Zhangshuan in a sultry, seductive tone. "Little brother, are you here to save me?" Faced with this familiar scene, Yi Zhangshuan scolded. "Quiet down. I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my premium spirit brew. I'm still holding a grudge." Seeing the newcomer completely ignore her tactics, Tang Yuyu was dumbfounded. Snapping back, she tried her seductive tone again. "Little brother, what's so great about wine? If you let me out, you can do anything you want with me." This left Yi Zhangshuan utterly speechless as he said, "You dare try to charm even me? After 2,000 years, you've grown quite bold." Hearing this, Tang Yuyu froze again. After sizing him up, she said, "Who are you? A new disciple at the body refining stage? What do you mean by 2,000 years?" Seeing she still hadn't recognized him, Yi Songxuan roared. You, the grand demoness of the demon control sect. When did you start relying only on your eyes to recognize people? Can't you sense my aura? Hearing this, Tang Yuyu sniffed hard. Then, with a shocked expression, she realized. The newcomer indeed carried Yi Songxuan's aura, though the aura was somewhat different. After some thought, she suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, you're Yi Songxuan's descendant. Tell me, who's your mother? I'm gonna take her down. She dared to steal my man. Tang Yuyu's man. No wonder he hasn't visited me in 2,000 years. So he's been fooling around with someone new. This completely threw Yi Songxuan off. Looking at Tang Yuyu's murderous expression, Yi Songxuan was utterly dumbfounded. The girl was born with a demonic bone, noticed by others, and rose to become the revered saintess of the demon control sect. But young and naive, she didn't realize her glamorous saintess title was merely a pawn cultivated by the demon control sect. Fortunately, she met a righteous cultivator who saved her in a moment of crisis and brought her to Qingxian sect. But influenced by demonic cultivators since childhood, her personality was wild, reckless, and chaotic. Left with no choice, Yi Songxuan suppressed her in Qingxian sect's dungeon. This suppression lasted a full 2,600 years. He had hoped Tang Yuyu's wild nature would mellow. But when Yi Songxuan returned to check on her, Tang Yuyu was still trying to use her charm techniques. Exasperated, Yi Songxuan flicked his finger, instantly dispelling Tang Yuyu's transformation, returning her to her original little girl form. Only then did Yi Songxuan slowly speak. What? After more than 2,000 years, you don't even recognize me? Back then, when you tried to use your charm technique on me, I spanked you so hard. Have you forgotten that? And that time you sneaked hallucinogens into my bathwater while I wasn't paying attention. Forgotten that too? Still haven't figured out who I am? Hearing these things that only Yi Songxuan would know, how could Tang Yuyu not understand? The man before her was the one she had longed for over 2,000. Immediately, she knelt down, crying aggrievedly. Yi Songxuan, why did you only return now? Do you know how I've endured these 2,000 years alone? And I didn't even have anything to eat. Seeing Tang Yuyu's pitiful state, Yi Songxuan couldn't help but let out a... Back then, he was at the height of his vigor, climbing the heavenly ranking and fighting his way to the upper realm. Truly a thoroughbred warrior. That fight lasted over 2,000 years. How could he remember the demoness suppressed in the demon-seeking hall if he hadn't ultimately died at the hands of the heavenly Tao and survived thanks to the contingency left by Tsangzhou? He might still not have recalled Tang Yuyu, locked in the Tsangzhou dungeon of the lower realm. When she heard that Yi Songxuan's appearance had changed because he had died once in the upper realm, Tang Yuyu immediately grew anxious and asked worriedly, Have you fully recovered now? Did it damage your foundation? Yi Songxuan replied nonchalantly, There was a slight issue when reconstructing my body, and my peak combat strength is barely a fraction of what it was. But in this world, those who can match me in a fight can be counted on one hand. Hearing this, Tang Yuyu forgot the suffering of her imprisonment and said with a face full of anger, Who killed you? I'll beat them to death. Tang Yuyu's words of concern warmed Yi Songxuan's heart. After all these years, the only one who still cared for him was this little demoness before him. Besides, imprisoning a young girl for over 2,000 years was indeed a bit too cruel. Now that he had returned, he no longer needed to worry that this demoness would wreak havoc on the world. Yi Songxuan made a 3-rule pact with Tang Yuyu. No deed, transforming, or using charm techniques to seduce others. She must never stray more than 5 steps from him at any time or place. And finally, she must not refer to herself as old lady. After she agreed, Yi Songxuan released the overjoyed Tang Yuyu. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sect's outer sect assessment area, a group of assessed disciples gathered around the talent testing stele, exclaiming, What kind of talent is this? It's emitting 2 colors at once, and both are at the saintly level. The figure testing at the talent testing stele was none other than the little beggar Sheer, Saintess Yiling Yan, with vision far surpassing the surrounding disciples, immediately recognized this as the legendary twin Dao body. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Sheer looked utterly confused, staring curiously at the glowing stele before her. Just then, a figure swiftly approached from a distance, his voice arriving before he did. This little girl is destined for greatness. The arrival was Zhao Chongkong, the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect's inner sect. The Grand Elder hadn't expected a mere outer sect assessment to uncover such an extraordinary talent. However, at that moment, several more figures quickly flew in from the inner sect. Old Zhao, don't think you can hog her. Hearing the newcomers' voices, the Grand Elder's brows furrowed slightly. These old foxes got here fast. 3 figures appeared in the air in an instant. A female voice echoed from afar. Such a fine seedling, and a girl at that, should rightfully join my Saintess Peak. The speaker was Elder Xianyu, the Peak Master of Saintess Peak. Before the Grand Elder could respond, the Peak Master of Tongtian Peak couldn't help but interject. Your Saintess Peak already has a Saintess. This girl should join my Tongtian Peak instead. The Peak Master of Yunqing Peak also hurriedly argued. My Yunqing Peak is a bastion of scholarly heritage. It's the best place for this child. Seeing these 3 shamelessly stake their claims, the Grand Elder said with a darkened expression, I clearly got here first. Don't you people have any sense of first come, first served? Which peak this flower should bloom in is for Saintess Peak to decide. Just start the challenge directly. You're not even a peak lord, yet you want to compete with us for disciples? The other two quickly echoed in agreement. Exactly. What's the point of you taking her in? You don't even have resources to train her. Sure, old Zhao, you're strong, but that's what you get for loving freedom. Hearing that, the Grand Elder instantly exploded with rage. Damn it. Wasn't it you bastards? Who talked me out of it back then? You all said how exhausting and miserable it was to be a peak lord. So this is what you were waiting for. While the four argued endlessly, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from above. Enough bickering. I'll take her as my disciple. The surrounding disciples were stunned by the arrogance, even showing no regard for the peak lords. They were ready to lash out with curses, but one disciple quickly whispered, "Shut up. That's the Grand Elder of our Qingxian sect." It was none other than Grand Elder Taitsong, just out from seclusion. With a flash, Taitsong swooped down rapidly and landed in front of little Sierra, smiling brightly. To think after so long in seclusion, I'd run into such a promising disciple. From afar, the Saintess and Peak Lord Phone grumbled inwardly. Damn it. Wasn't this old man supposed to be in death seclusion? Why's he out all of a sudden? No matter how high their status, the Peak Lords couldn't compete with the Grand Elder. But to everyone's shock, when the Grand Elder offered to take Sierra as a disciple, Sierra innocently said, "Big brother said he would be my master." And he also said, "Besides him, no one in Qingxian sect is worthy of being my master." Sierra's words froze Taitsong mid-motion. His outstretched hand forgot to reach. He turned and asked the nearby Saintess Yilingyan, "Who is this big brother she's referring to?" A disciple who clearly disliked Yi Zhangshuan quickly stepped forward to reporting to Grand Elder. The big brother she mentioned is actually an incredibly... During the outer sect trial, he spoke with wild arrogance. He had zero cultivation at all, and demanded our Saintess personally serve him. Hearing this, Taitsong was stunned. But when Yilingyan confirmed that she had indeed served the beggar, Taitsong instantly flew into a rage. A terrifying aura pressed the crowd back. He couldn't believe the noble Saintess of Qingxian sect would do something so absurd. She had utterly disgraced the entire sect. This man cannot be allowed to live. Just then, a calm voice rang out. "Who are you saying can't live? Why don't you say it again?" It was none other than Yi Zhangshuan, returning from the dungeon. But before Taitsong could respond, Tang Yuyu, sitting on his shoulder, suddenly grinned. "Oh my, isn't that little Tsong? It's been over 2,000 years, and now you're a Grand Elder? Who would have thought the mighty Grand Elder of Qingxian sect, a figure second only to the sect master, would be called Little Tsong by a little girl?" The elders of Qingxian sect nearly dropped their jaws. When Taitsong finally got a good look at the girl's face, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. Cold sweat broke out across his back. He thought to himself, why is that demoness here? Wasn't she executed long ago by the Patriarch? Old memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. Back then, in Tsangzhou, there was a demoness named Tang Yuyu, born with a bewitching physique. Her charm arts were unmatched. Countless cultivators worshipped her day and night. At that time, Taitsong was just an outer sect disciple, and one of her many devoted followers. Long live Yuyu. Rule all of Tsangzhou forever. Even after 1,000 years, the old slogan still echoed in Taitsong's mind. Snapping out of it, he quickly waved his hands. "You've got the wrong person," then turned to flee. Tang Yuyu looked at the Saintess Yilingyan and asked, "Isn't he Taitsong?" Yilingyan replied hesitantly, "He is indeed our Grand Elder, Taitsong." Hearing that, Tang Yuyu giggled and rubbed her nose. "I knew it. My nose is never wrong. I remember the scent of every lackey who followed me back then." She then stopped Taitsong, who was trying to slip away, patting him and saying, "Little Tsong, not bad. You've climbed all the way to Supreme Elder of the Qingxian sect. I remember you were just an outer sect disciple back then, always getting bullied and begging me to stand up for you. Now that you're a Supreme Elder, you don't want to acknowledge your big sister anymore?" In the end, Taitsong couldn't escape. Clutching his head, he wailed in agony. "My 1,000-year reputation, ruined in an instant. The prestige of a Supreme Elder, completely shattered." The Qingxian sect elders watching from afar cheered marvelous. Who knew the Supreme Elder had such a past? Even more outrageous, one elder began furiously scribbling, claiming this historic moment must be recorded. At this, Taitsong, with a bitter face, pleaded, "Little ancestor, please, spare me some dignity." Hearing the Supreme Elder's response, Yilingyan was shocked. Everything the little girl said was actually true. Then, Taitsong pointed at Yi Zhangshuan and asked, "Big sister Yuyu, who is this?" Taitsong thought, since this person was so close to Tang Yuyu, they must be someone of great significance. He just didn't know why they had come to the Qingxian sect. At Taitsong's question, Tang Yuyu was stunned. "Little Tsong, you really don't recognize him? Well, fair enough. Back then, you were just an outer sect disciple, not even qualified to meet big shots." Just as Tang Yuyu was about to reveal Yi Zhangshuan's identity, Yi Zhangshuan suddenly spoke up, interrupting her. Tang Yuyu immediately understood, realizing Zhangshuan didn't want his identity exposed. So, she changed tack, hopping onto Yi Zhangshuan's shoulder and saying, "That's right, he's my husband." "What? Husband?" Now it was Taitsong's turn to be shocked. Yi Zhangshuan, exasperated, said, "If you keep making a scene, don't blame me for locking you back in the dungeon." At this, Tang Yuyu quickly backed down. changing the subject and looking at Taitsong, saying, "Little Tsong, hurry up and take me to eat. Bring out all the best food in the Qingxian sect." Under Taitsong's lead, the group arrived at a secluded spot to dine. Tang Yuyu unleashed a merciless eating spree, devouring food like a storm. Meanwhile, in a certain hall of the Qingxian sect, a disciple rushed in to report. "Young master, bad news. I heard someone got dirt on the saintess and forced her to become his servant. Rumor has it he's making her do all sorts of things." The man, previously calm, flew into a rage, hurling the teacup in his hand. This was Liang Fifan, son of the Yunxia Peak Master. He had always seen Saintess Yi Lingyan as his romantic pursuit, publicly declaring that Yi Lingyan could only be his woman. Now, someone dared to cross his line without a care. He hurriedly rushed to the place where Yi Tsongxuan and the others were dining, just in time to see Yi Lingyan attending to Yi Tsongxuan. Liang Fifan cursed furiously. "Scoundrel!" He drew his sword from his waist and charged. The demoness, starved for over 2,000 years, was finally enjoying a proper meal. But then, a blast of sword chi came whistling toward them. Yi Tsongxuan snatched the chicken leg from Tang Yuyu's mouth and, with a flick of his hand, tossed it toward the door. The chicken leg precisely struck the incoming sword chi, shattering the powerful sword chi instantly. It continued unabated, flying past Liang Fifan's head. Liang Fifan looked back, seeing several trees in the grove snapped in half. He thought, "This guy's carrying hidden weapons. Truly a despicable, shameless villain." Inside the room, Tang Yuyu was fuming. She confronted Yi Tsongxuan. "Why'd you throw my chicken leg? I wasn't done eating." At that moment, Liang Fifan's voice came from outside. "Lingyan, I'm here to save you." Yi Lingyan, realizing there was a misunderstanding, excused herself to Yi Tsongxuan and hurried outside, hoping to clear things up with Liang Fifan. But Liang Fifan, already convinced of his assumptions, refused to believe that she, the dignified saintess, she willingly served others as a maid. Seeing Liang Fifan disrespect Yi Tsongxuan in the paper house, Yi Lingyan coldly drew her sword and said, "I warn you, don't call me Lingyan. I don't want the young master to misunderstand. If you disrespect him again, don't blame me for being rude. Now scram immediately." But Liang Fifan was determined to cause trouble for Yi Tsongxuan. Taking advantage of Yi Lingyan turning back inside, he shot a strike straight into the house. A sword slashed toward Yi Tsongxuan, who was dining. Clang! The table of delicious food was scattered. Yi Tsongxuan calmly dodged while holding his wine cup. Tang Yuyu saw the ruined meal. For someone who hadn't eaten in over 2,000 years, this was completely unforgivable. She grabbed Liang Fifan's sword barehanded and growled, "Do you know how precious food is? And I wasn't even full yet." As she spoke, she crushed Liang Fifan's sword with a punch. Liang Fifan looked shocked and terrified. That sword was a grade 4 profound weapon he had spent a fortune to forge, yet it was shattered by her bare hands. Tang Yuyu, now full of killing intent, grabbed a chair. With bloodshot eyes, she shouted, "You dared ruin my food. I'm going to kill you." In that instant, Liang Fifan felt as if a primeval beast had locked onto him. The terrifying pressure rendered him immobile. All he could do was passively endure Tang Yuyu's beating. Loud thuds echoed non-stop from within the house. Only after the chair in her hand shattered did Tang Yuyu finally stop. Still unsatisfied, she picked up another chair. Just as it seemed Liang Fifan would surely die, Taitsong intervened to stop her. "Sister Yuyu, please have mercy. I'll prepare another table of food for you." After all, he's a Qingxian disciple. Getting beaten to death by a chair would be too shameful. He then kicked Liang Fifan out of the house to save the sect from further embarrassment. After that, everyone moved to the pavilion outside to continue dining. Tang Yuyu shamelessly devoured the food with gusto. Seeing this, Taitsong couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yuyu, how long has it been since you last ate? By the way, I still don't know your name, young man." He thought to himself, if this man lived during the Demoness era and still looks so young after 2,000 years, he must have at least reached the nascent soul realm. Only a few in all of Zhangzhou hold that level of power. He'd be easy to identify if he gave a fake name. Then his intentions in Qingxian sect were surely suspect. While Tang Yuyu stuffed herself, she used voice transmission to ask Yi Tsongxuan if he wanted her to divert the topic. Yi Tsongxuan replied with a calm, "It's fine." He set down his wine cup and said plainly, "My surname is Yi." Yi Tsongxuan. The entire pavilion fell silent. The next second, Taitsong and Yi Lingyan both gasped. "You brat! How dare you? How dare you impersonate the founder of Qingxian sect?" Tang Yu nearly burst out laughing. Seeing her struggle to hold in her laughter, Yi Tsongxuan shouted angrily, "What are you laughing at? Can you be serious?" Looking at his flustered expression, Tang Yu finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "We demon sect disciples are professionally trained. We don't laugh unless we can't help it." To think the mighty founder of Qingxian sect would be suspected of impersonating himself by junior disciples. Yi Tsongxuan, oh Yi Tsongxuan, you deserve this day. Seeing Tang Yu gloat so gleefully, Yi Tsongxuan finally snapped and threw a punch. Taitsong looked confused by her reaction. "Sister Yuyu, why are you laughing? Could it be that he really is our sect's founder?" Seeing Tang Yuyu laugh so hard she couldn't breathe, Taitsong turned to Yi Tsongxuan and said with a grim face, "Our Qingxian sect has stood for over 2,000 years. though in decline. You are the first ever to impersonate our founding patriarch. For Sister Yuyu's sake, I'll let it slide. But you must never again call yourself Yi Songxuan. That name isn't something just anyone can claim. Hearing this, Yi Songxuan smiled to himself. So after 2,000 years, the sect still holds me in such high regard, huh? Then Taitsong pulled out a scroll and said, our founder was a divine and noble figure. How could someone as plain as you possibly impersonate him? This is the only surviving portrait of our founding patriarch. Today, you will understand. Impersonating the founder of our Qingxin sect? How utterly foolish. With that, he unfurled the scroll in his hand. Tang Yuyu hurriedly looked at the painting. In it, a man holding a teacup gazed into the distance, his handsome features exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Seeing the two staring at the painting in a daze, Taitsong chuckled and said, see that? This kind of presence, this kind of elegance. Could an ordinary person possibly impersonate him? He then pointed at Yi Songxuan with a smug tone. You can't even mimic a fraction of our founder's appearance or aura, yet you dare claim to be Yi Songxuan. Tang Yuyu glanced at the painting, then at Yi Songxuan, and burst into laughter again. This is killing me. Since when were you ever this handsome? Having lost face in front of Tang Yuyu, Yi Songxuan, slightly embarrassed, asked Taitsong, who painted this portrait? Taitsong, brimming with pride, explained, this painting was created by Qingya, the grand disciple of our Qingxin sect's founder, Yi Songxuan. It has been passed down to this day and is absolutely authentic. Hearing that the painting was by Qingya, Yi Songxuan and Tang Yuyu simultaneously recalled past events. Back when Qingya was just a child, he had once painted portraits of the two of them. But those paintings were so dreadful they were unbearable to look at. The two exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with doubt. Was this painting really done by Qingya? Since when could Qingya paint at this level? But Yi Songxuan wasn't particularly concerned about it. Whether Taitsong believed he was the founder mattered little to him. He grabbed Tang Yuyu and started walking away. Tonight is a full moon. The perfect time for foundation building. It's just right to help my new disciple Shir establish her foundation. The group of four ignored the bewildered Taitsong and headed straight for the back mountain of the Qingxin sect. They arrived at a tower called the Moon Pavilion. But compared to its former glory, the Moon Pavilion now lay in dilapidated ruins. Seeing the scene before him, Yi Songxuan's brows furrowed deeply. He asked Yi Lingyan what had happened here. From Saintess Yi Lingyan, Yi Songxuan learned that 700 years ago, Songzhou faced a beast tide. At that time, the Qingxin sect was still the top sect in Songzhou. It rallied other sects to jointly resist the beast tide. But no one expected that beast tide to be unprecedentedly ferocious. War raged for 3 full years, with countless disciples killed or wounded in tragic losses. Under the leadership of that generation's sect master, the human race ultimately triumphed over the beasts. But what the Qingxin sect didn't anticipate was that the disaster was a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. It was planned by several sects working together. That sect master was assassinated by traitors caught off guard. Immediately after, the 10 major sects stormed the Qingxin sect. Fortunately, Ancestor Qingya's combat prowess was extraordinary. He alone held off the sect masters of the 10 major sects. And though he ultimately preserved the Qingxin sect's foundation, the sect was still looted clean by those bandits. Of the 12 emperor weapons, only the formation at Yunxiao Peak couldn't be taken, while the rest were completely plundered. Ancestor Qingya was gravely injured. After ensuring the sect's safety, he left the Qingxin sect, and to this day, his whereabouts and fate remain unknown. Yi Songxuan had planned to bring Shir to the Moon Pavilion, to use the Moon Crown, one of the 12 emperor weapons, to forge a perfect foundation for Shir. But now, he suddenly learned of the Qingxin sect's history of being oppressed. Yi Songxuan's face darkened, his eyes red with murderous intent. No wonder the Qingxin sect has fallen to such a state. It seems they've forgotten how the Qingxin sect once became the top sect in Songzhou. This debt, I'll settle it with them slowly. He then turned to the forest behind him and said, you've been listening for so long, still not coming out. Are you waiting for me to invite you? The Qingxin sect, once the world's greatest sect, with a peak of 17 disciples and 1 million in strength, was attacked by the 10 major sects and reduced to a second-rate power. Upon his return, Ancestor Yi Songxuan learned of this and vowed to wash the world in blood, to make those who bullied the sect in his absence understand how the Qingxin sect once became the hegemon of the world. As Yi Songxuan pondered which sect to start with, he suddenly noticed someone eavesdropping in the forest behind. You've listened for so long, still not showing yourself. Are you waiting for me to come get you? The person hiding in the forest stepped out at his words. The figure emerged with a sheepish smile. I overheard the saintess discussing the Qingxin sect's tragic history just now, and didn't want to interrupt, so I stayed hidden. This man was Liang Yixiao, the peak master of Yunxiao Peak in the Qingxin sect. Following behind him was Liang Fifan, beaten black and blue by the demonist Tang Yuyu. Not long ago, Liang Fifan, the arrogant second-generation heir of the Qingxin sect, was beaten to a pulp by a little girl. Having always been domineering, how could he endure such humiliation? So, he returned to Yunxiao Peak to seek his father, Liang Yixiao, to stand up for him. But to his surprise, when he learned that the person he wanted to confront was a distinguished guest personally hosted by Supreme Elder Taitsong. His father, Liang Yixiao, not only refused to back him, but even he warned that if Liang Fifan dared to cause trouble during this critical time and disrupted the upcoming plan, even if you're my son, Liang Yixiao, I'll kill you myself. Though Liang Fifan didn't know what plan his father was referring to, he understood it must be of utmost importance. So he obediently followed his father to apologize to the esteemed guest. But for a minor figure like Liang Fifan, Yi Zhangshuan simply chose to ignore him. He learned from Saintess Yi Lingyan that Liang Yixiao became the peak master of Yunxia Peak 600 years ago. Yi Zhangshuan recalled that one of the conditions to become Yunxia Peak master was to comprehend at least one formation from the sealed formation path. 600 years ago was shortly after the Qingxian sect was attacked by the 10 major sections. If this man had no issues, Yi Zhangshuan would never believe it. Watching Liang Yixiao leave with Liang Fifan after apologizing, Yi Zhangshuan's brows furrowed slightly as he thought, I'll have to investigate Yunxia Peak in a couple of days. If this man is indeed a traitor, he cannot be spared. For now, the priority was to build a solid foundation for Sheer. Meanwhile, Liang Yixiao, leaving the back mountain, muttered darkly to himself. On his first day in the sect, he's personally hosted by that old fox Taitsong, and he knows the Qingxian sect's affairs like the back of his hand. This man is likely from the inner lineage of the Qingxian sect's founder. More importantly, he had a premonition that he was being targeted by this man. Only 1 year left, and the formation seal is about to be broken. Is it a coincidence that someone like him shows up now? At the same time, Yi Zhangshuan, with familiar ease, led the group to the valley in the Qingxian sect where demon beasts were raised. With the moon crown, one of the 12 emperor weapons, stolen, he had to find another way to assist Shier's foundation building. When Yi Lingyan learned Yi Zhangshuan planned to use beast blood to aid Shier, she was utterly perplexed. Though Shier possessed the twin Dao body, her twin physique leaned more toward a spiritual body and suited for comprehension and cultivation-based talents. How could Shier's bloodline withstand the ferocity of beast blood? Yi Zhangshuan chuckled and said, using beast blood for foundation building is a profound art. Just watch and see. With that, he and the demonist Tang Yuyu on his shoulder walked into the valley. To Yi Zhangshuan's surprise, the demon beasts in the beast hall all had bloodshot eyes. Drooling at the sight of Yi Zhangshuan's arrival, he turned to ask Yi Lingyan in the distance, Girl, how do you feed these beasts? Why do they look like they've been starving for days? Yi Lingyan hurriedly explained, when these demon beasts are well fed, they cause trouble. Keeping them hungry ensures they lack the strength to break the ceiling formations. We usually only feed them once every 7 days. Yi Zhangshuan shook his head, exasperated, and said, if demon beasts cause trouble when fed, it's because their wild nature remains. If you raise them like livestock, not only will they stop causing trouble, but they'll become docile. As he spoke, a group of demon beasts, eyes gleaming with ferocity, charged straight at Yi Zhangshuan. Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan remained calm and said unhurriedly, starving them like this. If the ceiling formations ever fail one day, these beasts escaping would cause big trouble. Like now, if an ordinary disciple came in, they'd have no chance but death. No sooner had he spoken than thousands of demon beasts lunged at them. Yi Zhangshuan raised his hand, and countless palm imprints soared into the sky. A barrage of strikes echoed through the valley, as Yi Zhangshuan knocked out the frenzied demon beasts, while simultaneously sorting them by type. Tiger-type beasts with ferocious bloodlines were tossed to one side. Snake-type beasts with cold chi and blood were piled together. Then came a massive white bear, swinging its mighty paws as it roared toward them. Seeing this, Tang Yuyu's eyes gleamed with excitement, drooling as she joyfully exclaimed, a white bear. This demon beast is the best when roasted. She stretched out her delicate little hand and caught the white bear's ferocious strike barehanded. The next second, with a flip, she slammed the white bear to the ground. At that moment, a figure shot toward them like lightning. Tang Yuyu sniffed hard and said, I smell a purple thorn lightning leopard. As the purple thorn lightning leopard pounced at her in a flash, Tang Yuyu couldn't help but drool. This is a top 3 delicacy on the gourmet list. Today, I'm in for a treat. With that, her tiny figure leaped into the air. She slammed the approaching Zijing thunder pellet hard into the ground, then grabbed it and started swinging it wildly. The shrinking Zijing thunder pellet was whipped around and entangled tightly. Soon it was tied into a ball. She jumped onto Yi Zhangshuan's shoulder and gleefully exclaimed, Husband, look! It's actually a Zijing thunder pellet. This little guy not only tastes good, it's excellent when soaked in wine. Seeing the chaos in the beast hall caused by the two, Yi Lingyan was stunned speechless in shock. Thousands of beasts were taken down so easily by just the 2 of them. Yi Zhangshuan then instructed Yi Lingyan, have someone record the details of all these beasts. Also, remove their claws and feet, grind them into powder. After giving instructions, Yi Zhangshuan forced a drop of blood from his fingertip. That drop of blood seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, and flew swiftly toward a corner of the canyon. Over 2,000 years ago, Yi Zhangshuan had set up a formation in this valley. It sealed the essence blood of 4 divine beasts. This drop of fingertip blood was the key to unsealing the array. since he was forging a foundation for his disciple Sheer. Of course, only the best materials would do. It also served as proof of the new path he had developed from body cultivation. As the blood merged swiftly into the ground, Yi Tsangxuan activated the long-sealed array. Ancient bronze cauldrons slowly rose from the earth. Tang Yu looked at the blood within the 4 cauldrons in surprise. She asked in shock, "Husband, did you slaughter all 4 of those divine beasts? There's at least dozens of pounds of essence blood in each one." Yi Tsangxuan chuckled and replied, "Why would I kill them? They are, after all, the 4 guardian beasts of Tsangzhou. I just promised not to bother them for 1,000 years. In return, they gave a bit more blood. Besides, those 4 beasts are truly weak. As the guardians of Tsangzhou, how can they protect the region with such poor strength? I offered to spar with them to improve their power. They'd rather bleed than fight me. I had no choice but to accept their blood, okay?" Seeing how smug Yi Tsangxuan looked, Tang Yu was speechless. Wasn't that clearly just a threat? To build the perfect foundation for his disciple, he used the essence blood of 4 divine beasts, with the gentle black tortoise blood as the base. It neutralized the fierce blood of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and other overbearing beast essences. To create a perfect barrel of foundation forging liquid, he then placed Sheer into the wooden tub. Soaked in this concoction of high-grade, Sheer felt like she was submerged in flames, her entire body burning hot. Seeing this, Yi Tsangxuan quickly instructed her to endure it, and to silently recite the cultivation mantra he had taught her earlier. As Sheer entered a meditative state, Yi Tsangxuan turned and looked toward the forest behind him. "You've been watching long enough. Come out." Only then did Saintess Yi Lingyan realize someone had been spying on them all along. That person said coldly, "Who are you really? And why do you know so much about Qingxian sect?" The man was none other than Taitsong, the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect. After many days of observation, Taitsong realized that Yi Tsangxuan's origins were unfathomable. Even as the Grand Elder, he didn't know that the Beast Hall contained essence blood of 4 divine beasts. Yet Yi Tsangxuan, an outsider, did. How could he know such hidden secrets? Yi Tsangxuan couldn't be bothered with Taitsong's suspicion. He asked bluntly, "As the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect, you should know which sects joined the siege against Qingxian sect 700 years ago, and which 11 Earthgrade treasures they stole." Taitsong was stunned by he couldn't understand why Yi Tsangxuan would ask that. He reflexively responded, "What do you want with that info?" Yi Tsangxuan answered coldly, "Nothing much. Just want you to summon all those sections. I'm going to hold a Luotian assembly." The moment Taitsong heard those words, the Luotian assembly was founded by Qingxuan's patriarch, Yi Tsangxuan. It was held every 100 years for all sects to gather. First, to rank sects through competitions among young disciples. Second, to resolve the centennial lifespan crisis, and discuss allocation of Tsangzhou's top fighters. But since the Patriarch left the lower realm, Qingxian sect was besieged by 10 great sects, and has not held a Luotian assembly in 700 years. Thinking of this, Taitsong couldn't help but sigh. Even if we hold it, what's the point? With our current Qingxian sect, no sect would even show up. Yi Tsangxuan replied calmly, "You're wrong. They won't come willingly. It's just that the benefits weren't enticing enough. If you dangle some tempting rewards in front of these sects, they'll definitely show up." As a Grand Elder, Taitsong naturally understood this logic. But right now, Qingxian sect has nothing like that left. Yi Tsangxuan had long been prepared, and said with a smile, "The divine sword used by the sect's founding ancestor. Isn't that the perfect bait?" Upon hearing him mention the founding ancestor's weapon, Taitsong rushed forward and grabbed Yi Tsangxuan anxiously. "You know where the Zhu Tian sword is?" When Yi Tsangxuan confirmed it, Taitsong staggered back in shock and pointed at him in disbelief. "You really know? Could you be a descendant of the ancestor?" It was as if a long-standing mystery had been unraveled. Taitsong became excited. "No wonder you share the ancestor's name. You must be his descendant. You want to become a legendary figure like him. To remind yourself never to forget your original intention." Hearing Taitsong's self-affirming assumption, Tang Yu burst out laughing. She clutched her belly and teased, "Husband, just you are the ancestor's descendant." Yi Tsangxuan turned and punched her angrily. "Stop messing around. You're just here to stir things up." He couldn't be bothered to explain to Taitsong. He simply ordered him to summon the other sections. But Taitsong suddenly grew worried. The Zhu Tian sword was left by the ancestor, and it's the only one on Joshuan continent. That surpasses an emperor-tier weapon. If those sects really manage to take it, we'll be finished. Yi Tsangxuan patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Relax. With me here, nothing will go wrong. I just think it's too troublesome to approach the sects one by one. It's easier to gather and deal with them all at once." Taitsong's worry stemmed from the legend about the Zhu Tian sword. It was originally Yi Tsangxuan's first spirit weapon, recast from the Qinghong sword. During a deadly duel with the demon emperor, Di Shitian, the Qinghong sword was shattered by a single punch. Though gravely injured, Yi Tsangxuan still managed to slay Di Shitian. After returning to the sect, he gathered all kinds of Earthgrade materials and spent 77 days to reforge the Qinghong sword. The reforged sword's divinity far surpassed other Emperor-tier weapons. It had also been bathed in demon blood, making its sword spirit unusually bloodthirsty. So Yi Zhangshuan renamed it Zhu Tian sword. After that, Yi Zhangshuan fought even more fiercely. He slew gods, banished immortals, and reaped mortals. The Zhu Tian sword became a weapon beyond Emperor tier. Since then, it has been feared by countless people. Rumor says that whoever obtains it can rule the world. That's why Taizong is so worried about it being taken away. If it's lost, Qinghong sect will cease to exist. But Yi Zhangshuan didn't care. His belongings weren't that easy to take. He told Taizong not to worry and to spread the word quickly. However, what Yi Zhangshuan didn't know was their conversation was being eavesdropped on by none other than Liang Yixiao, master of Yunxiao Peak, who controls the sect's formation. Using the formation, he overheard everything between Yi Zhangshuan and Taizong. With a grim face, he crushed the armrest. He didn't know who Yi Zhangshuan really was, yet he even knew secrets about the Zhu Tian sword. He himself had been hiding in Qinghong sect for over 1,000 years, all to seize the Zhu Tian sword. As he often said, this world's only weapon above Emperor tier. Only he was worthy to wield it. After all, it was bathed in his blood. He even killed his own bloodline for its sake. Locked away, Liang Fifan never imagined he'd die at the hands of his own father, Liang Yixiao. He thought his father was coming to release him, but instead, Liang Yixiao revealed a long-buried secret, that Liang Fifan's very birth was part of his plan. Thousands of years ago, the demon emperor, Di Shitian, fought Yi Zhangshuan, the strongest of the human race. He lost, and was slain by Yi Zhangshuan. But Di Shitian didn't completely die. He used a secret technique to possess a body and infiltrate Qingxian sect, hiding for 1,000 years, all to seize Yi Zhangshuan's sword, the only weapon on Jioshuan continent that surpasses an emperor-tier weapon. Qingxian sect has a secret technique that can trace one's origin. To ensure his plan wouldn't be exposed, Di Shitian left a backup plan and had a child with a human woman. He used the heart blood of his son, Liang Fifan, to perform the demon clan's secret blood qi technique. Only a clone created by this technique could avoid being exposed by Qingxian sect's tracing spell. This allowed him to mislead others and escape. He could then focus on breaking the Zhu Tian sword seal formation. Only in his final moments did Liang Fifan realize that his mother had also been killed by Liang Yixiao. The father he had always respected was actually a demon. Meanwhile, outside a pavilion of Qingxian sect, Shi'er, who had been empowered by the essence blood of the 4 divine beasts, was reaching the final stage. Yi Zhangshuan instructed the attending saintess Yi Lingyan to prepare fresh water and clean clothes for Shi'er, and the clothes must be custom-made from the tailor down the mountain. Qingxian sect's robes were just too ugly. After all, today was a very important day. Moments later, when Yi Lingyan returned with the new outfit, Shi'er happened to open her eyes in the tub. Illusions of the 4 divine beasts appeared above her head. Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan was stunned. He hadn't expected Shi'er to skip 3 major cultivation realms: body refining, penetration, and seaside, and directly reach the profound soul realm. And she possessed 4 divine beast souls. An ordinary person with even one would be called a prodigy, but Shi'er had all 4. Clearly, her physique had also evolved through this enhancement, from a dual Tao body into a 4-spirit sacred physique. Her talent now seemed truly heaven-defying. Yi Zhangshuan revealed an excited. Back then, she had taken the body refining path to its limit, yet couldn't defeat the heavens. If you can't destroy the heavens, you can't achieve immortality. So he had devoted everything to paving an extraordinary path for Shi'er. He then told Yi Lingyan to help Shi'er bathe and dress. After Yi Lingyan's meticulous grooming, the former little beggar Shi'er was completely transformed. After reaching the profound soul realm, her body absorbed profound energy, making her look several years older. Next came the formal apprenticeship ceremony. Yi Zhangshuan was already seated in the hall, waiting. The witch Tang Yuyu quickly dragged over a grand chair. Yi Zhangshuan was confused by the scene and asked her what she was doing. Tang Yuyu put her hands on her hips and said proudly, "Of course I need a good seat. After she serves you tea as her master, she'll serve me next. I'm her future mistress, after all." As they bantered, the living room door opened. Yi Lingyan walked in with the newly dressed Shi'er. Under her guidance, Shi'er walked up to Yi Zhangshuan and solemnly performed the disciple ceremony. She took the prepared tea from Yi Zhangshuan and respectfully said, "Master, please have some tea." As he took the tea, Tang Yu eagerly straightened her posture. Already imagining Shi'er offering tea to her next, she began feeling nervous. This was her first time being served tea, but after waiting a while, Shi'er didn't move after completing the master's ritual. Anxious, Tang Yu began coughing repeatedly, trying to hint at Shi'er with the sound. "You haven't served your mistress yet," Shi'er noticed, and asked in confusion. "Big sis, what's wrong? Why are you coughing? Are you sick?" Yi Lingyan, holding the tea, nearly burst into laughter. She kept thinking, don't laugh, don't laugh. The Grand Elder had warned them. This woman was an extremely dangerous witch. But when Shi'er called her big sis, Tang Yu flew into a rage. "Your master is my husband, so you should call me mistress. You've served your master. Now it's my turn. Shi'er looked at Yi Sangshuan with a face full of question marks. Master, do I really need to serve her tea? Yi Sangshuan looked completely speechless. After hesitating, he said, go ahead. She kinda counts as your mistress. Hearing that, Tang Yu wasn't pleased. What do you mean kinda? Explain yourself. Yi Sangshuan replied in a threatening tone. What? You don't want to be? Shi'er quickly stepped in and said, Mistress, please have some tea. Hearing this, Tang Yu was thrilled. She downed the tea in one gulp and thought, kinda is fine, better than nothing. At least he acknowledged it. She set the teacup down and pointed at Shi'er proudly. I accept you. You are now my and my husband's precious disciple. If anyone bullies you, just come to your mistress. Your wife promises not to beat her until her teeth are scattered. Then, with a shy glance at Yi Sangshuan beside her, she said, Husband, now that the apprenticeship ceremony is over, shall we go consummate our marriage? In an instant, Yi Sangshuan felt utterly exasperated. Just as he was about to push Tang Yu away, a disciple ran over in a panic. Liang Fifan has also fallen victim and was killed. Hearing this, Yi Sangshuan's brows furrowed slightly. With a playful smirk, he said, Interesting. Is it a real death or a fake one? Let's go find out. The master of a peak in the mighty Qingxian sect, assassinated, with the culprit brazenly leaving a threatening message. Hand over the Zhutian sword, or your entire sect will be annihilated. But our protagonist caught the scent of a conspiracy. Peak Master Liang Yixiao's identity was already suspicious. He didn't believe anyone could easily breach the Qingxian sect's protective array and silently kill a Peak Master. But to his surprise, after probing with memory retracing divine techniques, Liang Yixiao's corpse revealed its final memories, showing he was indeed killed by a stranger. This left Yi Sangshuan utterly perplexed. So he employed the Qingxian sect's secret origin technique, comparing the origins of the two corpses and discovering that Liang Yixiao and Liang Fifan's bodies were indeed father and son. Thus, it was certain that the corpse was indeed Liang Yixiao himself. Watching Yi Sangshuan perform two of the Qingxian sect's secret techniques in succession, the surrounding peak masters were filled with confusion. They had no idea who this man was. Even they couldn't easily wield those two secret techniques. Saint's Peak Master Xianyu looked at the Supreme Elder nearby, hoping to learn from her who this man truly was. But clearly, even Taitsong herself was clueless. The only certainty was that Yi Sangshuan had some connection to the sect. For now, at least, he posed no threat to the Qingxian sect's interests. Moreover, this Luotian conference was his idea. Hearing this, the elders were instantly shocked. The Luotian conference was a matter of great importance. How could a young upstart be involved? More shockingly, the Supreme Elder had agreed to it. Seeing the elders gossiping about his identity, Yi Sangshuan grew impatient and said, You should be focusing on how to strengthen security to prevent today's events from happening again. The news of the Luotian conference has already spread. Barring any surprises, within 3 days, the 6 major sects will gather at the Qingxian sect. With that, he led Yi Lingyan and the others away from Yunxia Peak. Arriving at a secluded forest, he instructed the women to wait there, then leaped into the air, swiftly flying toward the distance. In a few flashes, Yi Sangshuan reached the highest peak in the area. With a stomp of his foot, countless runes suddenly appeared across the peak. A peerless divine weapon faintly materialized within the formation. Looking at the Zhutian sword, his companion for many years, Yi Sangshuan's heart stirred as realization dawned. He didn't know what had happened to Liang Yixiao, but it was clear this man had infiltrated the Qingxian sect for the Zhutian sword. Yi Sangshuan noticed that the seal suppressing the Zhutian sword had loosened. The only way to undo the Zhutian sword's seal was to comprehend the formation diagram etched on Yunxia Peak. This meant the person had mastered at least 90% of the formation diagram. Someone with such mastery and strength could not have been so easily assassinated. But Yi Sangshuan was unfazed. The Zhutian sword, forged by his own hands, was not something just anyone could wield. Once the seal suppressing the Zhutian sword was broken, the one who broke it would inevitably reveal themselves. Then, Liang Yixiao's true identity would be exposed. Moreover, the Luotian conference would gather the strongest from various sects, all vying for the Zhutian sword. It was the perfect opportunity to use them, to help the Qingxian sect eliminate some threats first. Hearing Yi Sangshuan's plan, the demonist Tang Yu exclaimed excitedly, Husband, you're so cunning, letting others do the hard work to clear your troubles. And in the end, they get nothing. They might even lose their lives to you. I thought after 2,000 years in the upper realm, you'd turn soft and kind. Back then, you didn't bother with such petty tricks. You'd just slaughter millions, leaving rivers of blood. Yi Sangshuan responded calmly. I'm just too lazy to deal with a mere ant myself. Watching the show from behind is far more entertaining. Meanwhile, in a pavilion surrounded by peach blossoms, a disciple hurriedly arrived to report. Princess, word has it the Qingxian sect is holding a Luotian conference to decide the final ownership of the Zhutian sword. The elegant sound of a zither in the pavilion abruptly stopped. A veiled woman with an ethereal aura looked skyward and slowly said, Did they mention who is hosting the Luotian conference? The disciple quickly reported. It's being held by the Qingxian sect's supreme elder, Taitsong. The woman was slightly surprised and said, Taitsong, Since when did that old man have the guts to hold a Luotian conference? If he truly had the courage, he wouldn't have waited until now. She rose. Her Songxuan, is that you who's returned? I need to ask you properly. Why did you vanish for over 2,000 years? She then ordered the disciple outside the pavilion. Spread the word. All sect disciples are to gather at the palace gates. We depart for the Qingxian sect in 1 hour. In the end, I only managed to reclaim the treasure you left behind. This time, whether you return or not, I will never allow Qingxian sect to make another mistake. The Crimson Flame Valley, one of the 6 major sects, also received the news. Upon learning that this Luotian assembly would determine the ownership of the Zhu Tian sword, Valley Master Qi Tiangang hurriedly gathered the disciples of the valley and led a mighty force toward Qingxian sect. Similar scene occurred in the sword sect, another of the 6 great sects, as well as in other major sections. Countless experts set off toward Qingxian sect. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of Qingxian sect, Yi Zhangshuan took time to personally train his disciple Sheer. Sheer, who possesses the 4 sacred spirit physique, is most suited for formation arts. By using the souls of the 4 divine beasts as anchors, the power of formations can be greatly amplified. In his words, girls shouldn't always be fighting and killing. Solving problems with bloodless formations is the ideal way. If you have to do everything yourself, wouldn't that be exhausting? Just don't follow your mistress's example. She only knows how to solve things with violence, not refined at all. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuyu, who was busy stuffing her face, froze mid-bite. Suddenly, the chicken drumstick didn't taste so good. She pouted and said, "You're disliking me now? You're the one who taught me all of this. You told me strength breaks all techniques. You even said punches should land with full force to feel good, and now you're complaining?" Faced with the demon-like Tang Yuyu, Yi Zhangshuan mercilessly grabbed her and tossed her back onto the table, saying, "Just eat your food properly. Stop butting in. You're not the same as Sheer. The 4 sacred spirit physique is born for formations." He then began instructing Saintess Yiling Yan. The sect's ultimate technique, the tenfold sword Qi, had yet to be fully grasped by anyone in Qingxian sect. Not a single person had cultivated it to completion. No wonder Qingxian sect had fallen so low. Under Yi Zhangshuan's personal, hands-on guidance, Yiling Yan, already gifted as the Saintess, improved at astonishing speed. She quickly mastered the core of the tenfold sword Qi. Her strength grew by leaps and bounds. Time flew by as the disciples trained. Before long, the Luotian assembly was upon them. Famous cultivators from the lower realm of Zhangzhou all gathered at Qingxian sect, and on this very day, a mysterious figure secretly broke the seal of the Zhu Tian sword. The legendary divine weapon, once feared across the land, re-emerged. The 1,000-year seal was suddenly broken. The Zhu Tian sword, once again, returned to the world. This sword, alongside Yi Zhangshuan, had slain gods and immortals, and was even drenched in the blood of Demon Emperor Deshishan. It once stood above all creation. It said that whoever wields the Zhu Tian sword shall rule the world. The mysterious man had hidden in Qingxian sect for centuries, studying the array that sealed the Zhu Tian sword. But to fully awaken the bloodthirsty sword, he needed large amounts of blood from cultivators as offerings. It just so happened the Luotian assembly was being held. Countless powerful cultivators were headed for Qingxian sect. They were ambushed and slain en route by the mysterious man. Their blood fed the awakening of the Zhu Tian sword. Aside from the powerful 6 major sects, the weaker sects and lone cultivators were all wiped out. But something unexpected happened to the mysterious man. Meanwhile, in the Qingxian sect arena where the assembly was held, the heads of the 6 major sects arrived with their disciples. Jian Chun, the sword sect master, confident in his own strength, came alone without bringing any disciples. According to him, one Jian Chun was enough for the Luotian assembly. Anyone else would just be a burden. Seeing him arrive first, Taitsong came out to welcome him. "Master Jian Chun, you've arrived. Please come in." To which Jian Chun arrogantly replied, "You're Taitsong. Why do you look so old?" Taitsong didn't mind and smiled warmly. "You flatter me, Master Jian Chun. My talents are average. Still being alive is already a blessing. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face." Jian Chun found it boring. He waved his hand and walked off, saying, "Go greet the others first. I'll just find a random spot to sit." But after just a few steps, I ran into a group of people. The man in front smiled and said to Jian Chun, "Isn't this brother Jian Chun? Why are you alone this? You didn't even bring any disciples?" The speaker was Nie Juyo, the master of Juyo Hall, one of the 6 great sects. Before Jian Chun could reply, a gentle female voice cut in first. Why would brother Jian Chun need to bring disciples? With his strength alone, disciples would only get in the way. The speaker was Ji Qianro, sect master of the Hahuan sect, one of the 6 great sects. As she spoke, Ji Qianro leaned toward Jian Chun and whispered, "Brother Jian Chun, don't you agree?" But before her shoulder could touch Jian Chun, she missed completely. Jian Chun swiftly dodged back and said, "Miss, don't do that. I'm not interested in you." Seeing this, the Juyo Hall master mocked, despite Ji Qianro's darkened expression. "Come on, Ji Qianro. How many times has this happened? Just give it up. Brother Jian Chun clearly isn't into you." At that moment, A bold voice rang out from the distance. Everyone, long time no see. The speaker was sitting on a beast. None other than Zhang Kuang, sect master of the Myriad Beast sect. Before Zhang Kuang could exchange greetings, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept across the arena. Everyone was instantly shocked. Such overwhelming power. A red-haired man appeared, his body radiating flames, leading a group of disciples into the arena. The Zhu Tian sword is mine. Don't even think about competing. But before he finished, a zither sound suddenly echoed. It instantly shattered the pressure he emitted. The red-haired man was stunned. This person's strength. A veiled woman walked forward and spoke. Restrain your aura. We're all from the 6 great sects. Do you really think you're unbeatable? Also, don't block the way. With that, a sharp zither note shot out, aiming straight for the red-haired man. He hurriedly activated his defensive technique, Scarlet Sky Shield, but the zither's power was overwhelming. It shattered his defense in an instant. As the powerful leader of Trial Valley, one of the 6 great sects, he never expected his defense would be broken so easily. Then, the woman spoke coldly again. Don't be too arrogant. There's always someone stronger out there. With that, she walked past him with her disciples. No one knew where she came from, only that her surname was Qin, and she was extremely powerful. She emerged out of nowhere centuries ago, and wiped out the Tian Sha Hall, one of the 6 great sects. Then she founded the renowned Jade Maiden Palace, replacing Tian Sha Hall among the 6 great sects. As everyone speculated about her strength, the princess of Jade Maiden Palace, known as Princess Qin, spoke up. Now that the 6 great sects are all in Taitsong, the Luotian assembly should begin. Hearing this, Taitsong nodded and leapt up, landing at the center of the arena, and announced, the Luotian assembly is now officially open. This time, it will be different from before. It will consist of 2 stages. First, as usual, disciples of each sect will compete to determine the ranking of the sections. The second stage will decide who the Zhu Tian sword belongs to. Hearing the words, Zhu Tian sword, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. So the rumors about the Zhu Tian sword are true. It's the only weapon that surpasses Emperor-grade arms. Just then, Jinshin's voice rang out, drowning out the commotion. Why bother with 2 stages? Why not just go straight to the second? I didn't bring any disciples anyway. If it's about rankings, my Xinjian sect is at a disadvantage. The other sect leaders nodded in agreement. The reason we all gathered here, isn't it to compete for the Zhu Tian sword? As the Grand Elder Taitsong stood in confusion at the center, Princess Qin of the Jade Maiden Palace spoke up. I disagree with your decision. This is still Qingxian sect territory, after all. If you want someone else's treasure, naturally, one should abide by the rules of others. When Princess Qin spoke up for Qingxian sect, everyone else fell silent and backed down. They treated it as just a formality. Seeing the Jade Maiden Palace's princess suddenly defend her sect, Taitsong was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that Qingxian sect, now reduced to a third-rate force, would still have one of the 6 major sects supporting them. Without thinking too much, Taitsong announced the tournament rules. The first phase, each major sect will choose 20 disciples for a free-for-all. After 1 hour, the 20 remaining on the platform will proceed to the next round. Once all disciples stepped onto the stage, Taitsong lit the incense to mark the time. He then announced, the first match of the Luotian assembly begins, free-for-all. Instantly, disciples from every sect unsheathed their weapons. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, as one of the 6 great sects, the Jade Maiden Palace actually sided with a declining sect like Qingxian sect. How utterly disgraceful. We shouldn't associate with them. Why don't we join forces and eliminate them first? Hearing this, many others chimed in. They quickly formed an alliance to target the Jade Maiden Palace, facing an encirclement by disciples of 5 major sects. The female disciples of Jade Maiden Palace showed no fear. Their senior sister stepped forward onto the platform. You want to gang up and eliminate us? Do you really think you're worthy? As she spoke, the female disciples activated their musical instruments all at once. A surge of sound waves, laced with deadly killing intent, swept toward the allied disciples. As a type of area attack that knows no defense, soundwave attacks showed their overwhelming power. The weaker disciples were already collapsing to the ground. Those who could still stand were the stronger ones, but even they were injured to varying degrees. After enduring the wave of sonic attacks, while the arena battle raged on, in a secluded loft within Qingxian sect, the witch Tang Yuyu was still dreaming of delicious food. The Night Song sword suddenly struck her on the forehead, waking her up with a loud flick. It grumbled angrily. You're still sleeping at a time like this? The Luotian tournament has already begun. Faced with attacks from disciples of the 5 major sects, the female disciples of the Jade Maiden Palace showed no fear. The instruments in their hands kept playing deadly melodies. Moments later, aside from the seated participants, none of the ordinary disciples could remain standing. Because of that, aside from the senior sister, the other female disciples of the Jade Maiden Palace had already exhausted all their spiritual energy. Most of the remaining contestants from the other sects were either Holy Sons or Holy Son candidates. To avoid dragging down their senior sister in the next round, the female disciples all volunteered to withdraw, bringing the number of contestants under 20. Seeing this, the host sect's Master Taitsong raised his hand, and announced the end of the first battle. Those remaining on the battlefield would advance to the next round. Just then, a group of people approached the arena slowly. Leading them was Yi Tsangxuan of the Qingxian sect. Hearing the footsteps from outside the arena, and glimpsing vague figures, Jian Chun, the sect master of Xinjian sect, chuckled and said to himself, Qingxian sect has declined for hundreds of years, yet they suddenly host the I'd really like to know who's backing them now. Meanwhile, in the audience stands, the other sect masters also began whispering as the Qingxian sect representatives approached. To make the Zhu Tian sword the final prize. Let's see what kind of figures show up. Let's hope they don't disappoint us. Only Princess Qin from the Jade Maiden Palace stood up excitedly, eager to see if the person she longed for had arrived. But after waiting a while, no one entered the arena. Little did they know, outside the venue, Yi Tsangxuan and Tang Yuyu were in the middle of a fight. The reason being that Tang Yuyu overslept and missed the opening of the Luotian tournament. Tang Yuyu refused to take the blame and pinned it all on Yi Tsangxuan instead. It turned out that the night before, Tang Yuyu had started acting up again. She snuck into Yi Tsangxuan's room, shouting that she wanted something to happen between them so they could legitimize their marriage. As expected, Yi Tsangxuan simply tossed her out. But with her little witch personality, how could she possibly give up so easily? So she spent the entire night chasing her dream. As a result, she didn't sleep properly at all. In Tang Yuyu's words, if you had just obeyed me last night, we wouldn't be late this morning. You already agreed to let me be Shier's mistress, yet you won't even share a bed with me. So the two of them started brawling right at the arena gate. Seeing this, Yi Lingyan had no choice but to bring Shier into the arena first. Seeing that Yi Lingyan was only at the peak of the Soul Mirror stage, not even having reached the King Realm, and Shier was just a beginner at the Soul Mirror stage, Sword Sect Master Jian Chen instantly lost interest. Is this all Qingxian sect can offer? No decent contenders at all. Off to the side, Juyo Hall's master Niejuyo also looked visibly disappointed. Qingxian sect is just a third-rate sect now. Having disciples at the Soul Mirror level is already not bad. Someone like Wang Jin could probably serve as an elder there. Meanwhile, Palace Lord Qin had only seen 2 disciples arrive, and her excitement quickly faded as she sat back down. But just then, footsteps echoed again. Yi Tsangxuan entered the arena, face full of bruises, dragging behind him the even worse-off Tang Yuyu, her face swollen and battered. Seeing the figure was a man. Palace Lord Qin was so excited that she dropped her chin to the floor. She immediately leaned forward to look close, wanting to clearly see his face. Jian Chun, beside her, noticed her strange behavior and showed a puzzled expression. At their level of cultivation, not even a falling sky could shake their composure. Their minds should be as calm as still water. But Palace Lord Qin was acting so out of character. Why? Looking down at Yi Tsangxuan, Jian Chun wondered, could it be because of this man, just a mere beginner in body cultivation, or was it the little girl on his shoulder? But after examining closely, he was shocked. He couldn't see through the girl at all. At that moment, Princess Qin also snapped back to her senses. She picked up the bone needle from the ground, disappointment on her face. This man was not the one she longed for day and night. Though their figure and posture were similar, his aura and appearance were still slightly off. She silently thought to herself, of course, if it really were him, he wouldn't bother with this Luotian tournament farce. With his temperament, the 6 major sects would have been wiped out in a single day. Meanwhile, down below, Yi Tsangxuan yawned and said, so these are the 6 major sects. They've changed quite a bit. Then his eyes caught sight of the Jade Maiden Palace's seating area. Have they become one of the 6 sects now? That saintly melody they hold was crafted by me for him. If he wanted it, there was no need to snatch it. At this thought, he quickly sent a voice transmission to, did anything unusual happen? Taitsong replied via voice transmission. There's been a reshuffle among the 6 sections. One sect was replaced by Jade Maiden Palace, and Princess Qin from Jade Maiden seems to favor us, often speaking up for Qingxian sect. If not for her, fighting might have broken out long ago. There's one more odd thing. Aside from the 6 major sects, all first and second tier forces were also informed, but up to now, not a single one has shown up. Yi Tsangxuan furrowed his brow slightly. Thinking of something, he muttered, interesting. Looks like the prey has taken the bait. The real show's about to start. Just then, Tang Yuyu curiously asked, with all 6 sects gathered here, do you think the one you're waiting for will dare show up? Hearing this, Yi Tsangxuan smiled and replied confidently, if he wants to use the I placed a restriction inside the sword. It must either protect Qingxian sect for 100 years, or resolve one extinction-level crisis for the sect. Until then, the restriction remains, and it can't be claimed. Isn't this the perfect moment of crisis for Qingxian sect? How could he not come? Tang Yuyu grinned and teased. Husband, you're so bad, but I like it. At that moment, Taitsong stepped onto the stage and announced, next, we will begin the sect ranking battles. The participants include the 2 from Qingxian sect, a total of 16 people. Opponents will be randomly selected based on the names on the battle roster. The winner of each duel will advance to the next round. This will determine the final victor. In the arena, as the Central Gate ranking battle is about to begin, 50 miles away from Qingxian sect, In Wanling Mountain, the mysterious figure who broke the seal of the Jutian sword is still slaughtering. According to the restrictions within the Jutian sword, he chose to help Qingxian sect resolve this crisis. Apart from the 6 major sects participating in the competition, all other forces have been completely wiped out by him. If not for another restriction within the Jutian sword, he would have already returned to the demon clan, though it's a bit troublesome. By absorbing the essence and blood of these warriors, his strength has returned to its peak. Combined with the Jutian sword in his hand, even if facing all 6 major sects together, he is confident he can eliminate them all. Unexpectedly, in the highly anticipated sect ranking battle, a mere novice at the mysterious soul restriction stage appeared. This caused the leaders of the major sects to mock incessantly. Has Qingxian sect fallen so low? Are they just sending a beginner-level rookie to make up numbers? Facing the mockery from the major sects, Yi Tsongxuan frowned slightly. At this moment, Taitsong announced the competitors for the first match. It was Yi Lingyan from Qingxian sect versus Song Xiao from Qian Valley. Nie Juyo, the shop owner of Juyo Hall in the audience, saw this and turned to Qi Tiangang beside him, chuckling as he said, "Brother Tiangang, if I remember correctly, Song Xiao is one of your personal disciples, right? Are you confident he can defeat the disciple from Qingxian sect?" Hearing this, Qi Tiangang extended 3 fingers and said confidently, 3 moves to win. A mere mysterious soul restriction stage disciple, and from Qingxian sect, no less. 3 moves is already giving him too much credit. Hearing this, Tang Yuyu, also in the audience, couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "I'm dying of laughter. Husband, did you hear that? He actually said his disciple could defeat Lingyan in 3 moves. Hearing this, Yi Tsongxuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "That's normal. After all, they can't train disciples capable of easily challenging higher levels." Hearing their laughter, Qi Tiangang stood up and angrily rebuked, "You little brat, you've got quite the mouth." Then he laughed heartily and said, "Easily defeating my disciple across levels. That's the biggest joke I've heard in my life." Hearing this, Yi Tsongxuan raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "What? You don't believe it? How about we add a wager to this match?" Qi Tiangang, hearing this, said with disdain, "I don't mind. But with your Qingxian sect, as it is now, a third-rate sect, what good things could you possibly offer? Don't tell me you're going to compensate me with the Jutian sword in advance." At the mention of the Jutian sword, the leaders of the other sects gathered around. Seeing his goal achieved, Yi Tsongxuan chuckled and said, "The Jutian sword is indeed nice, but it's a weapon for the second stage of the Luotian tournament. However, I'm not short on other good items." As he spoke, a light appeared in his hand. This is an Earth-grade mysterious treasure called the Xiantian Pearl. It contains a small world that can be used to trap enemies, or help sect disciples cultivate. As long as enough mysterious artifacts are provided, the time flow within the Xiantian Pearl's small world can be freely controlled. The value of a time-based Earth-grade mysterious treasure speaks for itself, right? How about using it as the stake for this bet? Seeing that Qingxian sect could casually produce an Earth-grade mysterious treasure, Qi Tiangang felt a pang of regret. Had he known, 700 years ago during that raid, he should have turned Qingxian sect upside down. With full confidence in his personal disciple, he took out an Earth-grade Qingfeng sword as his stake. Seeing this, Yi Tsongxuan casually said, "In that case, it's settled. 3 moves, as agreed. Whether your disciple attacks or defends, as long as he doesn't lose after 3 moves, this Xiantian Pearl is yours. But forget about your Qingxian sword. I have too many Earth-grade mysterious treasures. They're useless to me. How about this? If you lose, all you have to do is kneel before everyone and loudly say, 'I was wrong. I shouldn't have underestimated Qingxian sect's disciples.'" Hearing Yi Tsongxuan's condescending words, Qi Tiangang was instantly furious. The floor beneath his feet cracked with visible fissures. Seeing this, Yi Tsongxuan smirked calmly and said, "What? Are you scared?" Tang Yuyu, in his arms, added fuel to the fire, mocking, "Coward. If you're too scared, just forget it." How could Qi Tiangang tolerate this? He immediately agreed. Seeing his plan succeed, Yi Tsongxuan revealed a playful smile. At this moment, Yi Lingyan had already stepped onto the battle platform. Below the stage, Xiao Shi'er was cheering and waving excitedly for her. At the same time, Song Xiao, the personal disciple of Qian Valley, also stepped onto the platform. Countless Qian Valley disciples cheered for him from behind. Before the fight began, Yi Lingyan clasped her fists in a basic gesture of respect. "Yi Lingyan of Qingxian sect, please guide me." Unexpectedly, Song Xiao made a disdainful gesture and sneered, "A mere mysterious soul realm? You're not worthy." With Taitsong's command, the match officially began. As the command fell, Song Xiao launched the first attack. With a loud bang, Song Xiao stomped his foot, shaking the ground like an earthquake. The next second, he vanished from his spot. In a flash, the entire battle platform was engulfed in flames. The terrifying force was comparable to a Peak King Realm's full strike. This made the audience below worry for Yi Lingyan. Could someone at the mysterious soul realm withstand this? Facing the rapidly approaching, terrifying flames, Yi Lingyan stood calmly with her sword, her expression serene. The next second, she swung her sword. She directly unleashed one of the 10 supreme sword techniques, the Shijing Sword Supreme. The Shijing sword focuses on lethal techniques. Its sword energy is as swift as lightning and incomparably sharp. When the two forces collided, a deafening explosion rang out. Song Zhao's attack was directly shattered by Yi Lingyan's single sword strike. Staring at her, Song Zhao's eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists. Using a forbidden technique, his body was enveloped in flames as he roared. Why did you block my first move? If you hadn't, I wouldn't have had to use the forbidden technique. He knew that if he couldn't defeat Yi Lingyan within 3 moves, causing Valley Master Qi Tiangang to lose the bet, he would face a fate far worse than the cost of using the forbidden technique. It would be utterly miserable. Using the forbidden technique, Song Zhao's mysterious energy surged endlessly, carrying flames that could incinerate everything. He charged at Yi Lingyan, seeing Song Zhao unleash power comparable to the Sword Yellow Realm. Qi and Valley's disciples were thrilled. Victory is assured. She's just at the mysterious soul realm. Even if she self-destructs, she can't withstand this attack, right? In the audience, Qi Tiangang beamed with delight. He turned to Yi Tsongxuan smugly and said, "Do you still think you can win this match?" Yi Tsongxuan responded with a look as if he were staring at a fool. "Your vision is so limited. Why don't you look up and see what's happening?" Following Yi Tsongxuan's pointing finger, Qi Tiangang looked up. Above the battlefield, streams of thunderous power were gathering. This thunderous power, no less than the Yellow Realm. How could a little girl at the mysterious Soul Realm wield it? On the battlefield, Yi Lingyan looked at the gathered thunderous power above, showing a confident smile. Facing the charging Song Zhao, she raised her sword to meet him. With one swing, the thunderous power in the sky seemed guided, and Song Zhao was instantly engulfed in lightning. Moments later, the lightning dissipated. Song Zhao's body fell, crashing heavily to the ground. Looking at Yi Lingyan standing with her sword, the onlookers couldn't help. Is this the strength of someone at the mysterious Soul Realm? Hasn't Qingxian sect fallen to a third-rate sect? How can someone at the mysterious Soul Realm be this strong? Seeing the battle had concluded, Yi Tsongxuan approached Qi Tiangang from behind, chuckling as he said, "I won. Isn't it time to fulfill the bet?" Hearing this, Qi Tiangang's face darkened instantly. Then, with a cunning expression, he said, "So what if you won? It seems when we made the bet, we didn't specify a time for fulfillment, did we? So, delaying it a bit doesn't count as breaking the agreement." Hearing his shameless words, Yi Tsongxuan didn't get angry and asked, "May I ask, how long do you plan to delay?" Qi Tiangang chuckled and said, "Don't worry. After this Luotian tournament ends, and the final ownership of the Zhutian sword is decided, I'll fulfill the bet. However, if you happen to die before then, it'd be a pity, but the bet would naturally be void." Seeing Qi Tiangang's smug, confident demeanor, Tang Yuyu clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. "Husband, did you hear that? He thinks you'll die during the Luotian tournament. Isn't that hilarious?" Yi Tsongxuan responded nonchalantly. "It's normal. After all, he doesn't know me." At this moment, Taitsong spoke up, interrupting the crowd's discussions. "The winner of this match is the Saintess of Qingxian sect, Yi Lingyan. Next, please welcome the contestants for the second round." After several matches, 3 incense sticks later, the battle for the top 8 reached its conclusion. The final match, Yi Shi'er from Qingxian sect versus Wu Tao, the holy son of Hahuan sect. Yi Shi'er, who had never fought before, felt nervous and uneasy. With encouragement from Saintess Yi Lingyan, Shi'er mustered her courage and stepped onto the highly anticipated battle stage. Looking at this beginner with only mysterious soul realm level 7 cultivation, the surrounding spectators erupted in mocking laughter. The mighty Qingxian sect, once the top sect of the 9 mysterious continent, is now just sending random disciples to make up numbers? However, those who mocked were soon proven wrong. A figure leaped onto the battle stage. It was Shi'er's opponent, Wu Tao, the chief disciple of Hahuan sect. Looking at the nervous, stuttering Shi'er, Wu Tao gave a sly smile and said, "Such a cute little girl. What's the point of fighting and killing? How about we try a different kind of contest? It can even boost your cultivation." Dealing with an innocent, naive girl, Wu Tao's experience made it seem like an easy win. But Shi'er responded with an innocent expression. "Sister Lingyan told me to go all out from the start." Hearing this, Wu Tao chuckled and continued to coax. "If you want to settle the match, we can use our Hahuan sect's method and dual cult. We'll see who improves their cultivation more afterward. This way, with your early mysterious soul realm cultivation, you won't have to worry about getting hurt fighting me, a mysterious king. Isn't that a win-win?" But Shi'er's next words left Wu Tao dumbfounded. "Why do you think I can't beat you? I've already won." Before the confused Wu Tao could figure it out, a massive array suddenly appeared beneath his feet. A terrifying gravitational force pressed down on Wu Tao. Only then did Wu Tao realize the meaning of Shi'er's words. Seeing Wu Tao immobilized in the array, Shi'er finally explained, "I set up the array from the start." He walked right into it without even looking. Then, counting on her fingers with an innocent look, she continued, "There's the vermilion bird fire array, the black tortoise gravity array, the azure dragon power array, and more. 13 arrays in total. And you didn't notice a single one." Hearing this, Wu Tao was completely stunned. At that moment, Shi'er recalled Yi Lingyan's instructions before the match, to go all out during the fight. Without hesitation, she formed hand seals, activating all 13 arrays at once. With the mysterious souls of the 4 divine beasts empowering her from behind, the array's power surged even further. With a deafening boom, the entire battle stage was instantly shrouded in dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Shi'er stood there with a puzzled expression. Where did he go? Why can't I see him? Looking at Shi'er, still standing on the stage searching for Wu Tao, Yi Lingyan stepped forward and called out, Shi'er, you can come down now. Hearing this, Shi'er turned around, surprised, and asked, Sister Lingyan, am I done already? But it's not what I imagined. I haven't even started yet. I still have so many arrays I didn't use. Hearing this, Yi Lingyan, sweating, explained, not everyone is like the young master, able to stand in your arrays and give pointers. Your opponent Wu Tao is already gone. Watching Shi'er leave with Yi Lingyan, the audience erupted in shock. What the hell was that? Wu Tao got taken out instantly? This little girl is only at early mysterious soul realm. How could she be this strong? The disciples of Hahuan's sect were even more incredulous. Their proud chief disciple was gone just like that. Only Jian Shun, the master of mysterious sword sect, saw through it and said, what a bunch of fools. Didn't you bother to sense her? Do you know what kind of physique she has? That's the 4 spirits' holy body. Rare, even in a millennium. And she possesses the mysterious souls of the 4 divine beasts, with the divine beast souls as the foundation for her arrays. Challenging someone above her level is as easy as drinking water. Hearing this, the leaders of the other 6 major sects suddenly understood. The Qingxian sect could still produce such a prodigy? This was something they could never have imagined. Hearing the discussions around, Taitsong, the supreme elder of Qingxian sect, coughed lightly, to hide his inner joy. He then announced the end of the top 8 battles. Next, the competition for the top 4 would begin. At the same time, a mysterious figure in a purple robe had arrived at the foot of Qingxian sect's mountain. It was the one who had been lurking in Qingxian sect for centuries, the one plotting to steal the Zhutian sword. He didn't expect was that the Zhutian sword he finally obtained had been sealed with a restriction. Only by protecting Qingxian sect once could he claim ownership, and now was precisely Qingxian sect's moment of crisis. As long as he defeated all the invading 6 major sects, this world-shaking Zhutian sword would be his. With this thought, the mysterious figure took out a mask artifact. This item could perfectly conceal the wearer's original aura. This way, even if he fought the 6 major sects, his true identity wouldn't be exposed. As the mysterious figure put on the mask artifact, a familiar face was revealed. It was none other than the likeness of Yi Tsongshuan, the founding ancestor of Qingxian sect. Qingxian sect, your ancestor has returned. At the same time, in the audience seats of the arena, Yi Tsongshuan sensed something. The originally lively sect ranking battle suddenly fell deathly silent with the arrival of a figure, because this person was none other than Yi Tsongshuan, the body-refining ancestor who vanished thousands of years ago and ascended to the immortal realm. Seeing the newcomer, all the sect leaders couldn't believe their eyes. Could someone actually return successfully from the upper realm? After comparing him to the portrait in their hands, they confirmed this was indeed Yi Tsongshuan, the legend who left countless tales. Even Taitsong, the supreme elder of Qingxian sect, couldn't believe his own eyes. Was their ancestor truly back? But what no one could have dreamed was that the real Yi Tsongshuan was actually in the audience seats. Tang Yuyu. Husband, did you see that? This guy's impersonation of you is pretty convincing. Yi Tsongshuan, being impersonated, was somewhat annoyed and said, you talk too much. Be quiet and watch the show. Seeing the figure holding the Zhutian sword, everyone believed it was real. The 6 major sects had gathered at Qingxian sect for the Zhutian sword. Now that the supposed owner appeared with the sword, there was no need to continue the sect ranking battle. Qi Tiangang, the valley master of Qian Valley, leaped down from the audience seats and declared, even if you're Yi Tsongshuan himself, so what? The former number 1 in the world, in our eyes, is just an old man over 2,000 years old. Maybe you couldn't make it in the upper realm and crawled back. Hand over the Zhutian sword, or don't expect to leave here in one piece today. The mysterious figure impersonating Yi Tsongshuan laughed and said, it's been a while since anyone dared speak to me like that. A mere venerable, not even a saint. You've got some guts. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure was unleashed. Qi Tiangang broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard. He thought to himself, this person's aura is so strong. Seeing Qi Tiangang trembling in fear, the mysterious figure chuckled and said, if you can defeat me, this Zhutian sword is yours. Hearing this, Qi Tiangang suppressed his fear, unleashed his full cultivation, and roared, even if you're a saint from the upper realm, your strength must be a fraction of what it was. I might not lose. As he spoke, a massive fireball formed, hurtling toward the mysterious figure with a whistle. The sword-wielding mysterious figure merely raised a hand and slapped, shattering the terrifying fireball into pieces. But he quickly realized Qi Tiangong's true intent. The fireball was just a distraction. Qi Tiangong's real goal was to envelop the entire battle stage in fiery aura. This way, Qi Tiangang, who specialized in fire techniques, would be in his element. Qi Tiangong's figure was shrouded, swiftly darting across the battle stage. At the same time, a clone made of flames silently appeared behind the mysterious figure. Seeing through it instantly, the mysterious figure chuckled. Just childish tricks. He formed a seal with one hand, condensing a magical imprint, and shot it toward the flame clone behind him. With a bang, countless cracks appeared on the flame clone's body, and it vanished without a trace the next second. At the same time, Qi Tiangong's real body appeared from above, delivering a powerful kick like a mountain crashing down toward the mysterious figure. A resounding clash echoed through the entire arena. The shockwave from their collision spread to the audience seats, causing countless sect disciples to stumble and sway. As the dust settled, two figures stood on the battle stage. The mysterious figure effortlessly blocked Qi Tiangong's powerful strike, and said with a chuckle, "Is that the extent of your power? What a disappointment." Enraged, Qi Tiangong leaped up, directly unleashing the long-inherited forbidden technique of his sect, the immortal slaying flame. In an instant, terrifying flames carrying the power to incinerate everything surged forth. It roared toward the mysterious figure on the battle platform below. Seeing this, the crowd in the audience gasped in shock. The platform in the arena was directly blasted into oblivion. Witnessing the effect of this strike, Qi Tiangong showed a satisfied expression. "You dare underestimate me? You're nothing special." However, as soon as his words fell, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. The mysterious figure had appeared behind him unnoticed. He chuckled and said, "The power of that move was indeed impressive in terms of attack. Unfortunately, it was far too slow." With that, he struck directly at Qi Tiangong's face. Qi Tiangong was sent flying backward without any chance to resist. He crashed heavily into the arena's wall, severely injured and unable to stand. Having done this, the mysterious figure landed on the ground and said in a playful tone, "Is this the strength of one of the 6 major sects of Zhangzhou today? Isn't it a bit too weak?" He then turned to the audience, addressing the leaders of the other sections. "Don't tell me you're all as weak as him." As his words fell, the audience erupted. Countless disciples shouted in protest, defending their sect leaders. Angry curses filled the air. Seeing this, Nie Jiuyo, the shop owner of Jiuyo Hall, Ji Qinro, the sect leader of Hahuan sect, and Zhang Quang, the sect leader of Wanshou sect, all leaped into the arena. The three formed an encircling formation, surrounding the mysterious figure. Even if not for the Zhutian sword, for the sake of the 6 major sects' reputation, the three could no longer sit idly by. Seeing this, the mysterious figure remained unfazed and mocked. "If you can force me to use the Zhutian sword, I might spare your lives." Hearing such arrogant words, the three couldn't hold back. Without another word, they simultaneously launched an attack on the mysterious figure. Facing the combined assault of 3 venerable powerhouses, the mysterious figure merely stomped his foot lightly. The force of that single stomp was terrifying, directly sending all 3 flying backward. As leaders of top-tier forces in the lower realm, the 3 venerables were battle-hardened warriors. Nie Jiuyo, with swirling energy around his hands, was the first to break through the mysterious figure's oppressive aura. He swiftly charged toward the mysterious figure. However, facing such a sharp attack, the mysterious figure merely raised his leg, sending Nie Jiuyo flying with a single kick. As Nie Jiuyo was hurled into the air, he roared at the other 2. "Why aren't you attacking?" He then released a strange energy from his hands, hurling it toward the mysterious figure to bind him. At the same time, Ji Qinro, the sect leader of Hahuan sect, took a deep breath, unleashing power. Zhang Quang, the sect leader of Wanshou sect, followed closely, slamming a fist into the ground. A dragon-like beast at the half-immortal realm burst from the earth, its massive mouth instantly forming a terrifying energy ball. However, facing the trio's imminent ultimate attacks, the mysterious figure calmly drew the Zhutian sword from his waist. With a single slash, the terrifying sword energy swept forth unstoppable, cleaving the half-immortal realm dragon-like beast in 2. Even Nie Jiuyo behind it was slain by this single strike. The onlookers could hardly believe that 3 venerable powerhouses from the 6 major sects couldn't withstand even a single sword strike from the mysterious figure. Seeing this, Jin Shun, the sect leader of Xinjian sect in the audience, frowned, thinking to himself, "Is this the power of the Zhutian sword, allowing a cultivator at the early immortal realm to unleash power comparable to the immortal king realm?" At this thought, Jin Shen's face lit up with excitement. He leaped into the arena, thrusting his sword heavily into the ground. With surging battle intent, he addressed the mysterious figure. "I hope your swordsmanship doesn't disappoint me." The 6 major sects gathered at Qingxian sect, all here for the Zhutian sword. But Jian Shun was an exception. He came to challenge the legendary Qingxian ancestor. Jian Shun only regretted not being born 3,000 years ago, in an era when countless prodigies rose to compete with them for the gate of ascension to the upper realm. If the mysterious figure before him was truly that legendary figure, Yi Zhangshuan, who single-handedly dominated the world's heroes, his long journey here would not be in vain. Without hesitation, Jian Shun charged at the mysterious figure. The moment they clashed, a deafening boom erupted. The shockwave from their collision spread in all directions. Sensing Jian Shen's cultivation level, the mysterious man finally acknowledged him and said, "You've yet to ascend to the upper realm, yet reached the immortal stage. A mortal world immortal, once in 10 millennia?" With those words, they each pulled back after their probing strike. Seeing the overwhelming power of the Zhu Tian's sword in the man's hand, Jianchen tossed away his current sword and gestured. A blade named Ziyun shot out from its scabbard and landed firmly in Jianchen's hand. The two launched another round of attacks simultaneously, but to Jianchen's surprise, with just one clash, his Ziyun ice blade instantly cracked all over. It was clearly no match for the Zhu Tian sword. Looking at the broken blade, Jianchen paused briefly, then muttered to himself, as expected of the Zhu Tian sword. Impressive. He then summoned another ice blade from its scabbard and resumed his assault on the mysterious man. Jianchen's sword aura was fierce, but the mysterious man calmly slashed forth. A wave of sword energy shot straight toward Jianchen. In the next instant, Jianchen's ice blade shattered once again. Seeing this, he quickly retreated to create some distance. The Zhu Tian sword in his opponent's hand had far exceeded his expectations. It was on an entirely different level from ordinary ice blades. He decisively tossed aside the broken hilt and fearlessly charged toward the mysterious man again. Along the way, he roared, "Sword, come!" Two flashes of light shot from the scabbards on the ground. Two ice blades named Silent and Zetian flew out, landing firmly in Jianchen's hands. His movements were fluid, without the slightest pause. With bloodshot eyes, Jianchen slashed at the mysterious man. The man raised the Zhu Tian's sword in defense. At just a single clash, the ice blade named Silent broke instantly. Jianchen swung his other blade immediately after, but the result was exactly the same. Once more he shouted, "Sword, come!" With just 5 sword strikes, Jianchen had already shattered countless ice blades. Yet even so, it didn't slow down his relentless assault. The sound of clashing swords mingled with the breaking of ice blades. They seemed ready to tear down the entire arena. As the battle between the two reached its climax, even the spectators couldn't follow their movements. All they could see was an endless stream of frost energy, howling from the distant sword cliffs. Countless sword shadows danced across the arena. No one knew how long had passed. Jianchen unleashed 999 consecutive strikes, which meant his forged frost energy was nearly depleted, and his next strike would be his most powerful yet. Capable of slaying immortals, this attack was known as Annihilate Immortal. With Jianchen's furious roar, a terrifying sword aura crashed toward the mysterious man like a tidal wave. The mysterious man, who had remained calm all along, was finally forced to take it seriously. Although he managed to block the blow, he still suffered internal injuries. He didn't expect a mortal immortal to unleash such power. That strike rivaled the strength of an immortal king. But in the next second, the mysterious man's expression changed. Jianchen hovered in the air, surrounded by countless sword auras. He had unleashed a forbidden technique he had never used before, Heaven-Severing Slash. Even if it could kill the mysterious man, it would damage Jianchen's own foundation. A strike that hurts the enemy 1,000 times, but costs 800 of your own. At that moment, the spectators' weapons suddenly flew from their sheaths, rushing uncontrollably toward Jianchen in the air. He floated, surrounded by pure sword energy. All the decorative weapons in the arena seemed to respond to his call. Countless secondary swords surged skyward from the crowd, forming a swirling storm of sword shadows around him. Seeing this, Tang Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. This kind of move, even that could be broken? Yi Tsangxuan calmly analyzed the scene and said, if this were 2,000 years ago, yes, it could be shattered. It could even open the immortal gate and ascend with a sword. This man is indeed powerful. Too bad he was born in the wrong era. As he spoke, a massive sword formed from countless secondary weapons appeared in the sky. With Jianchen pointing a finger, the great sword charged at the mysterious man with terrifying force. Seeing this, the mysterious man was forced to unleash his origin power. The rhythm within his body surged violently. In an instant, the Zhu Tian sword radiated overwhelming pressure. The mysterious man swung it with all his strength at the descending sword. The two forces collided under everyone's gaze. A deafening boom echoed through the air. Shockwaves rippled outward like tidal waves. Yi Tsangxuan raised a hand and formed a barrier, blocking the wave as he calmly commented, if these two were any stronger, even in this era of declining magic, they could forcibly open the immortal gate. As soon as he said that, he glanced toward the Jade Maiden Palace. To his surprise, Palace Lord Qin had easily blocked the shockwave too, and the aura she emitted confirmed. She had already forcibly opened the immortal gate during the In-Law era. Yi Tsangxuan couldn't help feeling astonished. Moments later, the dust settled. Two figures emerged in the arena. Jianchen, dragging his broken right arm, staggered. Regretfully, even after using his ultimate technique, he still failed to defeat the mysterious man. And despite such an intense battle, the legendary immortal gate still didn't open. He was fated never to reach the upper realm. The mysterious man, however, remained unscathed. Toward Jianchen, he felt genuine respect. Those who are obsessed with combat always find mutual admiration. After defeating the 5 strongest fighters of the major sects, the mysterious man looked around and said, now then, is there anyone else who still wants the Zhu Tian sword? But just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. I was never interested in the Zhu Tian sword. It's just that, why are you pretending to be Yi Tsangxuan? The speaker was none other than Palace Lord Qin of Jade Maiden Palace. Hearing this, the mysterious man's face changed dramatically. Could this woman know Yi Tsangxuan? Impossible. Anyone from Yi Tsangxuan's era in the lower realm should have long since died. He responded with a calm expression. Palace Lord Qin, surely you jest. I am Yi Tsangxuan. There is no impersonation. But Palace Lord Qin snorted coldly. I don't know who you are, but you suddenly appeared at Qingxian's sect and resolved their crisis as if it were nothing. It should have been a good thing. But you shouldn't have impersonated Yi Tsangxuan. If you don't dare show your true face, it means there must be some hidden scheme. As for a joke, I am Yi Tsangxuan's woman. How could I not recognize my own man? The arena instantly fell into complete silence. Then a wave of shock erupted in the stands. Everyone found it hard to believe. Palace Lord Qin was actually Yi Tsangxuan's woman? Tang Yuyu, also in the audience, got upset upon hearing that. She shook Yi Tsangxuan's head and asked, Husband, is what she said true? You and her are already married? Yi Tsangxuan froze on the spot. Even he didn't know? When another woman came into his life, the mysterious man was also stunned by Qin's words, wondering who she really was. If she truly came from Yi Tsangxuan's era, how could she still be alive today? Even among their demon clan, few had lifespans that long. While the mysterious man pondered, Qin Palace Lord lightly tapped her foot, and in the blink of an eye appeared in the arena. Staring at the man before her, she continued her argument. To fight a mere mortal immortal with a Zhu Tian sword, my man would never be that weak. Let alone a mortal immortal. Even an immortal king in his eyes would be nothing but trash. Hearing this, the mysterious man fell silent, because everything she said was true. As Qin exposed more of his flaws, the past slowly came to light. Turns out, over 1,000 years ago, Qin Palace Lord had already become a mortal immortal in the lower realm. Her strength could have easily broken open the immortal gate, but she stayed behind for one reason, to wait for Yi Tsangxuan's return, and she waited. For over 1,000 years, the one she longed for never came, so she chose to break through to the immortal king realm, forcibly opened the immortal gate, and ascended, to search for news of Yi Tsangxuan. 700 years ago, she finally found his traces in the upper realm, but then heard that Qingxian's sect in Cangzhou was in grave danger. It was the sect Yi Tsangxuan founded himself, so she had no choice but to return to the lower realm, but she was still one step too late. Most of Qingxian's sect had already been destroyed. She later discovered something fishy. The 6 major sects alone, those who couldn't even open an immortal gate, how could they wipe out Qingxian's sect? She followed the clues and found that all portraits of Yi Tsangxuan in the lower realm had been swapped. Even the ancestral hall at Qingxian's sect had a fake portrait. At that moment, she knew someone was orchestrating everything, so she stayed hidden in the lower realm, waiting to see who was behind it all. That wait lasted 700 more years. Until today, she finally confirmed. The mysterious man before her was the true culprit. Hearing the truth exposed by Qin Palace Lord, the mysterious man stopped pretending. He let out a wicked laugh. Never expected my flawless plan to be undone by someone from the upper realm. As he spoke, he ripped the mask from his face. His body began to shift and glow. A sharp horn emerged from his forehead, twisting into a long demonic spike. He revealed his true demonic form. The mysterious man exposed his true self and roared, I am Dishadian, Lord of the Demon Clan. I am Dishadian, Lord of the Demon Clan. His voice thundered across the arena. Who would have thought that a mighty demon lord had hidden in the lower realms Qingxian sect for centuries? Now that he revealed himself, he no longer held back. He unlocked the seal that had bound his power for years. It had been so long since he could go all out. He felt truly exhilarated. With his current power combined with the Zhu Tian sword, who in the lower realm could stop him? Even if Princess Qin Muya of the Jade Maiden Palace came from the upper realm, he feared her not. Dishadian raised the Zhu Tian sword in his hand, charging relentlessly toward Qin Muya to kill her. But what she never could have imagined was that a figure instantly appeared in front of her. The newcomer merely extended 2 fingers and blocked her thunderous, unstoppable sword strike. What kind of person could catch the Zhu Tian sword, surpassing even imperial weapons, with bare hands? Demon Lord Dishatian was filled with shock. No matter how much force she applied, the Zhu Tian sword in her hand wouldn't budge. The newcomer was none other than Yi Tsangxuan, who had been watching from the audience. Uncertain of the opponent's identity, Dishatian hurriedly retreated, fiercely demanding, Who are you? But Yi Tsangxuan only responded with a cold snort, completely ignoring her. He turned to look at Qin Muya beside him, gently patting her head and saying warmly, Thank you for looking after Qingxian's sect all these years. If not for you, the declining Qingxian sect would have been torn apart by other minor sects. Feeling that familiar gesture, Qin Muya, voice trembling with urgency, asked, Is it you? Receiving a confirming nod from Yi Tsangxuan, Qin Muya could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into his arms. After over 1,000 years of longing and waiting, they were finally reunited as she had wished. She didn't know what had happened to Yi Tsangxuan. Not only had his, but even his aura was different from before. Watching the two in the arena share an intimate moment, Tang Yuyu in the audience crushed her chair in anger, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. gritted her teeth, and said, "That vixen, I'm going to kill her." Sensing Tang Yuyu's murderous aura from the audience, Qin Muya asked in surprise, "Sangxuan, that's Tang Yuyu, isn't it? You two have fought for so long, and you haven't even seen her true form?" Hearing this, Qin Muya finally realized, then snorted with jealousy. "So you went to her first when you came back, and didn't even come to find me after?" As the two continued their endless reunion, catching up regardless of the occasion, the demon lord felt offended, thinking bitterly, "Is this really the time for you to flirt?" Noticing Dishaitian's ferocious glare, Yi Sangxuan stretched his muscles and said calmly, "My name is Yi Sangxuan, the founding ancestor of Qingxin sect, and the one you've been impersonating. Didn't expect that, did you, demon lord?" Hearing the name Yi Sangxuan, Dishaitian's rage surged. "Because of you, my demon race has been leaderless and fallen for 1,000 years." As she spoke, she quickly tapped her acupoints, causing the tapped points to burst instantly. Dishaitian unleashed the demon race's forbidden blood frenzy technique, boosting her strength several times over. It was clear how much she feared Yi. Yet even so, multiple attacks couldn't even touch Yi Sangxuan's foot. Each full-force swing of the Zhutian sword was effortlessly dodged by Yi Sangxuan, with just a light flick of his finger. Yi Sangxuan sent the thunderous Zhutian sword flying. Feeling Yi Sangxuan's dismissive attitude, the demonic energy within Dishaitian surged wildly. Her attack speed increased several times over, yet the flurry of sword shadows couldn't touch Yi Sangxuan at all. The gap in their strength was like an unbridgeable chasm. Against Dishaitian's relentless, frenzied attacks, Yi Sangxuan used only 2 fingers. After fighting for so long, Yi Sangxuan hadn't even used a fraction of his strength. Feeling bored, he found her attacks utterly pathetic. Under Yi Sangxuan's continuous dismissal and belittling, Dishaitian let out a furious roar, her demonic aura spreading in all directions. Today, she would gather the faith of billions of her demon race to slay Yi Sangxuan here, even if it meant her body would perish in the process, all for the demon race to thrive and... At the same time, as Dishaitian's demonic aura spread, the hidden demons in Qing'an city of Tsangzhou sensed it, realizing their demon lord faced a great enemy and needed their aid. In an instant, countless streams rushing toward the arena of Qingxin sect, fueled by this immense wave of faith power. Dishaitian broke through to the peak of the God King realm. Then, she shattered another boundary, entering the God Venerable realm. Even in the upper realm, God Venerables are exceedingly rare. Dishaitian, having broken through to the Divine Venerable realm, began to evolve his form. As a surge of energy exploded, Dishaitian radiated a formidable aura, slowly emerging from the energy vortex. Feeling the immense energy within him, combined with his enhanced physical body, he now possessed the strength of a half-step divine emperor. Dishaitian's heart was filled with confidence, though he also felt a hint of regret. If his physical body could be even stronger, he might have used this transformation to directly step into the divine emperor realm, or even touch the threshold of the earth's sovereign. However, facing the now invincible Dishaitian, Yi Sangxuan spoke calmly. "Merely a half-step divine emperor? Even if you were a true divine emperor, so what? In my eyes, you're still pathetically weak. A half-step divine emperor, surpassing the divine venerable realm, even in the 9 provinces of the upper realm, would be a top-tier overlord. How could Dishaitian, the demon lord, tolerate this? Does only an earth sovereign, ruling a province in the upper realm, qualify as a true powerhouse?" What he didn't know was that in Yi Sangxuan's eyes, even an earth sovereign was still within the realm of the weak. Back then, he alone climbed the heavenly ranking, defeating the upper realm's powerhouses. Those at the forefront of the heavenly ranking were all Earth sovereign-level existences. Yet in his presence, Earth sovereigns were merely opponents worthy of a fight. To stop Yi Sangxuan's advance, the Earth sovereigns of the 9 provinces united to set up the 9 provinces God-slaying formation. But in the end, Yi Sangxuan single-handedly crushed them, securing his place at the top of the heavenly ranking. Now, with his strength multiplied several times, Dishaitian was brimming with unprecedented confidence. Today, no matter what, he would slay Yi Sangxuan to wash away the demon clan's humiliating defeat from 2,000 years ago. His demonic energy surged wildly into the Zhutian sword. As Dishaitian slashed, a massive sword shadow sped toward Yi Sangxuan. Sensing that this strike had surpassed the limits of a half-step divine emperor, Yi Sangxuan chuckled and said. Then he threw a punch. A massive humanoid phantom appeared above him. In a flash, the phantom's fist collided with the giant sword. A deafening explosion echoed throughout Qingxuan's sect. In the clash, the giant sword shattered instantly. The fist continued unstoppable toward Dishaitian. Dishaitian reacted swiftly, vanishing into the air with a flash. The next second, he appeared behind Yi Sangxuan, his Zhutian sword striking swiftly. But Yi Sangxuan caught it firmly between 2 fingers. Dishaitian was utterly shocked. What kind of strength did this man possess? His own power had increased several times, yet he was still effortlessly overpowered. Yet Yi Sangxuan was merely an entry-level body refining realm cultivator. Strictly speaking, He hadn't even stepped onto the path of a more, but this body-refining realm had been honed to perfection. How could Dishitian believe this was just the body-refining realm? Facing an opponent of Dishitian's caliber, Yi Sangshuan found it utterly dull. This farce should end. With that thought, he threw a swift punch, just one punch. And Dishitian had no chance to react. He was instantly sent flying, crashing into the arena's wall before stopping. The once mighty demon lord, a half-step divine emperor, was defeated by Yi Sangshuan. Yi Sangshuan didn't find anything surprising about this. Looking at his slightly scraped index finger, he sighed inwardly. To think a battle of this level could still break my defense. This body's defense is still somewhat lacking. It can't even match the quality of the Zhutian sword. Though his previous body was refined to perfection, reaching the state of each rebirth would still deplete his origin power. Fortunately, he had survived. The longevity seal hadn't been destroyed by that damned heavens. Seeing Yi Sangshuan defeat the invading demon lord, Tang Yuyu and Qi Muya rushed toward him. But upon hearing each other's terms of address, they immediately started bickering. Sangshuan is for you to call. Husband is for you to call. Watching the two women argue, Yi Sangshuan felt a massive headache. He reached out, pulling both into his arms to gloss over the situation. But Qi Muya suddenly asked, Sangshuan, this vixen actually called you husband. Did you really marry her? Seeing Tang Yuyu's hopeful expression, Yi Sangshuan couldn't bear to embarrass her, so they chose the best strategy, retreat. Time to slip away. Moments later, everyone gathered in Qingxian sect's grand hall. 10 emperor-grade swords led by the Zhutian sword were displayed on the platform. All the sect's treasures were returned, and Yi Sangshuan made arrangements. He instructed the elders, led by the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect, to use these treasures wisely to train outstanding disciples. These items are meant to be used, not locked away like sacred relics. Hearing the founder's words, none of the elders dared to utter a word of objection. As for the Zhutian sword, it was now useless to Yi Sangshuan. If any disciple could pull it out in the future, then it would belong to them. After settling the matters of Qingxian sect, Yi Sangshuan prepared to leave with two women. In his words, if even with these treasures, and the resources seized from the 5 great sects, Qingxian sect still couldn't rise again, then it no longer deserved to exist. Better to disband and go home early. His return to Qingxian sect had been a mere coincidence. Saving it was just a passing act of convenience. He had more important things to do. Ignoring the elders' pleas, Yi Sangshuan left decisively. Moments later, the 5 of them regrouped in the forest. This time, Yi Sangshuan left with Tang Yuyu, Qi Muya, his disciple Yi Xie, and the saintess Yi Lingyan. The latter willingly followed Yi Sangshuan to receive his teachings. But just as they had set off, Qi Muya's voice suddenly rang out. Sangshuan, you still haven't answered my question. Did you really marry this demon girl? In that instant, Yi Sangshuan looked awkward. He coughed, turned around, and said as he walked, what's most important now is strengthening everyone. Let's hurry and move on. Inwardly, he cursed at the heavens. I refuse to believe I'll lose to you again this time. No one knew how much time passed. As the group continued their journey, they arrived at a scenic mountain valley. Yi Sangshuan hadn't been here in over 2 millennia. He didn't expect it to have changed so much. This was the legendary Valley of Divine Beasts, in the lower realms Zhangzhou. They arrived at an open. With a wave of his hand, a magical seal flew into the air. Instantly, an invisible barrier shattered. Next, a misty and otherworldly paradise unfolded before everyone's eyes. The breathtaking view left everyone stunned. Seeing this, Yi Sangshuan took the lead and said, come on, let me introduce you to a few old folks. He alone once suppressed the entire region of Manzhou, sealing hundreds of millions of Man tribe people in a grand formation. The environment the Man tribe lived in was extremely harsh. Food shortages made them aggressive and evil. The Man tribe believes in the law of the jungle. In their eyes, the weak should be enslaved, serving the strong as their subordinates. They are an extremely aggressive race, fond of pillaging and slaughter. Wherever they went, war broke out across the Jiushuan continent, leaving the people in misery. It wasn't until 2,000 years ago that the body-refining ancestor, Yi Sangshuan, acted, using the 4-beast divine sealing formation to seal the entire Manzhou, each direction guarded by one of the 4 divine beasts. Only then did Jiushuan continent enjoy 2,000 years of peace. Yet no one knew that the once world's number 1, the top of the heaven ranking, was Yi Sangshuan. Even the demonist Tang Yuyu was part of the Man tribe. When Yi Sangshuan failed in his challenge against the heavenly Tao, she realized her path of body refinement was not yet complete. Now that she had a second life, the first thing she thought of was the Seal Man tribe. The Man tribe was born with strong bodies, a race that revered physical strength. Perhaps here she could find the key to completing her body refinement path. At Yi Sangshuan's instruction, the 4 divine beasts activated the sealing array. The Man tribe, suppressed for over 2,000 years, returning to the map of the Jiushuan continent. At the same moment the seal was lifted, in a remote tribe within the wild state, a group of Man tribe people looked up in shock. At the front stood Manli, one of the 8 mighty warriors. Seeing the seal suddenly lifted after so many years, Manli immediately ran toward the Man tribe's core lands. He needed to report this to the Man tribe king. Upon learning of the sudden release of the seal, The man tribe king instantly had a hunch. That man has returned. The one who suppressed the wild state alone and sealed the man tribe for over 2,000 years, Yi Tsongxuan. He immediately ordered his 8 strongest warriors to assemble, to go and confront the once strongest man in the world. As for Yi Tsongxuan's return, the man tribe king looked excited. During the 2,000 years of being sealed, he had risen to power. He unified the scattered barbarian tribes, using the false power of billions of clansmen as nightfire. He constantly tempered his physical body. Now, the barbarian king just needs a worthy opponent to help him break through his final physical barrier. At the same time, Yi Tsongxuan stepped into the barbarian domain with 4 women. Seeing the desolate surroundings, Tang Yuyu looked surprised. She remembered the barbarian domain was once barren, but at least 2/3 of it were oases. Now, not a single tree could be seen. All that lay before them were sand and rocks. After a while, they finally found a populated area, but the barbarian attire shocked the group. They didn't expect people to have reverted to such a primitive lifestyle. Soon, they entered the barbarian marketplace to inquire about the current state of things. Yi Tsongxuan quickly realized that in today's barbarian clan, even ordinary people's bodies held explosive power. Some stronger individuals, just with their physical strength, could rival a profound king. It was clear the barbarian race had found a new path to physical power. It seemed he had come to the right place. Hopefully, he could find the root of his physical bottleneck here. Otherwise, even in another longevity festival, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the heavens. He ordered Tang Yuyu, who spoke the barbarian tongue, to gather intel. Meanwhile, he and the other... Soon, Tang Yuyu returned with information. Many of the old sects in Manzhou were gone. Now, the entire region was ruled by the dynasty tribe. They managed 8 major tribes, and countless smaller ones. The closer a tribe was to the central dynasty tribe, the stronger its power. Hearing the intel Tang Yuyu gathered, Yi Tsongxuan began to plan. It seemed only by finding the dynasty tribe's ruler, the barbarian emperor, could he confirm whether this place truly held the key to overcoming his physical limits. Meanwhile, in a valley of the upper realm, a blood-filled rebirth pool was hidden. At that moment, human cultivators were being tossed into the pool mercilessly, becoming part of its bloody essence. The one behind it was none other than the Reincarnation sect master, Li Xueming. Li Xueming used the rebirth pool's ability to endlessly devour flesh and convert it into blood energy to boost his cultivation. As he pondered where to find more rogue cultivators, a scene suddenly appeared in the rebirth pool. A new continent had emerged in the lower realm. The people there were brimming with vitality. If he could refine all those mortals, Li Xueming could easily become #1 on the Tongtian rankings. At the same time, in the upper realm's demon god domain, the demon god hall master also received a report from his subordinates. The barbarian clan of Manzhou had resurfaced in the lower realm. Among all races, the barbarians had the densest blood essence. Devouring 1 person equals 10. Devour 100, and the demon race can take human form. This is the logic behind the rise of the demon shrine. At the same time, in the Bihai immortal palace of the upper realm's sacred domain, the sacred domain lord Yi Qinghai also received the news. With Manzhou suddenly reappearing, trouble was bound to erupt in the lower realm. He immediately ordered anyone wantonly killing innocents must be eliminated. He would not allow a single threat to appear in the lower realm guarded by Yi Tsongxuan. Meanwhile, Yi Tsongxuan and his group still in the man territory were suddenly confronted by a man wielding a massive hammer. That man was Mantao, one of the 8 mighty warriors of the Man tribe. Mantao had just returned from the royal tribe. He had received orders from Manhua to find outsiders. Little did he expect the outsider was in his own tribe. Without a second thought, he raised his massive hammer high and smashed it fiercely into the ground. The ground instantly split open, and the shockwave surged toward Yi Tsongxuan's feet. Mantao roared threateningly, "Outsider, come out and fight." Hearing it was one of the 8 mighty warriors, Yi Tsongxuan's interest was immediately piqued. He wanted to see whether this guy's strength could give him a pleasant surprise. All across the Man tribe cities, countless great demons began to move, because the blood of lower realm Man tribesmen was the richest. To the great demons, devouring 1 man clansman was worth 10 people. Devour enough, and their race could assume human form. But what they didn't expect was that when the Man tribe saw demons coming, they showed no fear or despair. Instead, they all revealed excited, hungry expressions. Spears in hand, they wildly hurled them into the sky. In their words, "What luck! Fresh prey today." Finally, a proper feast for the resource-starved and food-deprived Man tribe. If they could wipe out and dry all the demons, they'd have enough food for the entire year. No longer would they suffer the pain of hunger. These powerful beasts with strength near a half-step demon king were dumbfounded by the ordinary spears thrown from below. They had become the prey of the barbarian tribe. But weren't these people supposed to be mere mortals? Their pure physical strength alone could kill them effortlessly with thrown weapons. They thought the desolate era was the time of the demon race's rise, yet they were inexplicably wiped out. In the distance, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Li Xueming, the sect master of Reincarnation sect. Watching the barbarians hurl spears to hunt down great beasts, he too couldn't hide his shock. Such physical energy could instantly kill saints. No wonder the underworld showed that these people could devour 10 or even hundreds of rogue cultivators. Originally wanting to harvest them for cultivation, he quickly gave up that idea. Who knew if stronger beings existed among the barbarians? If he messed up, it would end badly. Meanwhile, Mantao, one of the barbarian tribe's 8 histories, approached Yi Tsongxuan and his group, who were wandering nearby. The barbarian emperor had ordered all outsiders to be captured. After confirming Yi Tsongxuan's identity, Mantao immediately struck without a word. His massive warhammer howled toward Yi Tsongxuan. Its terrifying force carried the weight of 1,000 thunders. But in the next second, Mantao was stunned. Yi Tsongxuan raised just 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the massive warhammer. Seeing this, Mantao clenched his left fist, smashing it toward the hammer with tremendous force. He wanted to use the hammer to pin Yi Tsongxuan below. With a thunderous bang, the shockwave spread out. But Yi Tsongxuan below calmly raised his fingers again and nullified the attack with ease. Seeing Yi Tsongxuan completely unscathed, Mantao was dumbfounded. He had used all his strength in that punch. But when he tried to lift the warhammer again, it didn't budge no matter how hard he pulled. Yi Tsongxuan's fingers were embedded in the hammer, locking it in place as he said, "You've attacked twice. Now it's my turn." As he spoke, he swung the hammer along with Mantao and smashed them hard into the ground. Then, still gripping Mantao, he raised and slammed him again, over and over into the earth, until the warhammer shattered in his grip. Yi Tsongxuan finally stopped. Looking at the now powerless Mantao, Yi Tsongxuan felt a bit of pity. His body defense rivaled gold. But he had defense without strength, not even qualified to be a sparring partner. As Yi Tsongxuan questioned Mantao about the route to the barbarian dynasty's palace, a figure above watched the entire scene unfold. Li Xueming hadn't expected the barbarians to be so strong, yet this man was even stronger than them. He immediately tried to divine the man's origins, but found the man's presence shrouded in mist, unreadable. Unwilling to give up, he summoned the Reincarnation mirror. He refused to believe he couldn't figure it out. Soon, under the artifact's gaze, Yi Tsongxuan's past life appeared. It cost 1/3 of his spiritual power, but Li Xueming finally saw the truth. Yet in the next moment, the sacred artifact cracked and shattered instantly with a loud pop. Li Xueming coughed up blood from the backlash. Before he could even heal, panic set in. This man was none other than Yi Tsongxuan, who once topped the Tongtian ranking for thousands of years. He was still alive. Terrified, Li Xueming didn't hesitate. He had to report this to the upper realm immediately. Yi Tsongxuan must not reach the upper realm to suppress Zhu Tian again. They had to eliminate him while he was still weakened. Otherwise, the upper realm would once again fall into Yi Tsongxuan's reign. As Li Xueming tore open space and fled, Yi Tsongxuan below looked up, sensing something. He knew his presence had been exposed. But to him, it didn't matter. How many of his old rivals dared descend to the lower realm anyway? Without much thought, he led his group onward. He had already obtained the route to the royal tribe from Mantao. Meanwhile, Li Xueming successfully returned to the upper realm, still grateful to have escaped Yi Tsongxuan's notice. But thinking again, perhaps Yi Tsongxuan's power wasn't fully recovered. He took out a voice transmission jade from his waist and spread the message across all realms. Yi Tsongxuan was alive, barely at 1% of his full power. Upon hearing the news, the master of Demon God Hall was ecstatic. After years of suppression, such a chance couldn't be missed. His true body roared as it flew toward the lower realm. In the upper realm's Saint Domain, Bihai Immortal Palace, I Ching Han, Lord of the Saint Domain, also received the news. Upon learning that the man she longed for was still alive, I Ching Han shed tears of excitement. She had always believed that. But thinking of Yi Tsongxuan's current weakened state, she knew the upper realm's powerhouses wouldn't miss such an opportunity. I Ching Han resolutely stood up. Even if her departure from the sacred domain meant the outer realm fiends might break the seal, she would still go. Back then, she wasn't there when Yi Tsongxuan faced his longevity tribulation. This time, even if Jiuquan continent falls, nothing would stop her. Her graceful figure flew toward the lower realm, to Manzhou. At the same time, the seal suppressing the Thunder Lord suddenly cracked open. How could the Thunder Demon Lord miss such an opportunity? News of Yi Tsongxuan being alive spread quickly throughout the upper realm. Powerhouses eager to eliminate him began to take action. Meanwhile, Yi Tsongxuan and his group were strolling through the desert of Manzhou. Their goal was to seek out Manhuang from the Man tribe's dynasty and use Manhuang's power to break through the limits of the physical body. But suddenly, a tornado appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Seeing this, Yi Tsongxuan chuckled and said, "Come out already. No need to hide next door, Lu Wan." As he spoke, he threw a punch that scattered the tornado. A tall figure appeared before the group. Helplessly, one of the 8 mighty warriors of the Man tribe swore an oath. "By Manhuang's command, I'm here to take your dog life." This man was none other than Manhuang, one of the 8 warriors of the tribe, ranked among the strongest of the Man tribe. Manhuang, upon seeing Yi Tsongxuan's strength, stated arrogantly, "If you agree to be my underling, I'll beg Manhuang to spare your life." Hearing this, Tang Yu burst out laughing. This fool is really something. He doesn't even know who he's facing, and he dares ask the other to be his underling? Yi Tsangxuan, hearing Manhuang's arrogant claim, couldn't help but show an awkward expression. Does this guy have a bump on his head? With that arrogance, if I don't beat him up, it'd be a disgrace to his status as a man-tribe warrior. The girls around nodded in agreement. After hearing Tang Yu's words, though Manhuang was he wasn't stupid. How could he not pick up on the sarcasm in their tone? Without another word, he swung his dual blades, vanishing from the spot the next second. In a flash, he appeared above the group. His massive blade came slashing. In a split second, Yi Tsangxuan swiftly pushed the women aside, dodging Manhuang's attack with a sidestep. Then he swung his fist, smashing it straight into Manhuang's face. With a loud boom, Manhuang was sent flying. He crashed into a rock before coming. Yi Tsangxuan mocked him with a playful expression. You couldn't even take one punch from me, and yet you dared try to make me your underling? Better go home and train some more. Hearing this, Manhuang stood up from the rubble, eyes bloodshot with rage. He then unleashed his strongest physical form, launching himself like a cannonball at Yi Tsangxuan. But his speed, once his pride, looked like a snail's pace to Yi Tsangxuan. When Manhuang's blade landed on Yi Tsangxuan, he realized it only struck an afterimage. The opponent was so fast, he couldn't even see him clearly. Manhuang panicked. How is this possible? At that moment, Yi Tsangxuan appeared behind him and patted his shoulder, then pointed at his forehead. With a pop, Manhuang was blown away. With a thud, Manhuang hit the ground hard. Looking at the defeated Manhuang, Yi Tsangxuan walked over with a grin and said, So, do you still want me as your underling? With this kind of strength, how dare you brag? Who gave you the guts? As he spoke, Yi Tsangxuan formed a hand seal and blasted an attack toward Manhuang's right leg. One must be punished for showing him disrespect. He let him live only to send a message to the man tribe. They'd better send the remaining 8 warriors all at once, so he wouldn't have to waste time dealing with them one by one. Afterward, Yi Tsangxuan led the group deeper into the core of the man. At that moment, from high above in the distance, a small demon secretly observed everything that just happened. He then quickly pulled out a sound transmission talisman and reported Yi Tsangxuan's current location to Zhan Huang, the master of the demon shrine. Upon receiving the coordinates, Zhan Huang was overjoyed, and just as he prepared to set out to avenge his past humiliation, suddenly, the space behind him cracked open. A figure stepped out from within. It was Shao Jia, the realm master of the immortal demon realm. Zhan Huang wasn't surprised to see her. The two of them had both been suppressed by Yi Tsangxuan for hundreds of years. Now that they knew Yi Tsangxuan's power had greatly diminished, how could they possibly miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? However, the space of the lower realm was too fragile to accommodate 2 great emperor-level powerhouses. They had to suppress their cultivation. Otherwise, if their power exceeded the lower realm's limits, it would trigger annihilating heavenly tribulation. Though they could only use 10% of their strength, they were still confident in defeating the severely wounded Yi Tsangxuan. As the two of them set off together to hunt Yi Tsangxuan, another figure suddenly appeared behind them. It was Qi Muya, the Jade Lord of the sacred Jade Domain. How could she allow the man she longed for day and night to be bullied by others? She immediately sped off, chasing in the direction the two had gone. Meanwhile, Yi Tsangxuan, on his way to the barbarian dynasty, had no idea he had become the target of upper realm emperors. As the group passed through a remote wasteland, Yi Tsangxuan raised his hand to stop everyone and said, They're finally here. But only 5 of them came. Are they looking down on me? 5 figures emerged in the distance. Upon seeing them, Yi Tsangxuan asked, Are you 5 coming together, or do you plan to come one by one? The newcomers were 5 of the remaining 8 barbarian warriors. But upon hearing Yi Tsangxuan's question, the weakest among them, Barbarian 5, stepped forward and said, One person is enough to deal with you, outsider. All 5 were prominent figures among the barbarians. So how could they resort to something as shameful as ganging up? They were Barbarian 5, Barbarian Eye, Barbarian Soul, Barbarian Shadow, and Barbarian Song. Barbarian 5 radiated powerful energy, his fists crackling with intensity. None of them knew the outsider before them. Was anyone significant? The Barbarian King had simply ordered them to test this man. If they had known he was Yi Tsangxuan, the very man who, 2,000 years ago, sealed, they likely wouldn't have had the courage to attack. It was a case of ignorance is bliss. As Barbarian 5 made his move, he leaped into the air and swung his leg down toward Yi Tsangxuan. Seeing this, Yi Tsangxuan simply raised his hand to block. He effortlessly took Manhua's powerful strike. The rebound force sent Manhua flying backward. Seeing this, Manhua was shocked. What terrifying physical strength! The backlash nearly shattered his leg bones. Without hesitation, he raised his leg again and attacked Yi Tsangxuan. Feeling the strength in Manhua's leg, Yi Tsangxuan He's got some skills, after all, but unfortunately, his attack power is far too weak. As he spoke, he grabbed Man Ying's head and threw him flying. At the same time, he punched toward the distance, hitting the dazed Manmu. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerful fighters lost their combat abilities. 3 barbarian warriors were defeated in a row. Yi Tsangxuan turned his gaze to the 2 who had yet to make a move. Among them, Manhun ranked 9th, and had no interest in fighting at all. Mansong, who ranked 3rd, had no choice but to step out and engage. As soon as he attacked, Mansong unleashed his full power, clashing directly with Yi Tsongxuan. Feeling the force behind Mansong strikes, Yi Tsongxuan revealed an exciting, as expected of one of the 8 mighty warriors, the 3rd ranked among them. His combat power is basically the sum of the previous 3 combined. He then looked toward the distant sky, feeling puzzled. He had already done his to conceal his true strength. Yet the 2 Earth-level experts were still too cowardly. The battle had gone on for this long, and they still didn't dare show themselves. It turned out Yi Tsongxuan had already realized that experts from the upper realm were hiding in the shadows, observing. When fighting the 8 warriors, he deliberately held back, just to lure out those hiding in the shadows. Right now his strength had yet to fully recover. If he didn't take this chance to eliminate 1 or 2 enemies first, once the upper realm powerhouses all gathered, it would be a huge problem for him in his current state. However, Mansong saw Yi Tsongxuan, his opponent, still distracted at such a moment. To him, this was nothing short of an insult. His attacks grew even fiercer. At that moment, up above and hiding, Zhan Huang and Xiao Jia were secretly observing. They watched Yi Tsongxuan below, battling Mansong, yet unable to defeat a barbarian whose power barely reached the divine emperor level. They finally concluded that Yi Tsongxuan's strength was truly just a shadow of his former self. Otherwise, someone like that shouldn't still be fighting. At this point, the reason these 2 Earth-level experts hadn't made a move yet was because they realized something unusual about the barbarians. In their memory, the barbarians were a primitive tribe that only cultivated the physical body and not spiritual power. Back when Xiao Jia ascended to the upper realm, only spiritual cultivators could rely on their own cultivation to ascend urgently. Because the barbarians lacked spiritual energy, not a single one of them had ever ascended to the upper realm. At that time, the barbarians were looked down on by most cultivators. But now, unexpectedly, these barbarians from a primitive land had gained such power relying solely on physical strength. And according to Zhan Huang's memory, 2,000 years ago, when Yi Tsongxuan ascended to the upper realm, he too relied solely on his physical body to suppress all the upper realm elites. This indicated that Yi Tsongxuan and the barbarians might share some sort of connection. Until the 2 of them could figure out the situation with the barbarians, they decided to keep watching, hoping to reap the benefits in the end. At that moment, down below, Mansong, after a fierce clash with Yi Tsongxuan, had fallen into a disadvantage and was growing exhausted. Meanwhile, in the distance, Manhun was still drinking freely. He tossed his gourd into the air. The wine within floated out midair, and under Manhun's control, its spiritual power began to gather. As Manhun pointed forward, an attack rapidly shot toward Yi Tsongxuan, who was still engaged in battle. Yi Tsongxuan quickly twisted his body and dodged the incoming strike. Seeing the chance, Mansong hurled a powerful punch, but Yi Tsongxuan, alert and calm, easily avoided it. Mansong's fist slammed hard into the ground. Seeing this, Mansong, who moments ago was being crushed, suddenly smiled. In terms of attack power among the 8 warriors, he only ranked in the top 3, but his greatest strength was in teamwork and control. That punch earlier was meant to strike the ground. It was intentional. Only now did Yi Tsongxuan realize his current position had a stone mountain right behind him, and Manhun's attack was already arriving from the rear. Before he could react, the stone mountain exploded from Manhun's strike, combined with the force left behind by Mansong's punch. The full weight of the mountain came crashing down onto Yi Tsongxuan's body. Moments later, as the dust cleared, Yi Tsongxuan, clothes tattered, walked out from the rubble, taking on the combined blow of both warriors head-on, had almost broken through his physical defense. Feeling the act had gone on long enough, Yi Tsongxuan ripped off his torn shirt and said, "It's about time to end this farce. Warm-up's over. Now let's start for real." As he spoke, Yi Tsongxuan's figure suddenly vanished. Before Mansong could react, Yi Tsongxuan had already appeared behind him. Then, with one punch, he struck Mansong right in the face. Asterisk bang. Mansong flew back helplessly, completely overpowered. With just one punch, he lost the ability to fight. Yi Tsongxuan looked toward Manhun in the distance, then vanished again. The next second, he reappeared, right behind Manhun. Before Manhun could react, the 9-gourd flask at his waist had somehow already appeared. In Yi Tsongxuan's hand, Manhun was shocked. That speed was beyond anything he could perceive. Infuriated at being toyed with, Manhun attacked Yi Tsongxuan, only to find that he couldn't even see him. Toward these man-tribe warriors, Yi Tsongxuan had no intention of killing. He had come here, looking for worthy opponents to spar with. These 5-man warriors had excellent physical strength and personalities that suited Yi Tsongxuan's tastes, so he decided to recruit them as followers. Just then, a figure began slowly approaching from afar. "Outsider, aren't you going a bit too far? You even want to poach the Witch Emperor's followers?" The newcomer was Manli, the leader of the 8 great warriors, the strongest of the barbarian race aside from the barbarian emperor. But what Yi Tsongxuan didn't expect was that Manli didn't rush to fight him. Instead, he looked to the distant sky and said, "Before I deal with you, let's take care of the others first." You're still one of our barbarian race, so it's not the turn of some people to play the Oriole behind the mantis. As he spoke, he threw a stone into the air, right toward the hiding spot of Zhan Huang and Xiao Jie, two Earth-level powerhouses from the upper realm. Never expected that a native from the barbaric lower realm could see through their concealment with a glance. No longer hiding, they revealed themselves. Zhan Huang, the master of the Demon God Palace, mocked. The once unrivaled Tontian champion, an invincible existence, now struggling to deal with some natives? Xiao Jie, the Demon Realm Lord, looked at his old enemy, and, without wasting words, brandished his imperial weapon. If he could slay Yi Zhangshuan here, he didn't care about taking advantage of the situation. He only knew that if he didn't kill Yi Zhangshuan before he regained his strength, the upper realm would soon be dominated by him again. Facing the assault of two Earth-level powerhouses, Yi Zhangshuan remained calm and fearless. Even if his strength was only a fraction of its peak, these two clowns couldn't humiliate him. As he prepared to face his old foes, Manli, watching from the side, couldn't help but say, 1 against 2 is hardly fair. How about I take one of them? I'm quite curious about the strength of upper realm powerhouses. Yi Zhangshuan accepted Manli's offer. Xiao Jie, wielding his imperial weapon, would face the physically formidable Yi Zhangshuan, while the ignorant barbarian native would be left to Zhan Huang. A battle between the four was about to erupt. Zhan Huang, the master of the Demon God Palace, was of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, excelling in speed and physical prowess. Earth-level powerhouses were suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the lower realm, able to use only a tenth of their strength. But it was still beyond what Manli, who only trained his body, could match. The moment they clashed, Manli showed a stunned expression. Zhan Huang's speed was so fast that he could barely keep up, relying only on his physical instincts to dodge. Moreover, Zhan Huang's mount, the 9-headed demon horse, also had offensive capabilities. On the other side, facing Yi Zhangshuan, Xiao unleashed his full strength from the start. His attack methods were extremely cunning. If Yi Zhangshuan chose to dodge instead of counter, the attack would hit Tang Yuyu and the others watching nearby. Yi Zhangshuan had no choice but to clench his fist and take it head-on. A punch unleashed a terrifying force that met the attack, with a loud bang. Their clash shattered Xiao Jie's strike instantly, but Xiao Jie's attack also breached Yi Zhangshuan's physical defense. Upper realm powerhouses were far beyond what a barbarian warrior could compare to. Though most of their power was suppressed by the heavenly Tao, their skill in applying force was superior, perfectly concentrating power into a single point, easily breaking through his defenses. To prevent the battle from affecting those behind him, Yi Zhangshuan flashed, pushing his speed to the limit, dragging Xiao Jie to another area before he could react. Feeling that Yi Zhangshuan's raw physical strength could shatter his earth-level body, Xiao Jie unleashed a hidden trump card within his imperial weapon. Long before descending to the lower realm, Xiao Jie had infused most of his spiritual energy into this imperial weapon, aiming to catch Yi Zhangshuan off guard for a one-hit kill. At this moment, the weapon's destructive power could shatter the void itself, let alone deal with Yi Zhangshuan's injured body. As he spoke, the imperial weapon slashed out, its terrifying power forcing Yi Zhangshuan to evade temporarily. But for Yi Zhangshuan, who had faced countless battles in his life, he swiftly changed direction and charged at Xiao Jie. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are futile. Yi Zhangshuan unleashed a barrage of countless punches, each one carrying overwhelming force. The relentless assault pushed Xiao Jie to the brink. His imperial Yet Yi Zhangshuan's experience allowed him to anticipate every move, turning the battle into a test of endurance. With every punch, and the air roared with the clash of titans, his formidable power shattered the opponent's attack. Charging forward through Xiao Jie's barrage of blade shadows, one fought barehanded, while the other countered with an earth-grade weapon. The two figures clashed like lightning in the desert, battling relentlessly. Moments later, Xiao Jie realized with shock that even with the earth-grade weapon's enhancement, he was losing ground. It was unimaginable how strong Yi Zhangshuan must have been before his tribulation. With this thought, Xiao Jie forced Yi Zhangshuan back with a strike, and swiftly soared into the air. Today, even if it meant using his origin power and damaging his foundation, he would slay Yi Zhangshuan here. Empowered by his origin power, the scythe, an earth-grade weapon, radiated a terrifying aura. The Yellow Spring clan relied on origin power to thrive. A single use of origin power required decades of cultivation to recover. Once depleted, it meant certain death. But Xiao Jie, in this moment, cared little for such consequences. He swiftly swung his scythe, unleashing waves of terrifying blade shadows toward Yi Zhangshuan. Sensing the power of this attack, Yi Zhangshuan dared not meet it head-on. Relying on his agility, he dodged swiftly. But soon, Yi Zhangshuan noticed that while Xiao Jie's attacks were strong, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, their damage was negligible. Realizing this, Yi Zhangshuan stopped dodging and boldly counterattacked. After blocking several attacks, Yi Zhangshuan charged forward again, finding an opening and landing a punch on Xiao Jie's weak point. With a loud bang, Shao Jia was sent flying backward, crashing through several mountain peaks before stopping. Seeing Shao Jia's defeat, Zhan Huang, fighting a barbarian nearby, was stunned. No longer holding back, he used his trump card to instantly overpower the barbarian. He then turned toward Tang Yuyu and the others aspirative. Taking advantage of Yi Zhangshuan's inability to intervene, he swiftly attacked the women, intending to capture them to force Yi Zhangshuan's surrender. Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan roared in fury, rushing toward the women's location. Zhan Huang, if you touch them, I'll make sure the Demon God Hall is reduced to ashes. Shao Jia revealed a sinister smile and said to Yi Zhangshuan, your greatest weakness now is having people you care about. He swung his scythe, swiftly striking, to block Yi Zhangshuan from reaching them. Yi Zhangshuan could only watch as Zhan Huang charged toward the women. Just as Zhan Huang's fist was about to strike Tang Yuyu, a large hand suddenly appeared, stopping him. The newcomer snorted coldly, mocking disdainfully. Is this the strength of an upper realm powerhouse, resorting to such despicable tactics? Furious at having his plan thwarted, Zhan Huang cursed. Damn it, another Manzhou native. One day, I'll wipe out your barbarian tribe. The newcomer responded with contempt. You dare to talk about wiping out my barbarian tribe? Ask my fist if it agrees first. The newcomer was none other than the king of the barbarian tribe, who united billions of tribesmen. For an Earth sovereign-level powerhouse from the upper realm to use such underhanded tactics, just to deal with the once strongest man in the world, threatening his women to force his submission. At the critical moment, Manhua, the true body of the barbarian tribe's leader, appeared, forcing Zhan Huang, the master of the Demon God Hall, back. For the barbarian tribe, Manhua despised such baby villains the most, and since Yi Zhangshuan was somewhat connected to their barbarian tribe, how could Manhua tolerate such events happening on his turf? Seeing Tang Yuyu and the others saved by Manhua, Yi Zhangshuan breathed a sigh of relief and clasped his fists in gratitude. But for Manhua, this was merely a trivial act. His physical body had already reached the limit of breakthrough, and he had long awaited an opponent with an equally formidable physique. Yi Zhangshuan was precisely the ideal choice. How could he let Yi Zhangshuan die so easily? Infuriated by Manhua's interference, Zhan Huang attacked him furiously without a word. He was just one step away from eliminating Yi Zhangshuan, his formidable enemy, only for Manhua to appear out of nowhere. How could Zhan Huang endure this? His attacks grew even more ferocious. As Manhua and Zhan Huang fought fiercely, Yi Zhangshuan turned to face Shao Jia in the distance. Shao Jia had suggested that Zhan Huang attack Tang Yuyu and the other women, crossing Yi Zhangshuan's bottom line. Thus, Shao Jia, the Demon Jade Lord, must die today. Seeing Yi Zhangshuan's resolve to kill him, Shao Jia remained unfazed. Yi Zhangshuan's tribulation had failed, his strength reduced to a fraction. To kill him, an Earth sovereign-level powerhouse, was nothing but a pipe dream. Did he still think he was the upper realm's #1? But Shao Jia was soon dumbfounded. His Earth-grade scythe couldn't even touch Yi Zhangshuan's shadow. Yi Zhangshuan had somehow appeared behind Shao Jia, his punch far more powerful than during their earlier clash, striking Shao Jia's head with devastating force. With a loud bang, Shao Jia was instantly sent flying backward. It turned out Yi Zhangshuan had been holding back his strength all along. His enemies from the upper realm were far more than just these two, not to mention others. Just the second ranked on the Tongtian list, Thunder Demon Lord. How could he not hide his strength against these two? But at this moment, Yi Zhangshuan no longer felt like holding back. He didn't want to fall into a passive position again like before. With that thought, Yi Zhangshuan began furiously punching Shao Jia. Relentless blows left Shao Jia with no room to fight back. Moments later, Shao Jia was heavily injured, spitting blood, and was stomped harshly to the ground by Yi Zhangshuan. What Yi Zhangshuan didn't expect was Shao Jia's body really was tough. After so many strikes, he was still holding on. But to Yi Zhangshuan, that wasn't a big problem. Seeing Yi Zhangshuan's eyes turn red, as he gathered all his strength into his fist. If this punch landed, Shao Jia would either die or be shattered. Seeing this, Shao Jia urgently called Zhan Huang for help. He only needed him to block this one strike, so he could forcibly break Heaven's suppression and raise his cultivation to counterattack. But at the moment, Zhan Huang was being held back by Manhua. He had no time to rescue Shao Jia. Besides, if Shao Jia died, there would be one less rival for Zhan Huang when contending for a spot on the Tongtian list. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Thinking that, Zhan Huang ignored him and continued fighting Manhua. Yi Zhangshuan's full force strike slammed down on Shao Jia with a loud bang. The terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, but the scene of Shao Jia being torn apart didn't appear. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared, blocking Yi Zhangshuan's strike. The newcomer was none other than the Thunder Prison Lord, Lei Mozhen, ranked second on the Tongtian list. Yi Zhangshuan wasn't surprised to see him. Back then, Lei Mozhen lost the top spot by just half a move, and that's how Yi Zhangshuan took first place. Now that Lei Mozhen had learned Yi Zhangshuan survived the tribulation of immortality, how could he not come in person? But Yi Zhangshuan only wanted to— if Lei Mozhen wanted to reclaim the top spot, fine. But he had to wait until Yi Tsangxuan killed Shao Jie first. Knowing Yi Tsangxuan was determined to kill Shao Jie, Lei Mozhen didn't agree with it. After all, Shao Jie was the warden of the immortal demon prison. If no one ruled over such a vast prison, it would lead to chaos. Yi Tsangxuan had arrived at the upper realm later than others, so he never became a prison warden. That's why he knew very little about the responsibility that came with being a warden. To him, only strength mattered. Becoming a warden, with all its restraints, was something Yi Tsangxuan disdained. But as the Thunder Prison Lord, Lei Mozhen knew that if Shao, it would fall into bottomless chaos. The cultivators and civilians would suffer tremendously, so he couldn't just watch Shao Jie die here. Seeing Lei Mozhen take Shao Jie's side, Yi Tsangxuan remained unfazed. He swung his fist directly at Lei Mozhen. Whether the immortal demon prison plunged into chaos, he didn't care. Only in chaos do heroes rise. Sooner or later, things would be unified. Nothing would stop him from killing Shao Jie. In the face of Yi's, Lei Mozhen only kept dodging, not retaliating. He felt it beneath him to attack someone still recovering from injury. Just then, feathers fell from the sky, separating the two fighters. A graceful figure appeared in the sky. It was the Lord of Sacred Jade, I Ching-han, Princess of Beihai Immortal Palace. She stepped lightly on feathers like a swallow, rushing straight into Yi Tsangxuan's arms. Before Yi Tsangxuan could say anything, the women watching from afar were instantly furious. They didn't know who this woman suddenly appearing was, but one thing was clear. She definitely had a special relationship with Yi Tsangxuan. Tang Yu gritted her teeth in anger and muttered, "Damn heart-stealing fox. She must have seduced my husband while I was away from the upper realm." She quickly ran toward Yi Tsangxuan to demand who this woman was. But Yi Tsangxuan completely ignored her and looked at I Ching-han, asking, "Why did you come too? Without you, if the evil beyond the jade breaks the seal, it'll be trouble." I Ching-han didn't care when she heard that. She wasn't concerned with such things. If she couldn't even protect her own man, then what did protecting the whole world matter? She then looked at Lei Mozhen. "Lei Zun, if you want to fight, come fight me instead." Lei Mozhen replied in a scornful tone. "A mere woman like you isn't worthy to fight me." Hearing the Thunder Demon Venerable's disdainful words, I Ching-han hadn't even had a chance to react when Tang Yuyu, in the distance, jumped up anxiously. Yi Tsangxuan ignored her. Tang Yuyu turned to I Ching-han, warning, "Tsangxuan is my husband. You thieving cat, stay away from him from now on." At these words, anger surged in I Ching-han's heart. Yi Tsangxuan was the man she longed for day and night. She couldn't bear to leave him. This woman had a deep connection with Yi Tsangxuan, so she couldn't act against her. But the Thunder Demon Venerable was fair game. With this thought, I Ching-han swiftly attacked the Thunder Demon Venerable. Facing I Ching-han's incoming kick, the Thunder Demon Venerable paid it no mind, casually raising a hand to block. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. The force of I Ching-han's kick was utterly terrifying. Before he could react, a slap landed directly on his face. The Thunder Demon Venerable had no chance to respond. His entire body sent flying backward, with a loud boom. The ground shook with a violent impact. After this, I Ching-han dusted off her hands and sneered. "A mere woman, you say? Not worthy to fight you. Don't you know that in the 1,000 years Tsangxuan spent in the upper realm, the only person he ever lost to was me?" The Thunder Demon Venerable, just climbing out of a crater, was shocked by these words. How could Yi Tsangxuan have lost to a woman? He looked at Yi Tsangxuan with a questioning gaze. Seeing this, Yi Tsangxuan explained awkwardly, "I did lose to her, and it was after I defeated you." The Thunder Demon Venerable was stunned. So before that, this woman's strength had already surpassed his own, yet he had never heard of her name. Speaking of Yi Tsangxuan and I Ching-han, they shared a rather peculiar history. Back when Yi Tsangxuan was unrivaled and he met I Ching-han by chance during a journey. Both were brimming with youthful vigor at the time, and neither would yield to the other, so they fought on the spot. The result was Yi Tsangxuan's defeat at I Ching-han's hands. Through that battle, I Ching-han developed feelings for Yi Tsangxuan. She was young. Her father had that only a man who could defeat her was worthy of marrying her. From childhood to adulthood, only Yi Tsangxuan had ever beaten her, and thus their engagement came to be. What shocked the Thunder Demon Venerable was that the holy domain, which he had overlooked, harbored such a powerhouse. It showed that the upper realm was still full of hidden talents. With I Ching-han's involvement, the Thunder Demon Venerable knew today's fight was over. He only hoped Yi Tsangxuan would spare Shao Jie this once, as his death would plunge the primordial demon domain into chaos. But before he could finish, an explosion rang out. It came from Zhan Huang, fighting Man Huang in the distance, who had just sent Man Huang flying. This gave him a moment to glance at Yi Tsangxuan's side. His and Shao Jie's plan to kill Yi Tsangxuan in the lower realm had utterly failed, but he didn't believe Yi Tsangxuan could keep both of them here, though he and Shao Jie were suppressed by the heavenly Tao. 569. 00, Lat 15:50, 240, 00:15:52, 400. It didn't mean they couldn't forcibly break through the suppression. The cost would merely be facing another tribulation. So he hoped Yi Tsangxuan would willingly spare Shao Jie, suggesting they each take a step back rather than fight to the death. Yi Tsangxuan ignored these words. The Thunder Demon Venerable, however, couldn't stand it. To him, Zhan Huang was an utter fool, unable to read the situation, yet daring to make threats. At this moment, Yi Tsangxuan burst into laughter. For 1,000 years in the upper realm, my body was forged through countless trials. The world only knows me, Yi Tsangxuan, for my low cultivation. But they don't know I'm also a master swordsman. Though my body hasn't fully recovered, my swordsmanship remains undamaged. With that, he reached out his right hand to the sky and roared, "Come, sword!" In that instant, from the main hall of Qingxian sect, countless miles away, the Zhutian sword, enshrined above, broke through the roof and shot toward the distance. In the blink of an eye, it landed in Yi Tsangxuan's hand. The Thunder Demon Venerable glanced at Zhan Huang, cursed him as a fool, and shattered the space around them. Grabbing Zhan Huang by the neck, he threw him into the spatial rift. He knew Xiao Jie was doomed today, to avoid losing Zhan Huang as well. This was all he could do. Leaving behind a challenge to Yi Tsangxuan for a future battle, the Thunder Demon Venerable departed. Only then did Yi Tsangxuan turn to face Xiao Jie in the distance. It was time to make Xiao Jie understand the truth that touching a dragon's reverse scale means certain death. Anyone who dares harm the women by my side deserves death. Seeing Yi Tsangxuan radiating killing intent, Xiao Jie remained unafraid. He immediately unleashed all the spiritual power within him, removing the restraints of the heavenly Tao. Now restored, he could only stay in the lower realm for a short time, but it was enough to deal with Yi Tsangxuan. What he didn't know was just how terrifying Yi Tsangxuan was when wielding the Zhu Tian sword. Yi Tsangxuan leapt into the air, the Zhu Tian sword in his hand surging with spiritual power, emitting an overwhelming aura. Facing someone like Xiao Jie, Yi Tsangxuan, one strike is all I need. He swung the sword, sending a vertical sword beam straight at Xiao Jie. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the sword energy, Xiao Jie had only enough time to look shocked, before his body was completely dissolved by the sword intent. All that remained was a groove in the ground, marking where the battle had taken place. Just then, Manhua, who had previously been knocked away by Zhan Huang, returned. He was surprised to find the battle already over. As expected of Yi Tsangxuan, a true predecessor, his strength was indeed fearsome. Now, it was finally his turn to spar. Yi Tsangxuan accepted the challenge gladly. Both men had trained their bodies to the utmost limit. Only through pure physical combat could they break through. Only a head-on clash could help them find that final insight. After instructing the sword spirit of the Zhutian sword to return to Qingxian sect, Yi Tsangxuan was ready for an all-out battle with Manhua. At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a transmission from Xingyu. There was a problem with Xingyu's seal. He had to return at once. Before departing, he healed the wound Yi Tsangxuan sustained during his tribulation, then quickly returned to the upper realm. Now free of outside interference, Yi Tsangxuan and Manhua began a pure physical brawl. It was the most primal way of fighting, relying solely on physical strength. No techniques, no dodging. Each punch landed solid and brutal, the clash exhilarating. The sound of blows echoed constantly through the barren wasteland, until finally, exhausted, they both stopped. Yet even so, neither had found a way to break through the limit of the body. Just then, a loud rumble came from afar. The ground began to collapse. A massive, bottomless crater opened up before them. Seeing this, Manhuang's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt something below calling out to him. If he went down, he might find a way to break through. But Yi Tsangxuan had a bad feeling. He sensed an ominous demonic aura. Manzhou, dubbed a barbaric land by the strong, was home to tens of thousands of man tribesmen. They did not cultivate spiritual power, only physical strength, and were looked down upon by ascended cultivators. But it wasn't that they didn't want to cultivate. It was that Manzhou was uniquely barren. Of all the regions in Zhoushuan continent, only Manzhou had never produced spiritual energy, and for some reason, the man tribe's bodies could not absorb or store it either. When Yi Tsangxuan fought the Man King long ago, he accidentally discovered an underground world. It was home to strange creatures, lifeless yet active and fiercely aggressive. Upon slaying them, they realized they were not classified as demonic beasts, but resembled refined metal beings with incredibly durable crystal iron bodies. And when they died, they released an aura that Tang Yuyu found oddly familiar. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it, but something unexpected occurred. The floating aura surged into her body. In that instant, she realized her power had greatly increased. Even Manhua, who had reached the peak of physical cultivation, improved slightly after contact with the aura. Seeing this, Yi Tsangxuan acted decisively, crushing the body of one of the creatures. After a series of tests, he concluded the aura released upon their death could indeed boost the man tribe's strength and was of the same origin as their bodies, absorbed instantly without rejection. These bizarre beings puzzled everyone. None could guess what lay beneath Manzhou. Even Manhua didn't care to figure it out, as long as they helped him break through. With that thought, Manhua offered to lead, slaying every creature along the way. He relied on the aura released at their death to strengthen himself further. Soon after, the group wandered deep into the underground world, but the deeper they went, the more, aside from the creatures they encountered growing stronger along the way, The group didn't notice anything particularly unusual until they faced even stronger subterranean creatures, which Manli alone couldn't handle, forcing Yi Songxuan to join the fight. What puzzled everyone, however, left Yi Songxuan utterly baffled. He had seen sand demon beasts explode into demon cores or pellets, but this was his first time encountering ones that produced these crystals. Moreover, he sensed that these crystals contained immense energy. Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er curiously examined the crystal in Yi Songxuan's hand. Unexpectedly, the crystals suddenly shattered, and two streams of energy entered Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er's bodies. Seeing this, Yi Songxuan hurriedly checked their conditions. After a thorough inspection, he found that absorbing this energy caused no harm to the two women. What puzzled him, however, was that Tang Yuyu, being of barbarian descent, could absorb this energy, which made sense. But Yi Shi'er, clearly from Tsangzhou, was also able to absorb it. Manli, watching nearby, crushed a crystal in his hand, and its immense energy fused into his body. In that instant, Manli felt his physical body was nearing perfection. With just a bit more absorption, he might break through the limits of his physique. After absorbing the energy, Tang Yuyu discovered her body had astonishingly grown taller. Overjoyed, she literally jumped with excitement, urging Yi Songxuan to hunt more creatures for her. Yi Songxuan didn't refuse Tang Yuyu's plea, contributing greatly to her height growth plan. After tirelessly slaying countless powerful creatures, Tang Yuyu collapsed, clutching her stomach, feeling stuffed from absorbing too much energy. The upside was that her height now surpassed Yi Shi'er's. Tang Yuyu handed the excess crystals to Qin Muya and Yi Lingyan, hoping they could enhance their physical strength as well. However, the results disappointed the two women, as they were completely unable to absorb the crystals. Only Yi Shi'er could take in all the energy without issue. After absorbing several crystals, Manli found his physical strength had reached perfection, but a barrier prevented him from breaking through his limits. Moreover, the crystal's energy no longer affected him. Yi Songxuan alone refrained from absorbing the energy, sensing some unknown secret within the crystals. Until he understood it, he chose to remain cautious. Moments later, the group continued forward, arriving before a stone mountain. Based on Yi Songxuan's years of exploration experience, he judged there was once a passable tunnel here, but it was now blocked by the stone mountain. This mountain was peculiar, as if something existed within it. At that moment, the stone mountain suddenly split open, and two massive stone statues emerged from within. Seeing this, Yi Songxuan and Manli instantly entered combat mode, preparing for a potential attack from the statues. Yet, such an attack never came. Instead, the two statues turned and pushed open a stone gate behind them. Under everyone's gaze, a tunnel appeared before them. With the mindset of "we've come this far, might as well check it out," Manli led the way, entering the tunnel first. The others followed closely behind, unbeknownst to them. After they entered the tunnel, the two massive statues suddenly spoke in human tongues. "Hopefully, this time we can fully deal with those existences." Their words carried an unknown meaning. The group passed through the dark tunnel, arriving at a hidden subterranean world. They were greeted by a ground covered in withered bones, surrounded by desolate, lifeless terrain. To create such a vast space underground, whether through barriers or shifting the cosmos, was clearly beyond the abilities of ordinary people. As the group carefully surveyed their surroundings, a loud crash suddenly echoed from a clearing in the distance. Two humanoid creatures were locked in combat. Upon noticing intruders, the creatures abruptly stopped their fight and swiftly charged toward Yi Songxuan and his group. Yi Songxuan decisively shielded Tang Yuyu and the others behind him, then threw a punch to meet the attack head-on. With a loud bang, the clash sent both sides reeling back. The humanoid creature's physical strength was exceptionally formidable, comparable to Manli's. Yi Songxuan ordered the women to retreat, assigning the other humanoid creature to Manli, then charged toward his opponent. He wanted to uncover what these strange creatures were. After a fierce battle, Yi Songxuan gained the upper hand, pressing his advantage and slamming the creature into the ground. With a resounding crash, the creature was buried in the earth, leaving a massive crater. The ground exploded instantly, dust rising everywhere. Under Yi Songxuan's full force strike, the humanoid creature stopped moving entirely. Cracks began to appear on the creature's body, and black smoke drifted out from within, revealing a corpse wrapped inside. Drawing on his years of experience, Yi Songxuan deduced that for a body of such strength to corrode to this extent, it must have been dead for at least 10,000 years. This realization shocked Yi Songxuan. This subterranean space had existed for at least 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Manli was still battling the other humanoid creature, which unexpectedly spoke in human language, urging everyone to flee and leave this place. Before anyone could react, two figures, fast as lightning, lunged toward Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er, who were watching from a distance. In a critical moment, Yi Songxuan roared, trying to intervene, but it was too late. Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er had already been seized by the enemy. Yi Songxuan hurriedly gave chase, but upon reaching the spot, he found the two humanoid creatures had vanished without a trace. With the two women captured, Yi Songxuan flashing forward and grabbing its neck, demanding to know the women's whereabouts. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind him. An elderly humanoid creature emerged from the ground, calming Yi Tsangxuan and assuring him not to worry. The two women who were taken were not in immediate danger. As he spoke, the old man pressed his staff against Yi Tsangxuan's shoulder, making Yi Tsangxuan feel as if a mountain was weighing down on him. This force was comparable to 70 to 80% of his peak strength. Seeing the old man bore no malice, Yi Tsangxuan released the humanoid creature. From the old man, they learned that they were not allied with the two creatures who took the women. The women would not be in danger for. To understand the full reason, they needed to follow him to a place where all their questions would be answered. For the safety of Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er, Yi Tsangxuan and the others had no choice but to follow the old man to a cave entrance. The end of this place was where the old man said all their answers lay. Without hesitation, the four entered the cave, but the sight inside shocked them. The walls on both sides were lined with countless seated corpses. Yi Tsangxuan could tell at a glance that these dead were no ordinary beings in life. Some had achieved profound Buddhist mastery. Others bore the supreme. For these people to refine their bodies to such a degree, even the earth-level powerhouses of the upper realm would struggle to match. Moreover, as far as he knew, over 100,000 years ago, the Buddhist and Taoist traditions had already been severed. The current world no longer held their legacies. The deeper they went, the more uneasy the group felt. Some of the corpses seated further in, even just being near them, made Manli, with his near-perfect physique, feel as though his body could be torn apart at any moment. These were the legendary mysterious gate, glazed treasure bodies. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed from the depths of the cave. I've finally awaited your arrival. Come in, young ones. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the speaker, Yi Tsangxuan and Manli both wore grave expressions. But having come this far, they had no choice. Following the passage, the group reached its end. Before them was a massive array covered in intricate runes. Yi Tsangxuan stepped forward without hesitation, entering a secluded cave. Before them stood a giant stone pillar, with an old man seated at its base. Behind him were numerous stone statues. Seeing Yi Tsangxuan, the old man gave a kind smile, beckoning them to come closer. Manli, impatient as ever, stepped forward quickly, directly asking the old man, "What is this place? And how can I break through the limits of my physique?" The old man, unhurried, waved his hand, and 4 stone stools rose from the ground. Once everyone was seated, the old man began to speak slowly, recounting for the group a story spanning 1,000,000 years. A supreme powerhouse who had lived for over 1,000,000 years, now reduced to surviving in this sunless subterranean world, all to suppress an extraterrestrial evil. From the old man, the group learned that 1,000,000 years ago, the upper realm was divided into 1 state, 1 palace, 2 sects, and among them, Zhongzhou was the most prosperous. The heart of the 9 mysterious continents, Dao heritage. Hundreds of Earth-level powerhouses gathered there, all seeking to break through the 9th level of the Earth realm, to transcend the heavenly Dao's restrictions of the 9 mysterious continent, to become one of the legendary transcendents, undying and immortal. It was at that time, a faction within the ghost domain grew greedy. They attempted to break through space-time and directly transcend to another world. Unexpectedly, they triggered a terrifying nightmare. Countless foreign entities suddenly emerged, not only powerful enough to corrode the land, but capable of invading human thoughts, causing people to unknowingly birth evil thoughts and turn on one another. Within just a few days, the ghost domain fell completely under their control. At the time, the Central States experts were waiting. By the time they realized, the invaders had already taken root and had begun their large-scale invasion into the Central State. Thus began a grand war against the foreign entities that were lasted for years. Though the Central State had many powerful cultivators and held the advantage, the invaders, even when destroyed, released a strange aura that continued to corrode the land. The land could no longer generate spiritual energy. Because of this, the invaders were labeled as demons. Over 100 Earth-level experts convened and decided to take out the Demon King. With the king gone, they could gradually wipe out the rest. But the Demon King was a powerful transcendent. More than 100 Earth-level experts joined the battle, and less than a third survived. Fortunately, they succeeded in killing the Demon King, but to their horror, the aura released at the Demon King's death instantly engulfed the entire Central State. The region became a paradise for the invaders. Left with no choice, the remaining Earth-level cultivators jointly cast the Heaven-Earth Demon Refining Array across the Central State, hoping to incinerate all the invaders. To prevent the contamination from spreading, they sank both the Central State and the Ghost Domain into the lower realm's desolate sea, then sealed the invaders' gateway. Deep in the endless sea of the upper realm, a force called the Sanctuary was established to guard it. Afterward, nearly all the Earth-level cultivators died from their depleted life force. Only the Elder before them survived, through powerful secret arts for 10,000 years. But to his shock, this demon-infested land, after eons, once again gave rise to invaders. To prevent them from harming the world, the Elder used himself as the core to seal them underground. Yet it still People born from this land in later generations were naturally more bloodthirsty. The elder's only solace was that Yi Tsangxuan finally arrived. According to the elder, Yi Tsangxuan was a unique existence. His body contained both pure, a truly perfect physical form. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood the origins of Manzhou and why its people were naturally violent. They also learned that every plant and creature in Manzhou was born from the blood and flesh of hundreds of Earth-level experts who died in the Central State a million years ago. So everything the man people consumed was essentially the flesh of powerful cultivators. That's why their bodies were far stronger than humans from other regions. The downside was that their powerful bodies rejected spiritual energy entirely. The advantage? Their bodies had no upper limit. The reason Manhua and Yi Tsangxuan couldn't break through was because they both absorbed foreign energy, causing a conflict within them. To resolve this and break through, there were two possible. The first, kill a similarly strong invader and absorb all of its foreign energy to forcefully push past the barrier. The second, borrow the power of heavenly tribulation and merge it into their bodies as a stabilizer to harmonize the three energies within them and break through. This second method only occurred to the elder after he saw Yi Tsangxuan. Yi Tsangxuan had survived a heavenly tribulation and still retained tribulation energy in his body. The reason he hadn't broken through was because of the conflicting invader energy within him, too little to merge. Upon hearing the old man's explanation, Yi Tsangxuan finally understood. The two humanoid creatures who captured Tang Yuyu and Yi Xier were likely the foreign races the old man mentioned. Moreover, Yi Tsangxuan learned from the old man that the barbarians grew up absorbing flesh and blood from Earth-level beings, possessing not only their bloodlines, but also inheriting foreign energy, thus carrying foreign bloodlines too. The reason those foreign races kidnapped Tang Yuyu and Yi Xier was likely to awaken the foreign bloodlines within them. The old man's suppression of the foreign races, along with the lingering obsessions of many powerful beings of the past, kept the two sides in a stalemate. If one side gained a slight edge, it could break the balance. The foreign races hoped to awaken the two girls' foreign bloodlines to overcome their current dilemma. If they succeeded, the Jiushuan continent would be completely overrun. Because the current Jiushuan continent was nothing like it was a million years ago, they could no longer muster hundreds of Earth-level experts. As he spoke, the old man drew a map on the ground, showing everyone the location of the two girls. Faced with the old man's clear answers, Yi Tsangxuan was very grateful. Just as he was about to leave to rescue the girls, the old man suddenly asked to speak with him alone. Yi Tsangxuan didn't refuse, and told the others to wait outside. After they left, the old man revealed a secret about Yi Tsangxuan's body. According to the old man, Yi Tsangxuan's body was extremely powerful, having absorbed the essence of hundreds of Earth-level beings. Even though he hadn't yet broken into Earth-level, he already possessed great Earth strength. If he successfully broke through, his body's heaven-sealing power would be a natural bane to the foreign races. That's why the responsibility of closing the foreign portals was entrusted to Yi Tsangxuan. Yi Tsangxuan didn't refuse any of this, but he was confused by one thing. Even in his prime, in the upper realm, there were barely any who could match him in battle. Was that level of strength still only Great Earth? Once an unmatched protagonist, in the old man's eyes, was merely someone with Great Earth-level power. Yi Tsangxuan was shaken by this. If his peak strength only counted as Great Earth, how strong were true Earth-level experts? Seeing Yi Tsangxuan had no concept of Earth-level, the old man continued explaining. In a million years, there had only been one Emperor Tribulation. The very longevity tribulation Yi Tsangxuan went through not long ago. To become an emperor, one must overcome that trial. Hearing this, Yi Tsangxuan frowned deeply. Only now did he realize how laughable he had been. He couldn't even pass the Emperor Tribulation but thought to challenge the heavens. So those so-called emperors in the upper realm, they weren't even Great Earth level, just slightly stronger Tower Lords? According to the old man, the Earth realm has 9 levels, each lightning tribulation 10 times stronger than the last. The old man before him was the only one of the human race to have passed all 9 layers, an ultimate powerhouse. Seeing Yi Tsangxuan struggling to accept this truth, the old man smiled and comforted him. The war with the foreign races back then damaged the Jiushuan continent's foundation. With spiritual energy now greatly diminished, Yi Tsangxuan still reached Great Earth level, an extraordinary talent, 1 in a million. Just then, the entire cave began to shake. Cracks appeared in the stone pillar behind the old man. A wave of demonic energy surged out from the cracks. The sword-bearing old man quickly formed a seal, activating the array to suppress the demons. Waves of massive energy flowed from the surrounding statues, merging with the old man's power, and forming a massive rune overhead. Only when the demonic aura faded did the old man finally breathe a long sigh of relief. The barrier had trembled. This had never happened before. The old man sensed something, so he began divining the cause. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. It was the seal in the upper realm weakening, the one keeping the foreign races at bay, causing the demonic aura to leak out here. Yi Sangshuan couldn't help but feel concerned. He wasn't sure if Yi Qinghan could handle things inside the lesser sanctuary. Moreover, according to the elder, the alien race originally needed 3 days to fully convert Tang Yuyu and Yi Xier, but now that the seal was weakened, they would no doubt force the transformation at any cost. It could be done in as little as 1 day, or at most 2. Hearing this, Yi Sangshuan quickly turned and headed out. From behind, he faintly heard the elder's warning. Alien bloodlines erode the mind. Once transformed, they will completely lose their self-awareness. By then, the 2 girls will possess power near the Earth Realm, perhaps even reaching Earth Realm Stage 1 or 2. He must not act on emotion or hold on to any fantasies. Yi Sangshuan replied and walked out of the array. After instructing Qin Muya and Yi Linyin to stay put, he and Manhuang departed together, rushing toward the location of the alien race. Meanwhile, deep in a valley of the alien territory, Tang Yuyu and Yi Xier were bound to 2 stone pillars. Below them, the aliens danced wildly, as if performing some unknown ritual. The aliens ignored Tang Yuyu's shouting. The pool beneath the pillars boiled with steam, as a group of aliens sliced their palms, letting their blue blood drip down and flow into the pool below. They chanted in a strange, unintelligible language. Tang Yuyu watched all this speechless. As more alien blood mixed into the pool, it began bubbling violently. All the aliens dropped to their knees and bowed toward the pool in worship. At that moment, Tang Yuyu's face changed, as the stone pillars began to sink along with the boiling pool. Soon, they would be submerged. Clenching her teeth, Tang Yuyu resolved herself. Thinking at worst, she'd at least throw Xier to safety first. She began struggling against her restraints, trying to break the ropes binding her. With a furious roar, she released all her strength and shattered the stone pillar beneath her. Tang Yuyu broke free and leapt toward Yi Xier, untying her restraints. Then thrust her hand into the pillar and hurled Yi Xier outward. "Run while the aliens are still in ceremony," she shouted, telling Xier to find Yi Sangshuan for help. But the next second, Yi Xier seemed to hit an invisible wall and dropped straight into the boiling pool. Tang Yuyu jumped down to help her, realizing the aliens had set up a barrier. Escaping would be difficult now. But then she noticed something odd. The boiling water didn't burn them. Instead, she felt her whole body overflowing with strength. Even her posture straightened, and she seemed taller. She suddenly had the urge to fight. Meanwhile, in the Beihai Immortal Palace of the Sanctuary, Princess Yi Qinghan sensed the seal had weakened. She gathered all the disciples of the palace and sent one to notify the emperors of each realm, ordering them to arrive within an hour. Then she dispatched disciples to the second basement level to activate the Heaven-Earth Seal Array and suppress the demonic energy. She went down to inspect the first level herself and was shocked to find the seal even more damaged. She unlocked the outer seal and entered the inner sealed domain. With a wave, she summoned runes and sent them into the lower seal. Moments later, her repair efforts succeeded, and the cracks in the seal were suppressed. Now they only needed to wait for reinforcements to fully fortify the seal together. But Yi Qinghan didn't know that right after she left, a spatial rift appeared. A single drop of liquid fell to the ground and corroded it. It bypassed seal after seal, reaching the deepest underground prison. Soon, a massive figure emerged, an alien who had breached the seal through the outer realms. It was the twin-winged demon known as Number One. After observing the sealing formations, he burst out in arrogant laughter. Now he wanted to explore this world and see what fun it had to offer. With that, he rushed toward the outside world. Meanwhile, Yi Sangshuan, unaware of all this, was discussing rescue plans with Manhua, using the map the elder gave them. They located the alien lair in the underground world. There, the girls were tied to stone pillars by the foreign demons. The girls were tied to stone pillars by the extra-dimensional demons. At this moment, some unknown ritual was underway. To rescue the 2 women, Yi Sangshuan and Manli had already slaughtered their way through the outer perimeter of the alien tribe's lair. But facing over 30 alien powerhouses, Yi Sangshuan and Manli didn't dare act rashly. According to the breakthrough method provided by the old man, Manli only needed to devour 1 alien to break through the limits of his physique. Yi Sangshuan, however, required at least 4. For now, they just needed to lure out a few aliens and hunt them down, allowing both to restore their peak strength and break through to a higher realm at the same time. This would make rescuing the women effortless. Yi Sangshuan quickly devised a plan. Using the tactic of luring the tiger from the mountain, he dripped his blood onto stones to create decoys, having Manli carry them to draw the aliens' attention. While he waited in the shadows for a lethal strike, Yi Sangshuan's plan soon proved effective. An alien with a physique comparable to Earth level fell to his hands. Following the old man's method, Yi Sangshuan devoured all of the alien's energy. In the blink of an eye, not only did he restore his peak strength, but his power increased by at least 20%. With his strength restored, he no longer needed tactics. He charged forward, ready to fight and save the women. A punch roared out, its terrifying force surging toward the aliens. With a loud bang, Dozens of alien powerhouses were wiped out in one blow. The two then began devouring the aliens' energy without restraint. After an unknown amount of time, Manli broke through first, finally surpassing the limits of his physique. His physical strength was now dozens of times greater than before. Yi Zhongxuan continued absorbing energy, leaving Manli in awe, unable to imagine how powerful Yi Zhongxuan would become after his breakthrough. Hours later, Yi Zhongxuan's eyes snapped open. His body's energy had reached saturation, but he still lacked sufficient thunder tribulation power. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full energy to summon a heavenly tribulation. He intended to face the longevity tribulation once more, to gain more thunder tribulation power. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, and 100,000 heavenly tribulations descended. This longevity tribulation was effortless for Yi Zhongxuan. Under Manli's shocked gaze, Yi Zhongxuan crushed the 100,000 tribulations sent by the heavenly Tao, absorbing the immense thunder tribulation power into his body. But this power was still far from enough. Pointing to the sky, Yi Zhongxuan roared, "Dare you send more? This thunder tribulation isn't even enough to scratch an itch." The heavenly Tao could not tolerate such arrogance. Even more terrifying heavenly lightning poured down instantly, plunging the world into darkness, as if it were the apocalypse. Bathed in this immense thunder tribulation power, Yi Zhongxuan finally broke through to the Earth realm, becoming a true Earth-level powerhouse. Feeling the energy within him, Yi Zhongxuan understood why the old man had said his peak strength before was merely that of a slightly stronger pseudo-emperor. Compared to now, the gap was like a chasm. Having broken through to the Earth realm, Yi Zhongxuan gained the power of the Earth. With a single thought, the entire alien lair was laid bare under his Earth scan. He quickly located where Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er were held. The two then sped toward the altar's location. At that moment, facing the menacing aliens outside the barrier, Tang Yuyu's face was grave, her heart sinking to despair, just as she lost hope. A crashing sound echoed from beyond the barrier. Yi Zhongxuan and Manli had arrived just in time. Seeing their rescuers, the two women lit up with excitement. After inspecting the barrier trapping the women, Yi Zhongxuan instructed them to back away. He then threw a punch directly at the barrier, only to be stunned the next second. His full-force strike couldn't even shake the alien barrier. To break it, it seemed they'd have to eliminate all the aliens first. With this in mind, Yi Zhongxuan charged at the leading alien. He launched a kick at the alien leader's face, but the expected one-hit kill didn't happen. The alien leader spoke in the language of the 9 mysterious continent. "I thought you were stronger. So, just an Earth Realm first-layer cultivator?" Yi Zhongxuan quickly retreated, creating distance. He could sense this alien's physique was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond that of ordinary aliens. The alien was also surprised. In a world with a damaged origin, the human race could still produce an Earth Realm powerhouse. But alas, only a first-layer Earth Realm cultivator. He, however, was at the 4th layer of the Earth Realm. Though he had died and been revived once, a mere first-layer Earth Realm cultivator couldn't challenge him. As he spoke, the alien's figure flashed like lightning, charging at Yi Zhongxuan. With a single strike, the alien clan member knocked Yi Zhongxuan back several meters. Feeling the alien clan's strength and speed, Yi Zhongxuan's expression grew solemn. Facing their relentless attacks, he could only keep dodging. After several rounds of intense combat, Yi Zhongxuan finally devised a strategy to counter them. Deliberately exposing a flaw, he took a punch from the alien clan member head-on, but used the opportunity to seize their arm. Immediately, a terrifying surge of thunder tribulation power gathered in his palm. The next second, it blasted toward the alien. With one strike, their defenses shattered, and they were killed instantly. The old man's words had indeed been true. Yi Zhongxuan's blood was infused with thunder tribulation power, making him the alien clan's natural nemesis. To be cautious, Yi Zhongxuan delivered another punch, unsure if a 4th-tier Earthrealm powerhouse was truly dead. Given the current situation, it was better to be thorough. He then turned to the remaining alien clan members. Dealing with these mindless alien clan members posed no challenge for Yi Zhongxuan. Like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, he slaughtered them all effortlessly. After finishing, Yi Zhongxuan returned to the barrier. With a single punch, the barrier shattered instantly. The two women, freed, excitedly rushed toward Yi Zhongxuan, recounting their ordeal of being captured by the alien clan. As the three conversed, a massive surge of demonic energy suddenly erupted from the bodies of the fallen alien clan members. It swiftly surged toward Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er. Before the three could, the demonic energy had already invaded the two women's bodies. As the surrounding demonic energy began to envelop them, Yi Zhongxuan hurriedly pulled the two women toward the outskirts. But at that moment, something abnormal happened to Tang Yuyu's body. A terrifying aura erupted from within her, knocking Yi Zhongxuan back with its force. Tang Yuyu's height had grown to that of an adult, her body radiating immense energy. The next second, she charged at Yi Zhongxuan with lethal intent. The seal suppressing the Yuan evil demon's passage suddenly broke. The Lord of the Holy Domain rallied all the upper realms powerhouses, working together to activate the all-evil array to repair the sealing formation. With the combined efforts of the powerhouses, I Ching Han, the Lord of the Holy Domain, finally activated the array. But just as the damaged seal was about to be repaired, Zhan Huang, the master of the demon god Hall, suddenly struck. He gravely injured I Ching Han, who was fully focused on the task, and also ambushed the thunder demon Venerable, lord of the thunder domain. In Zhan Huang's eyes, neutralizing the two strongest figures would make the Joshuan continent his to rule. All the continent's resources would be his alone, and with that, how could he not become invincible? As for the so-called Yuan evil demon, what was there to fear? But he was utterly unaware of the Yuan evil demon's terror. 1,000,000 years ago, to repel the Yuan evil demon and seal the alien clan's passage, nearly all of Zhongzhou's Earth sovereign-level powerhouses perished. Only one 9th-tier Earth sovereign elder survived, using himself as the foundation for the sealing array, burying the alien clan underground. Only then did the Joshuan continent find peace. Now, driven by selfish desire and ignorance, Zhan Huang had disrupted I Ching Han's efforts to. As the seal was destroyed, a blood-red sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The blood sun split open, and a terrifying evil demonic aura spread outward. Seeing this, I Ching Han's heart filled with despair. The fortress built by the sacrifices of countless predecessors was destroyed by Zhan Huang's single act of ignorance. Her only regret, facing death, was not seeing her beloved one last time. At that moment, in the spatial rift above, a massive demonic beast emerged. Seeing this, Zhan Huang's face was full of disdain. This level of evil demon could scare you all like this. Utterly laughable. As he spoke, Zhan Huang flew toward the demonic beast. Today he would show everyone that he, Zhan Huang, needed only one strike to slay the evil demon that filled the holy domain with despair. As Zhan Huang claimed, he indeed killed the demonic beast with a single strike. After this, Zhan Huang looked down at I Ching Han and the thunder demon Venerable, his words dripping with contempt and disdain. The thunder demon Venerable ignored Zhan Huang's foolishness, instead turning to I Ching Han and asking, "Once the evil demon passage is opened, is there truly no way to close it again?" Hearing this, I Ching Han replied weakly, 1,000,000 years ago, in an era of gathered prodigies, hundreds of Earth's sovereign-level powerhouses failed to do so. In the end, they could only seal the evil demon passage with an array. Now, without even a single true Earth sovereign, the hope of permanently closing the passage is as fleeting as a phoenix's feather. At that moment, Zhan Huang, above, had just slain one demonic beast, only for another to emerge from the passage. Zhan Huang remained unconcerned, thinking it merely required another strike. It was a chance to show the cowards below that the so-called extraterrestrial evil demons were nothing but a joke. Yet, as he slew the new demonic beast, an alien with glowing red eyes and wings on its back emerged from the passage. At that moment, Zhan Huang realized he had mistaken his target. This new arrival was the true extraterrestrial demon, though it appeared stronger than the previous two. When Zhan Huang fought it, he discovered this demon was nothing special. In just a few rounds, he easily slew it. What was there to fear from such aliens? But before he could finish speaking, Zhan Huang was stunned the next second. Countless figures poured out rapidly from the passage. Looking up, over 100 aliens filled the sky. Only then did Zhan Huang panic, fear gripping him. Watching the endless stream of aliens emerging, Zhan Huang turned to flee without a word. At that moment, another powerful alien stepped out from the passage. Having overheard Zhan Huang's arrogant words, it scoffed at his insults to their race and his attempt to escape. As it spoke, a blood-red spear appeared in its hand, which it swiftly hurled toward Zhan Huang's fleeing figure. Sensing the terrifying power of the spear behind him, Zhan Huang turned to block it. But the alien had already appeared behind him. Before he could react, the alien's fist smashed through, and with a bang, Zhan Huang was slammed into the ground. The alien then descended, stomping heavily on Zhan Huang's chest. Without even a chance to react, Zhan Huang was crushed on the spot. Witnessing this, the distant thunder demon Venerable was shocked. Even if Zhan Huang was the weakest among them, he shouldn't have died so easily. I Ching Han, however, showed an unsurprised expression. These aliens are far more terrifying than you imagine. She turned to the remaining powerhouses. Staying here is just waiting for death. Better to flee as far as you can, to preserve the legacy of the 9 mysterious continent. Hearing this, the remaining powerhouses agreed without objection, quickly scattering in all directions. Only Thunder Demon Venerable and I Ching Han remained to face the threat. Meanwhile, in the Tang Yuyu and Yi Shi'er, rescued from the aliens, were unfortunately corrupted by the aliens' demonic aura. Tang Yuyu, her mind trapped, attacked Yi Tsangshuan, her kick sending him crashing into the ground. Yi Tsangshuan sensed that Tang Yuyu's strength, having broken through to Earth level, was overwhelming. As Yi Tsangshuan hesitated, unsure of what to do, Tang Yuyu launched another attack. But mid-attack, her body suddenly faltered, and she collapsed to the ground. Her own consciousness regained dominance, reclaiming control of her body. Tang Yu urgently told Yi Tsangshuan to knock her out, and find a way to free her mind and expel the demonic aura. Without hesitation, Yi Tsangshuan struck with a palm, and Tang Yuyu instantly lost consciousness. At that moment, Monli, having dealt with the remaining aliens, arrived. Learning that the women's minds were suppressed by the aliens, he had no immediate solution. but he suddenly recalled the thunder power in Yi Sangshuan's blood, which might counter the alien's will. Yi Sangshuan promptly cut his wrist, dripping blood into Tang Yuyu's mouth. Instantly, her body emitted electric light and crackling sounds. Soon after, Tang Yuyu regained her senses and awoke. Using the same method, Yi Sangshuan successfully revived his disciple, Yi Shir. At that moment, the subterranean world began to crack extensively. The old man in the great array sensed something, and through divination, found the cause. He transmitted a message to Yi Sangshuan and the others. The passage sealing the demons in the upper realm has been compromised. Hurry to provide support. Thinking of Yi Qinghan's predicament, Yi Sangshuan instructed the others to wait, then rushed off toward the upper realm, where the holy jade was located. The extraterrestrial demons broke through the seal, descending upon the world. The master of the holy jade and the master of the thunder jade stayed to hold them off, while the other powerhouses fled to preserve the human race's legacy. With a wave of the alien leader's hand, countless aliens surged toward the two like a tide. Seeing this, Thunder Demon Venerable unleashed his pure yang thunder, while Yi Qinghan used a holy jade secret technique to enhance him, temporarily boosting his strength and defense. Facing the swarming alien army, Thunder Demon Venerable entered a frenzied state. His body wreathed in lightning, like a killing machine. Wherever he went, alien limbs flew, and blood sprayed. Yi Qinghan conjured 2 long spears, cutting down enemies in a frenzy. Ordinary aliens couldn't shake the two in the short term, but the alien leader swooped down from above, suddenly appearing behind Yi Qinghan for a sneak attack. Prepared, Yi Qinghan stomped her foot, and a massive array appeared out of nowhere, enveloping all the surrounding alien clan members within. The Holy Jade was created to suppress the alien clan's passage. How could it not have contingencies for an alien clan? In an instant, a surge of gravitational force emerged from the array, pinning the ambushing alien clan leader, rendering them immobile. Then, a concentrated attack formed in Yi Qinghan's hand, striking toward the alien clan leader without hesitation. The immobilized alien clan leader roared in shock and anger. "What are you waiting for? Come out now." As his words fell, an attack appeared out of nowhere, blocking Yi Qinghan. From the spatial rift above, 4 more powerful alien clan members emerged. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan's heart sank in alarm. The passage's seal had only just been broken. Logically, such powerful beings shouldn't have appeared so soon. Yet now, 5 alien clan powerhouses had emerged at once, seeing their comrades suppressed by Yi Qinghan. One of the alien clan members spoke slowly. "I never expected this world to have fallen so far, left with only 2 decent youngsters. I still remember a million years ago. Even the 2-winged King Qingling couldn't conquer this place. This makes things easier. We can seize this world's origin sooner. Let's make this quick, everyone, or delaying the Wu King's grand plan will bring dire consequences." As she spoke, the female alien clan member charged at the Thunder Demon Venerable below. In the Thunder Demon Venerable's eyes, but no matter how he attacked, he couldn't even touch her foot. Humiliated by her relentless taunting, the Thunder Demon Venerable grew furious, seizing an opportunity to throw a punch at her face. Yet, she effortlessly blocked it with a single finger. The Thunder Demon Venerable's face showed shock. Just how strong was this female alien clan member? At the same time, another alien clan member descended from the sky, charging at Yi Qinghan, who was maintaining the array. With a single strike, Yi Qinghan spat blood and collapsed, unable to stand. Already gravely injured, her condition worsened, completely losing her ability to fight. As the alien clan's demonic claw reached for her, on the verge of life and death, a figure flashed in like lightning. Throwing 3 consecutive punches, the 3 attacking alien clan members were sent flying. The newcomer was Yi Sangshuan, rushing from Manzhou in the lower realm. Following him were Tang Yuyu and Yi Shir. Yi Sangshuan had wanted the 2 women to stay safe, but he couldn't resist their insistence, so he agreed to let them come along. Seeing the Thunder Demon Venerable struggling to hold his own, Yi Sangshuan instructed Tang Yuyu to assist him. At his words, Tang Yuyu flashed forward, and in an instant, she knocked away the alien clan member about to deliver a fatal blow to the Thunder Demon Venerable. Patting the Thunder Demon Venerable, she chuckled and said, "Young man, your strength is pretty lacking. You can't even handle a small fry like this." Tang Yuyu, empowered by the alien clan's ritual, was not only unaffected by the demonic energy, but her physical strength had also greatly increased. Seeing Tang Yuyu's provocative gesture, the alien clan member flew into a rage, charging at her with blinding speed. Their fight lacked any flashy techniques, just raw fist-to-fist collisions of pure power. After several rounds, the alien clan member gained no advantage. Its tail, like a spear, thrust toward Tang Yuyu, only to be caught in her hand. In Tang Yuyu's words, trying to sneak attack with a tail? That's just asking for a beating. As she spoke, her grip tightened. The alien clan member, its tail seized, seemed to have its lifeline controlled, its body immobilized, unable to resist. Tang Yuyu tugged hard, but couldn't break the tail, then flashed a wicked grin. Swinging the alien clan member by its tail, she smashed it downward, repeatedly slamming it against the ground. Watching Tang Yuyu's ferocious display, the Thunder Demon Venerable, sweating coldly, remarked, "What kind of monsters are Yi Sangshuan's women? Each one more terrifying than the last." After countless slams, Tang Yuyu finally tore off the alien clan member's tail, and the creature, lifeless, died on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Zhangshuan had driven back the remaining alien clan members. Under his intimidation, they revealed their purpose for invading the Jiushuan continent. The two-winged demon clan hailed from a place called the Holy Realm, where their vast population had depleted cultivation resources. Thus, they relied on plundering the origins of other worlds to cultivate. The so-called world origin was the source of a world's energy. Once stolen, that world would gradually become a barren wasteland. Moreover, Yi Zhangshuan learned from these alien clan members the hierarchy of the two-winged demon clan's strength. Above the two-winged clan were the four-winged and six-winged demon clans. The two-winged clan before us are merely the weakest, typically used as cannon fodder for invading other worlds. Above them are demon clan commanders. The higher the rank, the greater their strength. According to Yi Zhangshuan's estimation, these two-winged clan cannon fodder only possess low Earth Realm strength. The four-winged and six-winged demon clans are at the Earth Realm, while commanders and generals have third or fourth-tier Earth Realm strength. The two-winged clans kings possess seventh-tier Earth Realm strength, and higher up, four-winged and six-winged kings are at eighth or ninth-tier Earth Realm. As he spoke, a massive hand suddenly reached out from the spatial rift, attempting to rescue two-winged clan members. Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan smirked playfully, forcing out a drop of blood from his fingertip, which shot swiftly into the passage. The two winged clan members fell to the ground. The entity in the winged clan passage, wary of this world's unknowns, chose to remain hidden rather than appear. Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing all the energy from the slain winged clan members into his body. He then instructed Yi Qinghan to summon all the upper realms powerhouses. He needed a safe location to announce critical matters. Time passed, how long unknown, until all the upper realms powerhouses gathered in the demon god domain, with a great enemy approaching. This battle would determine the continent's survival. No one could remain uninvolved. Thus, the only course was to maximize the group's overall strength. All demonic beasts in the demon god domain could be hunted, take their cores, consume their flesh, anything to boost strength. Even forbidden techniques and secret arts, once banned, could be used as long as they harmed no allies. The goal was for all powerhouses to reach Pseudo-Earth Realm within a month, at which point Yi Zhangshuan would assist them in breaking through to true Earth Realm. He, with his mortal body, would single-handedly shield the powerhouses from the vast heavenly tribulation of the Earth Realm. The extraterrestrial evil demon's army was approaching, and all upper realm powerhouses entered a frenzy to boost their cultivation, seizing demon cores, consuming demon flesh, whatever could enhance human strength. They spared no means. But after half a month, despite exhausting all methods, fewer than 100 powerhouses reached Pseudo-Earth Realm. After helping the Thunder Demon Venerable and Yi Qinghan survive their Earth Realm tribulations, Yi Zhangshuan tasked them with guiding those yet to reach Pseudo-Earth Realm. 10 days later, all who reached Pseudo-Earth Realm would face their tribulations together, uniting to resist the evil demon's invasion. Observing the lingering Thunder Tribulation energy from their recent breakthroughs, Yi Zhangshuan called over his disciple, Yi Shi'er, from afar. Yi Shi'er possessed the Four Spirits' sacred body, with unparalleled talent in array formations. If she could use arrays to preserve this residual Thunder Tribulation energy, it would serve as a powerful trump card. In the upcoming war against the alien clan, he instructed the Thunder Demon Venerable and Yi Qinghan to collect all the upper realms array technique manuals for Yi Shi'er to study. He also left Tang Yuyu to protect Yi Shi'er. Then, Yi Zhangshuan returned to the underground world of Manzhou in the lower realm. The ceiling stone pillar suppressing the alien clan passage was now covered in cracks. Ninth Xian sat cross-legged below, channeling his energy to sustain the array. His entire being had become ethereal. Learning of the upper realms crisis from Yi Zhangshuan, Ninth Xian awakened. He hadn't expected the situation to be so dire, but with his power and that of his old comrades suppressing the passage, he could assure Yi Zhangshuan that no alien clan powerhouses above 8th tier Earth Realm could enter this world for the next 6 months. Beyond that, he was powerless. Moreover, Ninth Xian offered a delaying tactic. If Yi Zhangshuan could reseal the alien clan passage within 6 months, it would give this world a chance to recover, providing ample time to train more powerhouses to prepare for the final battle against the alien clan. As he spoke, Ninth Xian pointed at Yi Zhangshuan's forehead, transmitting the sealing technique created by hundreds of Earth's sovereign powerhouses long ago. The prerequisite was that no trace of alien clan energy could remain for the passage's sealing to succeed. Thus, the immediate task was to exterminate all evil demons in the upper realm. Afterward, Yi Zhangshuan sought out Chimuya and Yi Lingyan in the lower realm. Their strength was modest, so staying in the lower realm would be safer. Having settled all matters in the lower realm, Yi Zhangshuan set off for the upper realm. He arrived at a place in the demon god domain called God-Breaking Bone, with little time left. The human powerhouses who could break through to Earth Realm couldn't fully unleash their strength in the short term. In this situation, they could only rely on external aids to boost their combat power. At that moment, a man wielding a hammer, forging weapons with fervor, was the very person Yi Zhangxuan sought. His name was Tai Yun. Renowned as the upper realm's greatest blacksmith, Yi Zhangxuan got straight to the point, stating his purpose. He needed Tai Yun to forge 100 weapons in 20 days. The hot-tempered Tai Yun exploded in anger at the request, cursing loudly. What? Am I a beast of burden now? 20 days to forge so many weapons. That's impossible. But when Yi Zhangxuan brought out a mountain of rare materials, Tai Yun immediately changed his attitude. Yi Zhangxuan didn't have high demands. As long as the weapons were sturdy and sharp, that was enough. But forging ordinary weapons with such rare materials was practically a crime against craftsmanship in Tai Yun's eyes. Seeing Tai Yun agree, Yi Zhangxuan cut his palm, dripping blood infused with lightning tribulation power into the cauldron, telling Tai Yun that during the forging process, he must temper the weapons with this blood. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. Yi Zhangxuan began helping numerous pseudo-Earth-level cultivators undergo tribulation. Over 10 days and nights of continuous tribulation, a total of 123 people successfully broke through to Earth level. After absorbing so much lightning tribulation power, Yi Zhangxuan advanced to the third layer of the Earth realm. Everything Yi Zhangxuan had done earned him the respect of all the powerhouses. He became the undisputed #1 in the upper realm, honored by all as Emperor of the Night. At that moment, a loud rumble came from the foreign race's portal in the sky. A large number of foreign warriors surged from the portal. Leading them this time was Di Yun, commander of the Winged Demon Clan, a being equal to a human at Earth level 5. Seeing this, Yi Zhangxuan's face grew solemn. He hadn't expected a new invasion so soon, nearly a month and a half after the last one. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. All the newly promoted Earth-level cultivators behind him raised their weapons. He didn't expect them to slay many enemies. He only wanted them to fully unleash their power. In an instant, the first major battle between humans and foreign races erupted. Yi Zhangxuan launched an attack to draw the commander's attention. Only he could face off against a level 5 Earthrealm opponent. He led Di Yun to the edge of the battlefield to avoid harming nearby human allies. Yi Zhangxuan's provocation enraged Di Yun. Just a level 2 human dares disrespect him. With fury, he swung his massive axe, sending a devastating force toward Yi Zhangxuan. Yi Zhangxuan met it head-on with a punch. But at the moment of contact, a powerful force struck him, and he was sent flying. He hadn't expected a gap of just 2 levels to cause such heavy injury on the first clash. Realizing this, he quickly changed his strategy, dripping his blood, effective against the foreign races, onto stones, and hurled them toward Di Yun using spiritual force. Seeing this, Di Yun sneered with disdain. Such childish tricks couldn't even scratch his defense. But the next moment, Di Yun was stunned. The seemingly ordinary stone broke through his proud defensive shield like it was nothing, even piercing the wings on his back. Seeing his attack succeed, Yi Zhangxuan didn't hesitate. He grabbed another blood-soaked stone and charged forward with thunderous might. With a loud crack, Di Yun's giant axe shattered. He was severely wounded and sent flying. Realizing his defense before Yi Zhangxuan's attacks, Di Yun finally noticed something. His opponent's blood restrained their demonic bloodline. Understanding this, Di Yun abandoned part of his body and used a shadow escape technique to flee. He had to report this to the Demon King, or else the Winged Demon Clan would suffer a major loss. Pursuing from behind, Yi Zhangxuan noticed Di Yun's escape boosted his speed, but lowered his cultivation from level 5 to level 4. That must be the price of his escape technique. Yi Zhangxuan's blood, imbued with thunder that restrained the Winged Clan, was his secret weapon against them. How could he allow Di Yun to escape? With that, he forced more blood from his palm and hurled stone after stone toward the fleeing Di Yun, chasing him relentlessly, strike after strike. Di Yun took countless hits and finally reached the Winged Clan portal above the just as he was about to flee through the portal. A massive formation suddenly appeared from nowhere, blocking Di Yun's escape. Yi Xier appeared, activating the Wind Demon Array. Seeing this, Yi Zhangxuan finally relaxed. He had previously ordered his disciple Yi Xier to hide and set up the formation. Unexpectedly, it worked perfectly at the critical moment. Seeing a little girl blocking his escape, Di Yun unleashed all his power and attacked Yi Xier. But clearly, he had underestimated her array. Yi Xier formed seals rapidly, activating multiple arrays at once. With a bang, a massive array struck Di Yun head-on. At the same time, Yi Zhangxuan appeared like a ghost, behind Di Yun, grabbing his head. He gathered all his power and slammed it into Di Yun. The impact was so terrifying, it stunned the entire battlefield below. The Winged Clan's 5th-level commander was slain on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Zhangxuan quickly pointed at Di Yun's forehead. Before his soul dissipated, he used Soul Search technique. He wanted to gain insight into the overall strength of the Winged Clan. Through Di Yun's memories, Yi Zhangxuan saw an unknown blood-red world, where countless Winged Clan members were gathering. It was just before Di Yun's invasion of the 10 directions of the world. But before he could learn more, The winged clan king on the throne released a terrifying aura. He actually sensed someone peeking across time and space. A pair of blood-red eyes radiated killing intent and directly injured Yi Tsongxuan through space and time. Sensing this presence, Yi Tsongxuan immediately broke into a cold sweat. By his estimate, the enemy was at least Earth Realm level 9, possibly even beyond the Earth Realm altogether. Thinking of this, Yi Tsongxuan dared not be careless. He quickly ordered the army to eliminate all remaining winged clan soldiers, to use the time to prepare for the next invasion. The question was, what kind of terrifying power would they send next? If that winged king personally descended, the humans would stand no chance at all. Just as he was thinking how to respond, a terrifying aura appeared in the winged clan's portal above. The winged king's voice thundered from within the portal. So it was just a level 3 brat. To think you actually killed Di-yun. This world truly is interesting. I hope you can amuse me longer. Don't disappoint me too soon. With those words, the aura vanished from the portal. Only then did Yi Tsongxuan finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the king held back out of caution and didn't descend. Otherwise, humanity would have had no hope at all. With the fall of the winged demon commander Di-yun, though the demons were many, they were now leaderless. Without Di-yun's command, chaos erupted among them. Over 100 level 1 Earth Realm humans, wielding weapons forged to counter demons, launched a massacre. No one knew how much time passed, but eventually, the last demon fell. The first human victory against the winged clan invasion was complete. According to Lei Mosen's records, a total of 110,000 winged demons were slain. Among them, 18 were level 2 Earth Realm, and 7-8 were level 1 Earth Realm demonic elites. On the human side, only 3 level 1 Earth Realm warriors were lost. It was an overwhelming victory. Much of this success was thanks to Yi Tsongxuan's custom weapons. These weapons could bypass demonic defenses. Without them, the outcome would have been much. But Yi Tsongxuan showed no joy in victory. The number of human Earth Realm cultivators was limited, and from Di-yun's memories, he discovered that the demons were virtually endless. If things continued this way, humanity would eventually be exhausted. Thinking of this, Yi Tsongxuan told Lei Mosen to ask Sacred Domain Lord I Ching-han to share their magic arrays with all human cultivators. Only with stronger techniques could their chances of survival increase in future battles. Fortunately, Yi Tsongxuan's special constitution, having both demonic and human bloodlines, allowed him to absorb the dark aura left behind by slain demons, to enhance his cultivation. After absorbing the energy of hundreds of thousands of fallen demons, Yi Tsongxuan successfully broke through his realm. He unleashed his full power and triggered a lightning tribulation. Not long ago, he had helped hundreds of human cultivators pass their own tribulations. His bloodline was already rich in tribulation energy. The 5th tribulation of the Imperial Ascension realm was a breeze for him. After successfully overcoming it, he gathered the remaining power of the tribulation together. He instructed his disciple Yi Xier to activate the formation, to store all this tribulation power when facing truly formidable enemies from the alien race. This tribulation power might become a powerful asset. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, countless twin-winged demon soldiers had already assembled. On the throne above sat the king of the twin. The six-winged king sensed the incompetence of Commander Di-yun and realized there was someone capable of defeating higher realms, easily slaying those of the same level. A world capable of repairing its origin on its own must at least be categorized as a high. This discovery thrilled him greatly. With their large numbers, the twin-winged demon clan had long exhausted their resources. To survive, they could only plunder the origins of other worlds. And the origins of high-level worlds were exactly the kind of resource he desired most. He immediately ordered Commander Di-yun, also at the 5th stage of Imperial Ascension, to lead hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the tenfold world. The four-winged king nearby was puzzled by the order. It's a high-level world. Why not just launch a full-scale invasion and take it at once? Upon hearing this, the six-winged king revealed a meaningful expression. A million years ago, the previous king of the winged people, his elder brother, had personally led a full invasion of the tenfold world and ended up completely annihilated. This led to the decline of the winged clan's strength. Many of their territories were devoured by other races. Now that he was king of the winged clan, how could he make such a foolish decision? According to his strategy, a high-level world should be taken slowly. Let the blood of their lower-class people flood that world. Once their bloodlines fully taint that world, it would become the home ground of the winged clan. That way, devouring that world would be easy and smooth. Meanwhile, in the upper realm of the tenfold world, the lord of the holy domain, I Ching-han, after 20 days of effort, finally handed over the demon-suppressing formation to over 100 Earth Realm experts. The demon-suppressing formation was the result of countless human ancestors' wisdom. It dealt devastating damage to these evil demons. Seeing that the formation was now mastered by the humans, the demoness Tang Yuyu, watching from afar, felt a strong urge. She ascended and wanted to test the power of the formation. She punched straight at one of the formation users, yet couldn't even touch his body. She was instantly blown away by the formation. Tang Yuyu felt like she had punched an iron wall. The powerful backlash left her hand trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, I Ching-han approached and explained, The demon-suppressing formation works as a group of 10. To break through one person's defense, you must simultaneously break all 10's defenses. In Tang, you use subsequent combat tests. Each member within the formation, with its support, had both offensive and defensive power equal to a third-stage Earth Realm expert. Additionally, the formation could suppress demonic energy. Any demonic energy within the formation would be sealed. However, its only drawback was, only one person could fight in the formation, while the other 9 had to fully focus on sustaining it. But this was still not its greatest strength. Its true power lay in combining 10-person teams. Each team formed a small B formation. 10 teams together formed a large B formation. With dual suppression from small and large formations, it could suppress demonic armies over a large area, lowering the overall strength of the demon army to a minimum. This allowed human experts to dominate the battlefield with ease and effortlessly crush the demon army. The formation's versatility and upgrades were all thanks to Yi Xier, known as a formation genius. These were all her contributions. Just as everyone was celebrating the power boost of the human race, a series of explosions suddenly echoed from the alien portal. Seeing this, Yi Zhangshuan muttered, "Not good." It was the signal of the second wave of alien invaders arriving. A swarm of demons appeared above. The second war between humans and demons officially began, with experience from the first battle. This time, the humans were well prepared. With Yi Xier's help, the formations had improved greatly. Though this wave's commander was a demon emperor leading 400 million, he posed no real threat to the well-prepared humans. On Yi Zhangshuan's command, a massive wind demon formation, formed by 100 Earth Realm human experts, descended from the sky, trapping the demon emperor within it. Yi Zhangshuan even tried to provoke the 5th stage commander. He randomly picked a lesser human cultivator from the ranks, and told him to go challenge the demon commander. The demon emperor couldn't tolerate such provocation. His power exploded instantly. He swung his weapon and charged at the human. He never expected the humans to send a mere first-stage Earth Realm nobody. To him, this was nothing short of blatant humiliation. However, the emperor was quickly dumbfounded. His attacks were actually easily blocked by a mere human of the first Earth stage. Since when did first Earth stage humans become this powerful? Sensing that the emperor's attacks could not harm them, the human cultivators finally relaxed. Following Yi Zhangshuan's instructions, they began taunting him. "With such weak attacks, you're still a commander? And you think you can invade our world? You losers better go home and drink milk instead." As the humans kept taunting him, the emperor unleashed his full power in a frenzy, but he still couldn't break through their defense. He quickly lost all reason and went berserk, mindlessly venting his rage. From afar, Yi Zhangshuan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. The moment he had been waiting for had come. With a lift of his hand, a drop of blood formed on his fingertip, carrying thunderous power from his body. It shot out like a cannonball toward the emperor. A crazed winged clan member is no different from a beast. He couldn't even dodge the attack in time. His head was pierced instantly, killing him on the spot. The winged clan army waiting below for orders were stunned by the scene. The battle hadn't even started, and their commander was already dead. How could they continue fighting? But the human side didn't hesitate. Under the command of Saint Jade Lord Iching Han, 100 first Earth stage experts pushed the demon suppression array to the limit. One figure after another dashed forth, charging straight into the winged clan army for a wild slaughter. In just a few hours, the hundreds of thousands of demon troops were all wiped out. Seeing how easily the humans won this war, Yi Zhangshuan furrowed his brows, looking pensive. He couldn't figure out what the winged clan king was thinking. The first invasion sent a commander of 5th Earth stage, and now again, it was a 5th Earth stage commander leading. But based on what he saw in the memories of the winged clan had far more powerful warriors. It felt as if they were deliberately sending them to die. Meanwhile, in the demon realm's E-clan prison, the 6-winged king also sensed the total annihilation of the emperor's army. But instead of anger, he smiled in satisfaction. In his view, as long as the blood of his people bathed that world, no matter what trump cards it held, the E-clan would eventually easily conquer it without lifting a finger. Thinking this, he decided to learn more about that world. He then ordered the 2nd winged general, Dijon, at 7th Earth stage, to gather a new army and launch another attack in 1 month. Then, he reached for his right eye, and directly embedded it into Dijon's forehead. He wanted to see for himself what was so special about that realm. Elsewhere, after devouring all foreign auras from the battlefield, Yi Zhangshuan still failed to break through. According to the method the old man 9th Xian told him, he must break through to the 7th Earth stage within 6 months. Only then could he seal the passage and imprison the foreign clans, buying 1,000,000 years of development for the human race. But now, only 3 months remained. It was clearly impossible. So Yi Zhangshuan set off for the lower realm of Zhangzhou. He wanted to ask 9th Xian if there was another solution. Soon, he arrived alone in the underground world of Zhangzhou. What puzzled him was, the bones of human ancestors left behind here had sprouted a few strands of hair. Could these remains really come back to life? Just as he reached out in curiosity, an old voice echoed from the depths. Junior, you better not mess with that fellow's rare few hairs. He'll be angry when he wakes up. The speaker was none other than Ninth Xian, the guardian here. From him, Yi Tsongxuan learned that these seniors once used their cultivation to power the sealing array. Sealing the foreign passage didn't mean they were completely dead. Each of them was once a mighty powerhouse. As long as the bones remain, they may one day awaken. After learning all this, Yi Tsongxuan explained why he came. He couldn't understand why the foreign king kept sending troops to die, and in this situation, he had no hope of reaching the 7th Earth stage within the remaining 3 months. Hearing Yi Tsongxuan's concerns, Ninth Xian chuckled reassuringly. The previous foreign king died here 100 years ago, so it's only natural the new king acts more cautiously. The 2 armies sent before were just testing the waters, and that's actually a good thing for the humans. Had the foreign king personally descended from the start, with the humans' current strength, talking about victory would be wishful thinking. According to Ninth Xian, Yi Tsongxuan should calm down and wait patiently. If he still couldn't break through in 3 months, when the foreign king descends upon this world, it will mark the moment of life or death for this realm. By then, the existence of this sealing formation will no longer be necessary. These old bones of mine will abandon the seal and step into the world once more to personally face this generation's foreign king. Ninth Xian. Yi Tsongxuan immersed himself in study for several days. He finally mastered the seal talisman that restrains the foreign race. His skill reached a state of near perfection. With his current 5th Earth stage cultivation, he could already unleash 1/10 of the talisman's power, and combined with his bloodline that naturally suppresses the foreign race. Even against the 7th Earth stage enemy, Yi Tsongxuan still had the strength to fight. Just then, a crack appeared in the ceiling pillar above. A massive surge of demonic aura gushed forth. A new wave of invasion had clearly begun, but what made Ninth Xian's face change drastically was that this aura felt unusually strange, yet it also puzzled him. If it were the foreign king descending personally, the aura shouldn't be this weak. He quickly urged Yi Tsongxuan to return to the upper realm. The enemy this time was special. Extreme caution was needed. Hearing this, Yi Tsongxuan set off with a heavy heart. He flew toward the upper realm like a flash of lightning. A spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky. Terrifying auras poured out from it, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The entire sky turned blood red. The human experts were already in position, gazing at the foreign passage above. They knew this was the precursor to a massive invasion. Body refinement Patriarch Yi Tsongxuan rushed with all his might, and made it just in time before the enemy's arrival. As he stared at the ominous aura pouring from the passage, his expression was grim, but confusion also filled his heart. This aura surpassed any foreign race he'd ever seen. But even after all this time, why had no enemy emerged yet? Unable to understand, he stopped overthinking it. He formed a massive seal talisman with his hands, though he couldn't use its full power yet. It would at least suppress some strength. Once the enemy descended, just as Yi Tsongxuan finished placing the seal talisman, bolts of heavenly lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere, striking toward the foreign passage. Seeing this, Yi Tsongxuan began to suspect something. A million years ago, this world was invaded by the foreign race, which damaged the world's origin. According to Ninth Xian's warning, there was something off about the aura this time. Could the invaders in the passage be the bloodline left behind by the former foreign king? Only that would trigger heaven's recognition, causing it to strike with divine punishment. As Yi Tsongxuan pondered the invader's identity, a massive hand suddenly emerged from the passage. Then, a figure stepped out. Looking around at the world, he muttered deeply. As expected of a high-tier world, its heavenly Tao has taken form. Then he growled in dissatisfaction. Dijon only carried one of this king's eyes, yet was already suppressed by the heavenly Tao, almost killed by the spatial turbulence. Too bad the heavenly Tao is damaged now, or it really would have been difficult for me to descend. This figure was the foreign battle general, Dijon, 7th Earth stage. The aura emanating from him, though only of 7th Earth stage, still made Yi Tsongxuan instinctively wary. He immediately ordered to have all formation experts withdraw. This opponent was no ordinary Earth stage fighter that they could deal with. Just as he finished speaking, Dijon suddenly stepped forward, and the sheer force of his presence alone blasted the human experts away. His own consciousness now fully controlled the body. The foreign king had sent him to lead the invasion, but just as they entered the passage, heaven struck. Aside from him, all other invaders perished in the chaotic space, if not for the foreign king gifting him his right eye and taking control of his body at the critical moment. Dijon too would have died like the rest. He was only lucky that the strongest human in this realm was only at the 5th Earth stage. He alone could accomplish the mission. With that, Dijon summoned a massive blade. Looking at Yi Tsongxuan below, he spoke. Even a 5th Earth stage cultivator like you is worthy of dying by my blade. As he spoke, his blade came slashing down toward Yi Tsongxuan. Sensing Dijon's astonishing attack speed, Yi Tsongxuan had no time to defend. He was instantly blasted away by the strike. Dijon didn't spare Yi Tsongxuan another glance, confidently turning to the remaining human powerhouses. Once he dealt with this group, this world would be his for the taking. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you so sure you've already finished me off? Yi Tsongxuan emerged from the dust, radiating thunder power. Seeing his opponent still alive, Dijon wasted no words, charging with his blade. Yi Tsongxuan, however, flashed a playful smile. With a wave of his hand, waves of runic power surged forth, forming chains that instantly bound Dijon. He then beckoned to a nearby human cultivator, whose sword shot from its sheath, landing firmly in Yi Tsongxuan's hand, facing the sealed Dijon. Yi Tsongxuan stepped forward and said, "Remember, next time you kill someone, make sure they're truly dead." With that, his sword slashed out, and with a crack, Dijon's throat was severed. Looking at the lifeless Dijon, Yi Tsongxuan frowned, puzzled. That death seemed a bit too easy. Initially, he had sensed an aura from this being that instinctively terrified him. It shouldn't have died so simply. But then, the supposedly dead Dijon suddenly opened a third eye on his forehead. The blood-red eye exuded eeriness and slaughter. A magnetic voice came from Dijon's mouth. This king didn't expect a world with a damaged origin could produce someone like you. How about this king plays with you for a bit? The alien, throat slit and dead, now opened a third eye on his forehead. With lightning speed, he threw a punch at Yi Tsongxuan. Relying on years of combat experience, Yi Tsongxuan narrowly dodged the strike. But the next second, a figure flashed, and Yi Tsongxuan was sent flying. Stabilizing himself, his face showed shock. He hadn't expected this alien, throat cut, to still be alive. More crucially, its attack speed was overwhelming. Then, a vortex appeared in the sky, and heavenly thunder, carrying terrifying pressure, struck the alien. The heavenly Tao, sensing the alien king's aura, had unleashed its divine law to erase the alien king from this world. But the divine law of a damaged heavenly Tao posed no challenge to the alien king. With a single slash, he dispersed the pressure. Fortunately, the alien king wasn't here in his true form, or the heavenly Tao suppression wouldn't have been broken so easily. He turned to Yi Tsongxuan with a wicked smile. "You're impressive. Last time I saw you, you were just a third-layer Earth realm nobody, a child of heaven's mandate born amidst a world's crisis. Let's see how strong this child of heaven's mandate really is." As he spoke, Dijon's body, controlled by the alien king, attacked Yi Tsongxuan with lightning speed. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling outward. In just one exchange, Yi Tsongxuan's arm sustained serious injury. The alien king's control over the body wielded power on an entirely different level. Over several rounds, Yi Tsongxuan could only defend passively, unable to match the opponent's speed and strength. Surprisingly though, the alien king didn't rush to kill him, controlling his speed and strength to a level Yi Tsongxuan could just barely handle. Unsure if the alien king was toying with him or had other motives, Yi Tsongxuan didn't dwell on it. With a wave, his prepared sealing runes appeared in the air, transforming into ropes of runic power that surged toward the alien king from all directions. The alien king didn't dodge, allowing the runic power to bind his body. Feeling the sealing runes suppress his body, the alien king commented nonchalantly, "Not a bad technique. It can even suppress my lineage's aura. At the same realm, no one could break free. No wonder Dijon was so easily killed by you. However, this trick is still lacking against me." As he spoke, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body, shattering the runic ropes instantly. He then chuckled and said to Yi Tsongxuan, "Your little tricks are useless now. What else do you have? Show it all. Bring out every move you've got." Seeing that the alien king was completely unaffected by the sealing talismans, Yi Tsongxuan frowned, revealing a trace of suspicion. The opponent clearly had chances to seriously injure him, yet never made a move. What exactly was this alien king planning? Seeing Yi Tsongxuan unmoving for so long, the alien king spoke impatiently. "If you have no other tricks, then hurry up and summon the one behind you." It turned out the alien king behaved this way because he mistakenly believed Yi Tsongxuan. Otherwise, there was no way someone with 5th level Earth realm cultivation could have wiped out his first 3 waves of troops. More importantly, in this world, he couldn't sense even the slightest aura of his fallen clansmen to erase their race's aura so cleanly. It had to mean the humans were backed by even stronger beings who hadn't shown themselves. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsongxuan finally understood the alien's intention. He was probing the depth of this world. With the previous alien king as a lesson, this new king was certainly cautious and careful. Thinking of this, Yi Tsongxuan suddenly devised a countermeasure. With a wave of his hand, the sealing talismans previously set appeared again. This time, Yi Tsongxuan used all his rune power. Still, the alien king made no attempt to dodge, allowing the rune energy to fully envelop him. His confidence and righteousness were exactly what Yi Tsongxuan wanted. He shouted aloud, "Sierra, blast him with everything you've got." From above, Yi Sierra emerged from within the formation. Her hands moved rapidly, activating multiple magic arrays in an instant. Under Yi Tsongxuan's gaze, she unleashed them directly toward the alien king below. A deafening boom echoed across the heavens. A torrent of tribulation lightning surged forth from the formation. It instantly engulfed the immobilized alien king. Moments later, from the lightning, a mangled and unrecognizable alien king reappeared. To Yi Sangshuan's surprise, the enemy was still alive despite the damage. Yi Sangshuan quickly smeared his blood onto the sword tip, then hurled his blade with all his might. It struck precisely into the eye at the alien king's forehead. As the eye shattered, the will of the alien king finally vanished from the world. Sensing the disappearance of the king's aura, Yi Sangshuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without waiting for the two arriving women Han and Xian, he rushed toward the falling corpse. The aura left behind by a seventh adversity realm alien would be enough for her to break through again upon devouring it. Only by reaching the seventh adversity realm quickly could the alien passage be sealed using the talismans, giving humanity enough time to develop and grow stronger. Within a palace shrouded in crimson aura, the six-winged king slammed the table in rage. He hadn't expected that even with his will descending personally, he would be so easily slain by a fifth adversity realm human. The key point was, despite acting himself, he still failed to draw out the true power behind the humans. Just then, the third-ranking royal by bloodline, the second-winged king, arrived at the palace. Seeing that the six-winged king had lost an eye, his face showed astonishment. He couldn't believe that, with such power, anyone in the world could injure him. Seeing the doubt on his face, the six-winged king explained, "I was distracted checking on a small world, and accidentally took a small hit. But you're here just in time, third brother. I have a task for you." From the six-winged king's words, the second-winged king soon learned there was a high-level world with a damaged origin needing his attention. If he could conquer it, all the better. If not, he was to find a way to draw out their strongest warrior. Upon hearing the order, the second-winged king respectfully but as soon as he left the palace, his expression darkened. He thought, even you couldn't handle that world, and now you send me? Isn't this just sending me to my death? If you show no mercy, don't blame me for betrayal. With that thought, the second-winged king flew straight to the origin pavilion of the alien race. The life forms of the alien race were unique. As long as their origin remained, they could be resurrected even if their bodies perished. So foregoing on missions, their elites would store a part of their origin in the pavilion. Seeing the second-winged king arrive, the guards quickly bowed, but the next second, the second-winged king suddenly attacked. He grabbed the throats of both guards, then pointed a finger at one of their foreheads. Using his will, he seized control of the guard's body. Afterward, he used the possessed guard to send a message to the six-winged king, claiming he had already left the pavilion, and informed him that during departure, with a cultivation at the peak of 8th tier Earth realm. At the same time, the sixth alien king, receiving the news, frowned slightly. He hadn't expected his third brother to be so cunning. Still, with royal blood, 8th tier Earth realm strength was barely enough to probe that world's depths. Meanwhile, in the upper realm of the Joshuan continent, after absorbing the aura of a 7th tier Earth realm alien clan member, Yi Sangshuan's cultivation finally broke through to mid-6th tier Earth realm. Fortunately, even with the alien clan king's personal intervention, he failed to uncover any intelligence about the Joshuan continent. At that moment, a booming sound erupted from the alien clan passage above. Yi Sangshuan's expression darkened at the sight. Why were the alien clan arriving so quickly this time? Based on the pattern of the previous two invasions, there should have been a month's gap. A figure burst out from the alien clan passage. It was the second alien king, an 8th tier Earth realm alien clan member. The second alien king scanned the surroundings, finding nothing particularly remarkable about this world. Below, Yi Sangshuan quietly observed the newcomer. Though the opponent radiated only 8th tier Earth realm aura, compared to the 7th tier alien he'd previously slain, the sense of oppression was worlds apart. This would be a tough battle. At that moment, the upper realm's powerhouses arrived, but it was clear the upcoming battle was beyond the capabilities of these first-tier Earth realm humans. At Yi Sangshuan's command, the others retreated to watch from a distance. Noting Yi Sangshuan's mere 6th-tier Earth realm strength, the second alien king beckoned, signaling the fight could begin. Without wasting words, Yi Sangshuan launched a fist attack, only for the second alien king to easily grab his arm. Yi Sangshuan struck with his leg, engaging in close combat. Their clashes echoed through the heavens, but Yi Sangshuan soon sensed something amiss. This alien clan member wasn't using his full strength, with his speed and power. Yi Sangshuan's current cultivation couldn't possibly withstand him otherwise. As Yi Sangshuan prepared to fight desperately, the second alien king suddenly stepped back, calling a halt. Waving his hand, he said to Yi Sangshuan, "I surrender, alright? Can we talk first? It doesn't have to end in life or death. Why keep fighting and killing?" Hearing the second alien king's words, Yi Sangshuan was filled with confusion, not knowing what this alien clan member was up to. From the second alien king's explanation, Yi Sangshuan learned that, though an alien clan member, his beliefs differed from others of his kind. He had no intention of seizing this world. This time, he was merely a pawn sent out as cannon fodder. In his own words, "There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests." He came to negotiate cooperation with this world. If this world was willing to cooperate, he'd help fight against the alien clan's king. Hearing this, Yi Sangshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this guy's head slammed by a door? Who goes to an enemy's world claiming they'll help them fight their own kind? But upon learning the second alien king's motives, Yi Zhangshuan finally understood. The second alien king had long coveted the alien clan's throne, but as long as the sixth alien king remained in power, his strength made seizing the throne nearly impossible. Now, with the sixth alien king losing an eye in his attempt on this higher world, the second alien king saw an opportunity. This sparked his idea to cooperate with this world. If Yi Zhangshuan could help eliminate the sixth alien king, he'd provide the sixth alien king's weaknesses and all alien clan intelligence. Once he successfully claimed the throne, he vowed never to let his clan invade this world again. After confirming the second alien king's words were true, Yi Zhangshuan was eager to cooperate. For him, there was no downside. If handled well, they might truly eliminate the sixth alien king. Seeing Yi Zhangshuan agree, the second alien king promptly revealed the sixth alien king's weaknesses. Based on past sparring with the sixth alien king, his weaknesses were the horns on his head, his tail, and the point between his brows. To prove his sincerity, the second alien king struck his own chest with a palm, ending his life in front of Yi Zhangshuan. Before coming, he'd left most of his origin in the origin pavilion, so this body's death was merely a minor loss of origin. Before dying, the second alien king warned, "Your world better prepare. My death here will, within 3 days, prompt the sixth alien king to lead an army himself." Looking at the second alien king, dead before him, Yi Zhangshuan reached out to absorb his aura. Now that he knew the enemy's attack timeline, he also learned the six-winged king's weakness. With time running out, he needed to break through to the seventh layer of the Earth realm quickly. With the cultivation of the seventh layer, he could fully utilize the sealing runes to completely seal the alien passage. This would give the human race 1,000,000 years to recover. After 1,000,000 years, the human race might no longer fear alien invasions. As for the second-winged king's talk of cooperation, he had no interest. The principle of non-kin harbored different hearts was something Yi Zhangshuan understood well. The moment the second-winged king took his own life, far in the demonic realm's alien prison palace, the six-winged king furiously slammed his throne's armrest. He hadn't expected the second-winged king, just arriving in that world, to die in less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Even if the second-winged king had expended much of his origin, he still possessed 8th layer Earth realm strength, and as royal blood, his power should have been even greater. The six-winged king deduced that to kill the second-winged king so quickly, the true powerhouses of that advanced world were likely not much weaker than himself. With this in mind, he summoned the fourth-winged king and ordered the assembly of an army to invade that world within 2 days. Relying on the numerical advantage of alien warriors, he would exhaust the enemy to death, if necessary. Meanwhile, the second-winged king's consciousness, occupying a guard in the origin pavilion, watched the assembling human army above, with an expression of "just as I expected." At the same time, in the upper realm of the 9 mysterious continent, after absorbing the aura left by the second-winged king's death, Yi Zhangshuan successfully broke through to the 7th layer of the Earth realm. He clearly felt that upon reaching this level, his body formed a faint connection with the heavenly Tao. This deepened his understanding of the great Tao, and he realized why the 9th mysterious senior had said, only a 7th layer cultivator's sealing runes could seal the alien passage. With the heavenly Tao's blessing, the sealing runes could unleash their maximum power. With this in mind, Yi Zhangshuan channeled his spiritual energy, beginning to inscribe a massive sealing rune in the air. As the rune was completed, he looked to the sky, drawing on his connection to the heavenly Tao to summon Thunder's blessing. Only then did the rune's full power manifest. With a wave, the sealing rune shot forth, racing toward the alien passage in the sky. Golden runic power erupted, sealing the spatial rift at a visible speed. As the alien passage gradually vanished, the sky finally cleared. Meanwhile, in the alien prison of the demonic realm, except for some aliens at the borderlands, all other tribes had fully assembled. But just as the six-winged king prepared to lead the army to invade the 9 mysterious continent, the spatial rift to that world suddenly destabilized. Under the six-winged king's gaze, it closed completely. This sudden event enraged the six-winged king. The passage's closure meant he could no longer lock onto that world's coordinates. Even with his immense power, he couldn't descend directly. The second-winged king, his consciousness occupying a guard after his body's death, was equally furious at the sight. The promised cooperation to deal with the six-winged king, his body had just died. And that kid had already sealed the passage. Wasn't this setting him up for death? Without the six-winged king's fall, how could he seize the alien throne? Standing before the passage, the six-winged king used the alien's unique communication method, speaking through the royal bloodline, to send a message to the 9 mysterious continent. Any surviving aliens in that world, upon receiving this message, would immediately attempt to sabotage the passage's seal from within. At the same time, in the endless sea of the 9 mysterious continents' holy domain, an alien was awakened by this message. This was the first, the earliest double-winged demon to emerge from the sealing stone pillar in the holy domain. Emerging from the pillar had cost him much of his origin, and he had yet to recover. Remaining submerged in the endless sea's depths, upon receiving the six-winged king's command, The first decisively activated his true form and swiftly flew. Unaware of this, Yi Sangshuan was still reinforcing the sealing runes. For extra security, he layered 2 seals, ensuring the alien passage wouldn't reopen. Watching Yi Sangshuan work, Yi Qinghan and Thunder Demon Venerable stepped forward. They learned from Yi Sangshuan that the human race's crisis was finally resolved. At the same time, Yi Shi'er, hidden above, emerged from concealment. With the alien threat gone, she no longer needed to hide in the array. After giving instructions to the group, Yi Sangshuan set off for Manzhou in the lower realm, eager to share the good news of the victory. Inform the 9th Xian, who is suppressed in the underground world of Manzhou. However, what Yi Sangshuan didn't know was, just as he left, first emerged from the river channel below. Moments later, in the underground world of Manzhou in the lower realm, 9th Xian, who was maintaining the great formation with himself as the core, revealed a gratified smile upon hearing the good news. He truly hadn't misjudged the man. In just half a year, Yi Sangshuan had once again successfully sealed the alien passage. The elder and the youth finally felt at ease and began discussing the future of humanity. But not long after, demonic energy suddenly rose from the sealing stone pillar behind 9th Xian. He hurriedly asked Yi Sangshuan, could it be that the aliens in the upper realm still aren't completely wiped out? Yi Sangshuan also looked puzzled. He was certain that all alien beings who emerged from the passage had already been cleared. 9th Xian instructed Yi Sangshuan to quickly return to the upper realm to investigate. Although the seal was extremely tough from the outside, it wouldn't be hard to break it from within. Upon hearing this, Yi Sangshuan, who had just arrived in the lower realm, immediately set off again, without rest, toward the upper realm. With the demonic invasion passage sealed, the crisis of humanity's extinction was finally averted. Just as all of humanity's strong cultivators began to relax, an alien hiding under the endless sea received an order from the Six-Wing King. He silently snuck beneath the sealing formation. Taking advantage of the human expert's retreat from the area, he decisively launched an attack on the seal above, attempting to break open the sealed passage from within. First never expected that with just one punch, a crack appeared in what seemed to be an indestructible seal. He hadn't thought the seal would be this fragile. He began wildly pounding the seal with his fists. If he could destroy the seal, First would become a hero of the alien race. He would surely be promoted and rewarded upon return. Just then, a figure rapidly approached from afar. It was Yi Sangshuan, returning swiftly from the lower realm of Manzhou. Seeing this, cold sweat poured down First's back. He increased the power of his punches, furiously striking the seal. If he couldn't break the seal before Yi Sangshuan arrived and escape into the alien passage, he would die a horrible death. After countless furious punches, at last, before Yi Sangshuan arrived, First successfully shattered the passage's seal. The thrill of surviving death filled him with euphoria. But the next second, he stood there dumbfounded, because Yi Sangshuan was already standing behind him. More importantly, he had only broken the first layer of the seal. The second layer was the key to unlocking the passage. Gripped by the throat by Yi Sangshuan, First couldn't move. The opponent's strength left him no chance to resist. As Yi Sangshuan snapped First's neck with a twist, a voice suddenly echoed from the divine spirit stone. Wait, don't kill him yet. Now that the passage is sealed, killing this alien may lead to disaster. The origin aura released at his death could reveal our world's coordinates. Hearing his first-tier Earth Realm cultivation was no match for multiple foes, and he was stomped into the ground by an 8th-tier Earth Realm alien clan member. Seeing this, Yi Sangshuan stopped holding back, his hands moving to frantically absorb the surrounding alien clan aura. Only by increasing his strength could he face the current crisis. From afar, the 6th alien king, witnessing Yi Sangshuan's actions, showed a look of shock. Absorbing the life force released was a feat only the alien clan's royal bloodline could achieve. Even he couldn't absorb it limitlessly, let alone a mere human. Who exactly was this man? Surrounded by numerous powerhouses and in dire straits, he chose to break through on the spot, summoning a sky of thunder tribulation. Before the alien clan army below could react, terrifying heavenly thunder descended, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Yi Sangshuan, braving the thunder, wove through the alien clan army, leaving every alien clan powerhouse in his path devastated, becoming targets to share the burden of his thunder tribulation. In an instant, the heavenly thunder became Yi Sangshuan's trump card, paralyzing the alien clan members struck, slowing their movements. They were mercilessly harvested by Yi Sangshuan, fueling his cultivation. After absorbing the life aura of several alien clan powerhouses, Yi Sangshuan finally withstood the thunder tribulation, successfully stepping into 8th-tier Earth Realm. Though the crisis of being surrounded by the alien clan was resolved, Yi Sangshuan's trump card of absorbing demonic aura to boost cultivation was fully exposed. The 6th alien king, observing from afar, immediately sent the 4th alien king into battle, determined not to let this human grow further. Otherwise, he would become a terrifying threat to the alien clan. Sensing the newcomer's overwhelmingly powerful aura, Yi Sangshuan quickly assumed a defensive stance. Yet, After barely blocking a single kick from the fourth alien king, Yi Tsongxuan was sent flying, crashing into a distant mountain before stopping. The terror of 9th tier Earth realm was far beyond what his 8th tier strength could withstand. Their power and speed were on entirely different levels. Seeing the human still alive, the fourth alien king swung his fist toward Yi Tsongxuan again. With a bang, the towering mountain was instantly obliterated. Had Yi Tsongxuan not reacted swiftly, relying on his rich combat experience, choosing to trade injury for injury, landing a punch on the fourth alien king's head, while taking a solid hit himself, the damage to Yi Tsongxuan would have been far worse. Yet, compared to Yi Tsongxuan's injuries, the fourth alien king merely had his helmet shattered. As the fourth alien king grew complacent, believing himself unscathed, Yi Tsongxuan suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, hitting the fourth alien king's eyes. The thunder power in his blood was the alien clan's bane. Seeing the fourth alien king, now blind and flailing like a headless fly, Yi Tsongxuan flashed behind him, ripping off one pair of the fourth alien king's wings with force, then tearing off the remaining pair as well, before kicking the fourth alien king to the ground. Not knowing what was in Yi Tsongxuan's blood, the fourth alien king's eyes still hadn't recovered. But as a 9th tier Earth realm powerhouse, he wasn't so easily defeated, leaping up and attacking Yi Tsongxuan by sound alone. Yet, without vision, even his strength couldn't land a hit on Yi Tsongxuan, leaving him to endure Yi Tsongxuan's relentless assault passively. Yi Tsongxuan unleashed all his strength, landing countless punches. Yet the fourth alien king, enduring Yi Tsongxuan's barrage, still didn't die, showing how formidable a 9th tier Earth realm body was. Meanwhile, the sixth alien king above the battlefield kept scanning the surroundings, delaying his own intervention, waiting for humanity's true powerhouse to appear. But after waiting, no such figure emerged. When he finally turned his gaze to the battlefield below, he saw Yi Tsongxuan, at 8th tier Earth realm, pummeling the 9th tier 4th alien king. This scene nearly drove the 6th alien king to rage. The 6th alien king leaped toward the battlefield below. Sensing the alien clan king's personal intervention, Yi Tsongxuan's heart sank. He could barely handle 9th tier Earth realm, let alone the alien clan's king himself. With this thought, Yi Tsongxuan shouted, "Sheer, if you don't act now, when will you?" As his voice fell, Yi Sheer emerged from her concealed form, her hands rapidly forming hand seals. Arrays instantly spread across the sky, and as they activated, the heavens and earth reversed, a surge of gravity emerging, binding the advancing 6th alien king's movements. Yi Tsongxuan was maneuvered to shift positions, replacing him with the 4th alien king as the target of the attack. The unfortunate 4th alien king, who hadn't died by Yi Tsongxuan's hand, was instead killed by the 6th alien king's strike. Feeling mocked, the 6th alien king erupted in fury, unleashing a surge of demonic aura toward Yi Tsongxuan. In the critical moment, Yi Sheer acted again, activating the arrays, reversing the heavens to shift Yi Tsongxuan. After 2 full-powered activations of the arrays, Yi Sheer had nearly exhausted all her strength. A powerhouse like the 6th alien king was beyond her. The 6th alien king, repeatedly outmaneuvered, turned around. He turned his gaze toward Yi Sheer, who was controlling the formation above. Without another word, he charged straight at her. If he killed this woman, the formations would collapse on their own. Just as Yi Sheer was about to die under the claws of the 6-winged, Yi Tsongxuan flashed in and pushed the 6-winged king away. At the same time, he summoned heavenly thunder to drive him back. Seeing this, the 6-winged king sneered mockingly. "Even this world's heavenly Tao fears me, and you think heavenly thunder can stop me? How utterly laughable." As he spoke, his figure darted like a ghost, fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yi Tsongxuan. Yi Tsongxuan was completely powerless before him. His chest was pierced straight through. Seeing this, Yi Sheer reached out to stop it, but was utterly helpless. Yi Qinghan and Tang Yuyu, seeing this from the battlefield, abandoned their fights and rushed over. They caught the falling Yi Tsongxuan. Seeing the strongest humans gathered together, a cruel smile spread across the 6-winged king's face. Perfect. He could wipe them all out at once. No need to deal with them one by one. Just then, an old sigh echoed in the air. A massive ceiling pillar rose quickly from the endless sea below. It rammed directly into the 6-winged king as he prepared to strike again. Feeling the force behind this attack, the 6-winged king realized the true human powerhouse he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. It was none other than 9th Xian, who had rushed from the underground world of Manzhou. Though he had hurried, he still arrived a step, but in his eyes, Yi Tsongxuan might still be saved. As 9th Xian prepared to use his origin power to save the dying Yi Tsongxuan, the 6-winged king didn't stop him. He wanted to see how much power 9th Xian had left. After sacrificing his origin energy, 9th Xian didn't waste any words. He directly activated a spell and began healing Yi Tsongxuan with his origin force. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan showed a shocked expression. He instantly recognized the technique 9th Xian used. It was the Sacred Domain technique of the Sacred Domain. Even he himself couldn't cast such a high-level version of it. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan suddenly guessed and spoke up. "You must be the Supreme Patriarch of Xiantian Palace?" Hearing this, 9th Xian smiled kindly. Yi Qinghan was absolutely right. His true identity was indeed the Supreme Patriarch of Shantian Palace, once the most powerful force on the Nine Xian continent a million years ago. Thus, Ninth Xian's true identity was finally revealed. A million years ago, when the foreign race invaded, it was Shantian Palace that led the resistance, uniting all the strongest cultivators of the Nine Xian continent. As the Supreme Patriarch, Ninth Xian led the charge. Along with 100 Earth stage experts, they assaulted the foreign king. Eventually, they succeeded in slaying the foreign king in Central State. But the human warriors were nearly all wiped out. Only the strongest among them, Ninth Xian, survived. He suffered severe wounds and damage to his origin. Helpless, he used himself as the core of a formation to seal the remnants of the foreign race underground. This gave the Nine Xian continent precious time to recover. But even after this legendary war, the world's origin had yet to recover. Cultivators of the continent could no longer break through to the Earth stage. Now, a million years later, and no one in today's world is strong enough to face him. Though Ninth Xian's origin remains damaged, he had once crossed 9 heavenly barriers at his peak. One step away from complete transcendence at Earth Stage 9, he could still barely match the Six-Winged King on equal terms. The reason for his delayed arrival was because he had been secretly preparing a grand array to awaken the lingering will. There were 98 such warriors in total. Even the weakest among them had passed 5 heavenly barriers at Earth Stage 9. 2 of them, like Ninth Xian, had passed all 9. Though only remnants remained, their combined power in the formation was enough to make up for Ninth Xian's lack of full strength. The Six-Winged King, however, was unfazed. With one command, the foreign army charged toward Ninth Xian. In response, the will of the 100 human warriors activated the array. Terrifying energy swept out from the formation. Everywhere it passed, the foreign army was thrown into chaos. After observing for a moment, the Six-Winged King noticed something. These lingering wills were ultimately dead things. They could detect hostile aura, but could only attack moving, living targets. That made them no real threat to him. Seeing that the Six-Winged King had noticed the flaw, Ninth Xian formed a sword of pure energy and attacked the Six-Winged King. His goal was to force the king to move, so that the formation could lock onto and strike him. As the sword came down, the king dodged instinctively. In that moment, the formation exploded, and terrifying energy surged like a tide. But the king spread his wings and effortlessly deflected the attack. What he didn't expect was, the array's attacks seemed to counter him specifically. Even though he blocked the array's assaults, they still damaged his physical body. Moreover, the injuries couldn't heal quickly. The Ninth Mysterious had anticipated this outcome, giving the Six-Winged King no time to think. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Combined with the relentless strikes from the array behind, the Six-Winged King had no chance to counterattack. Forced into passive defense and constant dodging, the Ninth Mysterious attacked relentlessly for an unknown duration, stopping only when the array's energy was nearly depleted. The onslaught had also wiped out the alien army below with the array's power. Seeing this, the Six-Winged King knew his chance to counterattack had come. Now it was his turn to shine. But what he didn't expect was that the Ninth Mysterious had a trump card. The Ninth Mysterious raised his hand, activating a grand array called the Immortal Slaying Demon Formation. An even more terrifying attack than before struck the unprepared Six-Winged King. With a deafening boom, the Six-Winged King was blasted into the ground. Moments later, as the dust settled, the Six-Winged King emerged, gravely injured. He couldn't recall the last time he had suffered such severe wounds. He then activated a divine ability exclusive to aliens, accessible only at the 9th layer Earth realm with a certain probability. A peculiar energy erupted from the Six-Winged King's body. Under this energy's restoration, his injuries healed instantly, as if never there. After using his divine ability, the Six-Winged King's appearance changed dramatically. Dense, steel-like fur, harder than any metal, sprouted across his body, greatly enhancing his physical defense. But the Ninth Mysterious, having fought aliens for years, had anticipated this. Following the Ninth Mysterious' sword-pointed gesture, the Six-Winged King noticed his freshly healed arm wounds flaring up again. The Ninth Mysterious had prepared for the alien's divine ability, lacing the array with a potent toxin. In the Ninth Mysterious' words, against a formidable invader like the Six-Winged King, any means necessary were justified to win. As he spoke, the Ninth Mysterious charged with his sword. The Six-Winged King prepared to counter, but felt something wrong. His body grew heavy, and his energy flow slowed drastically. The toxin had spread to his vital organs. Without hesitation, the Six-Winged King pierced his own chest, expelling the poisoned organs. With his divine abilities' restoration, he could recover fully in moments. Seeing the Six-Winged King's ruthlessness toward himself, the Ninth Mysterious expression changed, launching another attack. If the Six-Winged King recovered, he'd have no chance in this battle. But against the Six-Winged King, who had purged the toxin, the overexerted Ninth Mysterious struggled. The battle's tide began to turn. Meanwhile, in the alien prison of the demonic realm, the Second-Winged King, seizing the moment as the army marched, snuck to the alien spatial passage. He cast a spell, closing the passage to the 9 mysterious continent, beginning his scheme to seize the alien throne. He planned to devour the six-winged king's origin stored in the origin pavilion. By his calculations, the six-winged king, already weakened from battle, would suffer backlash if his origin was consumed, plunging him into absolute vulnerability. Then, the six-winged king would be trapped in the enemy's world forever, and the alien throne would be his for the taking. At the same time, in the upper realm battlefield of the 9 mysterious continent, the spatial passage in the sky suddenly vanished. The six-winged king was visibly shocked. Even his origin stored in the clan lost connection with him. He wondered if a rival force had attacked the aliens. Hearing this, Yi Tsangxuan, from a distance, grew excited. He revealed his cooperation with the second-winged king to the six-winged king, saying the second-winged king had predicted the six-winged king would enter a vulnerable state during the invasion, and that moment was now. With this, Yi Tsangxuan mocked. Not much of a king, are you? Even your own clan wants you dead. Understanding the situation, the six-winged king was momentarily incredulous. He hadn't imagined his third brother would ally with outsiders against him. Seeing the six-winged king lost in his emotions, the 9th Mysterious pulled a jade vial from his pouring its blood onto his sword blade. Seizing the six-winged king's unguarded moment, he thrust the sword into the six-winged king's chest. The furious six-winged king didn't react immediately. He pulled out the weapon lodged in his chest and steadied himself emotionally. He planned to deal with the few before him first, then return to take care of that traitor properly. But the next second, the six-winged king was stunned. His chest wound wouldn't heal. He didn't realize the weapon had been stained with special blood that inherently countered his race. It inflicted unparalleled damage on foreign races. Even the six-winged king's divine arts couldn't heal him. He felt a strange force invading his internal organs, corroding his body from the inside. Realizing his defeat was near, he stopped wasting time with 9th Xian. He turned his gaze toward Yi Tsangxuan and Jin Nu, who was trying to find the bloodline left in this world by the former foreign king. He quickly sensed that familiar aura coming from Yi Shi'er. Without hesitation, he dashed toward her. Since the second foreign, he would make sure the second king paid a price. Seeing this, Yi Tsangxuan quickly took a defensive stance, but his severely injured body hadn't recovered. How could he possibly stop the unstoppable six-winged king? In a blink, the king bypassed him and grabbed Yi Shi'er by the throat. He then activated a secret technique and pointed it at Yi Shi'er's forehead. Yi Tsangxuan, realizing what was happening, attacked, smashing a punch toward the king's back. But the king ignored him entirely and tore open a spatial rift. He threw Yi Shi'er into the rift and said, "Go teach that traitor of our kind a good lesson for me." As Yi Shi'er vanished into the rift, Yi Tsangxuan stood dumbfounded, not understanding what the six-winged king was doing. The king turned around and explained with a smile. He had used a secret technique just now to activate the bloodline of the previous foreign king within Yi Shi'er. He even transferred all his remaining power into Yi Shi'er's body. His goal was for her to avenge him and kill the traitor of their kind. To him, invading and plundering this world's origin was just a means of survival for the foreign race. Dying here was an outcome he could accept. But what he could never accept was having a traitor among his people, especially when that traitor was his own third brother. Even in death, he would drag him down too. Yi Tsangxuan didn't care about any of this. He only wanted to know where the king had sent Yi Shi'er. But the answer was only the king's maniacal laughter. And then he ended his life before Yi Tsangxuan's eyes. Meanwhile, 9th Xian had nearly exhausted his origin power and had little time left. As he put it, he had endured 1,000,000 years on one breath and lived to witness the downfall of the foreign race. He could now die without regrets. Yi Tsangxuan then rose above the battlefield and used his bloodline power to devour all remaining foreign energy. Days later, he successfully broke through, reaching Earth Stage 9. But something puzzled him. Even at the same stage, his physical strength was far inferior to the king's, so he went to 9th Xian to ask about it. 9th Xian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gathered everyone and leapt into the air. They arrived at the Death Spirit realm, beneath the lower realm's Manzhou. Beneath a giant ceiling pillar, 9th Xian revealed the secrets of Earth Stage 9. Earth Stage 9 was not the limit for cultivators. Beyond it were beings called the Transcendents, and Earth Stage 9 was the beginning of Transcendence. Only at this level could one truly touch upon origin power. As long as even a strand of origin remained, rebirth was possible. Training origin power was unlike absorbing spiritual energy. Only complete world laws could produce true origin power. So when an Earth Stage 9 cultivator refined their origin, they were actually absorbing the world's origin itself. This act defied the will of heaven. So when a cultivator's origin became too strong and crossed a certain threshold, heaven would send down heavenly calamity to destroy them. And unlike normal tribulations born from energy buildup, this one gave no room for survival. Only if one's origin power was strong enough could they survive heaven's annihilation. That is what it truly means to fight fate itself. This was also why the foreign race invaded other worlds, to seize their origin power. And 9th Xian warned Yi Tsangxuan and the others, absorbing origin power from other worlds would make it easier to break through the 10 heavens. But cultivators who ascended that way, their strength would also be much weaker. Otherwise, how could the ninth Xian, who crossed the 9 heavenly tribulations, have led the human elites to kill the previous transcendent alien king? After explaining the mysteries of Earth Realm, level 9, the ninth Xian pointed out everyone's cultivation problems one by one. Yi Tsangxuan, due to his unique bloodline, had relied on devouring alien life essence to quickly. The rapid breakthroughs had caused his foundation to be unstable. If not for his exceptionally strong physique, he wouldn't have succeeded in breaking through to level 9. But time was short now, and his disciple Yi Xier still needed rescuing. There was no time to polish his cultivation realm. Then, the ninth Xian stood and approached a stone wall. He struck it with his palm, shattering it instantly. After millions of years, the once grand library was buried under dirt and rubble, becoming a thick stone wall. A million years ago, the evil cult used an array recorded in a forbidden book to open a portal to the alien realm, leading to the alien invasion of the ninth Xian continent. The ninth Xian handed this forbidden book to Yi Tsangxuan. As long as the formation inside was set up, and Yi Tsangxuan used his alien bloodline resonance, they could successfully locate the alien demon realm. Now, few powerful beings remained in the winged clan of the demon realm. The chance of rescuing Yi Xier was still very high. After giving these instructions, Yi to stabilize his newly attained realm. Meanwhile, the ninth Xian turned to Yi Qinghan beside him. What comforted him was that after a million years, his bloodline still had a successor. Back then, the war against the aliens had been too rushed, leaving little inheritance behind. But Yi Qinghan, through her own talent, managed to reach her current level. It proved how extraordinary her aptitude was. The ninth Xian, with little time left, still worried about the safety of the ninth Xian continent. If Yi Tsangxuan left for the rescue mission, there would be no strong protector for the continent. Should another invasion occur, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, the ninth Xian's mission was to create a strong guardian in short time. Yi Qinghan's technique came from the same lineage as his. She was the only one who could receive his full legacy and rapidly elevate her cultivation. As he spoke, the ninth Xian pointed at Yi Qinghan's forehead and began transferring all his knowledge and insights directly into her through a powerful head-to-head transmission. Several hours later, the transmission ended, and the ninth Xian's aura completely plummeted. He now seemed like an old, dying mortal. Everyone was filled with sorrow. But the ninth Xian showed a smile instead. To witness this world one, to see promising youths emerge, he had no regrets. He told Yi Tsangxuan to set up a formation here. Over a million years, the wind demon energy had merged with his bones. Even in death, his remains could suppress the alien portal. This would prevent it from activating again. Hearing this, Yi Tsangxuan decisively began the setup. He followed the book's instructions to construct the array. As it activated, a light burst forth from the formation. A portal to the alien realm appeared before them. Despite Tang Yuyu's insistence, Yi Tsangxuan had no choice but to bring her along, as they both leapt into the spatial portal, heading to the alien realm to rescue his disciple Yi Xier. After they vanished, the ninth Xian activated sealing magic. He locked the portal and entrusted Yi Qinghan with guarding this world, then closed his eyes and passed away. Once the strongest cultivator of the human race, he endured over a million years for the world's safety. Now, he could finally rest in peace. Meanwhile, the exiled Yi Xier awoke in a void-like space. Alien energy continued to flow into her body. The inherited memories of the alien race filled her mind. Before transcenders appeared, the alien race was not strong. Tianqing not only allowed their bodies to emit a corrosive aura, but also let them turn corrupted matter into energy, which became their nourishment for strength. This was the root of the alien race's power. Besides that, they also had a divine skill, called the divine domain. Once their cultivation reached a certain level, it would activate automatically. Yi Xier didn't understand what these memories meant, but she sensed that mastering them would make her a true powerhouse. Following the method in her inherited memory, she opened her mind and heart, controlling her blood energy with sheer will. Instantly, her inner aura spread outward, assimilating the energy in this space for herself. Feeling the growing strength within her, Yi Xier sat cross-legged and began focused cultivation. Meanwhile, in the evil demon realm of the alien clan, Yi Tsangxuan and Tang Yuyu stepped out of a spatial passage, surveying the lush forests and majestic rivers around them. Yi Tsangxuan wondered if they'd come to the wrong place. It didn't match the dark, demonic aura he'd imagined. With this thought, Yi Tsangxuan calmed his mind and used the bloodline traction technique to check for Yi Xier's aura in this world. Moments later, he sensed Yi Xier's aura in a distant location. As weak humans newly arrived, caution was the best approach. Yi Tsangxuan decided to first learn about this world before seeking Yi Xier's whereabouts. Soon, the two arrived at a place called Nebula City. Changing into local attire, after disguising themselves, they blended into the crowd to quickly gather useful information in an unfamiliar place. There was no better spot than a tavern. At a window seat in the tavern, the two pricked their ears, carefully listening to the conversations around them. Among the coming and going alien clan members, not a single human was in sight. It was clear that without producing a transcendent, humans had no right to enter this higher world. Just then, two alien clan members discussing their clan caught Yi Tsongxuan's attention. From their conversation, Yi Tsongxuan learned that the alien clan's royal bloodline had undergone a major upheaval. Since the alien clan's transcendent king vanished 1,000,000 years ago, the new king, relying on the divine ability Heavenly Clarity, could fend off invasions from other transcendents. But recently, their king had suddenly been replaced, and the new king wasn't the sixth alien king, but, reportedly, a low-tier second alien king. Hearing this, one of them grew intrigued. In the fiercely competitive evil demon realm, a race losing its strongest figure meant it could be devoured by other forces at any moment. The alien clan was a prize many would covet, but this individual wasn't blinded by the prospect of gain. As far as he knew, the alien clan, with the divine ability Heavenly Clarity, could remain invincible even without a transcendent. This showed the alien clan's formidable defenses, not to be underestimated. Larger clans might not bother with this prize, but smaller clans would never let it slip, not knowing how many forces would vie for it. He had no intention of wading into this mess. Mid-conversation, he suddenly turned his gaze to Yi Tsongxuan behind him. Clearly, he had long noticed Yi Tsongxuan eavesdropping. As the figure approached, Yi Tsongxuan's heart raced, amazed at the other's keen perception. But what Yi Tsongxuan hadn't expected was that the other hadn't detected his human identity, mistaking him and Tang Yuyu for Spirit Clan members. Tang Yuyu seized the chance to probe about the Spirit Clan, asking, "How do you know we're from the Spirit Clan, not humans?" The alien clan member burst into laughter. This Spirit Clan lady sure knows how to jest. Humans have never produced a transcendent since ancient times, merely serving as blood food for other races. What right would they have to enter the Holy Realm? Even if they did reach the Holy Realm, they'd only be high-quality blood food. The speaker casually sat down. And from him, Yi Tsongxuan learned about the Spirit Clan. According to him, while the Spirit Clan resembled humans in appearance, as cultivators, they were worlds apart. Human meridians are naturally blocked, with only 1 in 1,000 able to cultivate. In contrast, the Spirit Clan were heaven's favored, born with the ability to cultivate, and advancing at a rapid pace, without any bottlenecks. This was why he mistook Yi Tsongxuan and Tang Yuyu for Spirit Clan members. However, the Spirit Clan was deeply enigmatic, with few members appearing in public. So, his lengthy explanation was also an attempt to build rapport. After some polite words, he took his leave. Without lingering, Yi Tsongxuan and Tang Yuyu swiftly left the tavern. But what he hadn't anticipated was that being mistaken for Spirit Clan members had drawn significant attention. As soon as Yi Tsongxuan left, the alien clan member hurriedly departed to report this to his clan. To them, the sudden appearance of the Spirit Clan signaled a major shift in this world's power structure.